Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and this is Undawn All Stars. We are in the second week, and today, the second phase of the competition. Participating teams has been cut in half from the first week of the tournament, and in this elimination stage, we're going to weed out half of the flock once again to see who is worthy of moving to grand finals for tomorrow. On the caster's desk, I am Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Joining me is another Wonder Boy, Cali Gaming.
It's been a while since we last started up Neptune. It's great to finally
Yeah.
be back in Garena and be here with you to bring in the action for all of the regions that we got here in the Asia Pacific. We got no MSP teams. That is unheard of because now we got the Thailand region, the Taiwan teams, and more possibly these Indonesian squads that are looking to try to take away the championship here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these three regions, specifically the teams who are left in here in phase two, has brought in fire to their gameplay. There are a few losses, but we know, or we saw as well, that they came back from those losses. They came back hot, and we're going to see if they will still maintain that heat in this battle. So this is the standing from the groups. From the group stages, and as you can see, we are looking at Dragon as well as Hersus in the top of the flock right now with 3 points each, but the rest, even with one, has a good chance right now because today we're going to introduce not only Annihilation, we are going to jump in Domination in these matches.
A more objective approach that these teams have to prioritize on, right? In a team like Dragon, we know that they can be winning that gunfight, right? We know that they have Tiger Yep as their best player in there, always taking those MVPs. But what are they fighting for? They're fighting for this type of money, right? It's overall, if you combine all of these RCs, you're going to get at least 17,500 US dollars. Definitely a huge sum of money that can make these teams really get that title to be the champions here.
And also a little flex right now, especially if you're the champion, you get that exclusive frame that says top one. Who doesn't want to flex that all throughout the game? And it's not only in the PvPs, you will be able to see that all over when you are in game and on Dawn. But as we look at the format right now, so phase one from last week is already over. That is 2 days of grueling battle, best out of 3. But this begins the best out of 5 in phase 2, where we're going to face off on a double elimination stage, and 8 teams will be cut in half. Only 4 heads to phase 3.
You have 2 chances to become the best team heading into the phase 3, where you're trying to fight for that championship spot and you be the champions of this Undawn All Stars. And one thing more than likely, this squads right here, they're not gonna try to give away easy games, as we got a best of 5 coming into play. So they got a lot of chances to work their way up to win the battles. And we got your team lineups here for your elimination stage, starting with the Indonesian squads. That's gonna be Pro, Habibi, and the Boss Lion. And these teams are insane. But you know what? The Thailand's Dragon, T9, Heyo, Tiger Yip, and Nops, I think they might just be the biggest to take this one away.
Yeah, I mean, we pointed that out the moment we saw. And the Dragons beat the other teams. We saw that they will be leading the pack all throughout. But again, it's more of Annihilation from the group stages. We'll have to find out if they can still bring that onto Domination. Because as you mentioned, it's more objective, not only taking down the enemies, but we know the accuracy of the team can still be utilized in those space. But Alliance Spades, as well as Experience, joined by the Boss Falcons and YAFK, is in here to complete the 8 teams who will be fighting it off on this phase number 2.
Yeah, this is just, the best teams that was managed to able to really put in a lot of work back in our group standings at last week, right? Where they obviously fought tooth to the nail. And we're talking about the Boss Falcon, who ended up as the top team at the Group C with just a 1-point difference up against the top 3 and top 4. You already know it was so close for them to be able to be here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have a few of the teams who are really eyeing to cross that top 8 spot despite of all the losses. I would say it's not all the win or most of the win right there in those battles. But speaking of battle, this is how it's going to be set up. We have the upper bracket where we have 8 teams already lined up, and those who will be losing those matches will be pushed down to the lower bracket, and they will be climbing a little bit harder to get back in there onto the grand finals. But this requires 2 days. So today, this is the double elimination, and those who will be left will be proceeding for tomorrow on the grand finals. We are just waiting and excited who those teams will be.
We got 10 matches here today, so these teams, not only do they have to go out blazing off of the start, but they have to be able to endure the mental game as we proceed to all the games that they're going to be playing here today. Best of fives, once again, different from what we had at the group stage. It's going to be a longer game and new game modes that will be in store on this competition, so they got to be ready and pouncing on this objective that they're going to have to do to advance to tomorrow's matches.
Really excited on what they are going to bring in Domination. We've seen their the tenacity of the team, the ferocity of the team on that Annihilation mode, and there's no coming back from there. But once you are on a respawn battle, that is where stamina will be used up. But let's see, we are going to start it off with a battle between lions and dragons. Will it be the king of the jungle or king of mystical beast who will be taking the win? It's Indonesia going against Thailand.
Yeah, this is insane, right? Because the Boss Lion, they always had at least Rizoko getting those MVPs last weekend. But Tiger from Dragon, all of those eliminations that he was getting on the Annihilation game so we had on those best of threes, he was unstoppable, man. Obviously scoring 7 kills on one of the games with 100k damage. That's the highest on the last weekend. So I guess for the Boss Line, they gotta prepare on how do they want to dismantle Dragon and taking down Tiger Yep first on this best of 5.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is where we are going to see the best, not only on MVPs, but also the best on the healers. We have Mo in here from the Boss Lions, as well as Heyu in here from Dragon, who can maintain their hold on their rushers. We saw the gameplay of the Dragons. I mean, I'm still mind blown. Nops is the one who's always leading the pack. Tiger Yep is always in there in the mid lane to provide that backup, but still he get that MVP, and it wouldn't be happening without Heyu giving Nops that healer gameplay. The same goes on the other side. Rizoko has always been the side of Mo, and the Boss Lions really showed everyone in there that they can hold that strong in each engagement. But this is just Annihilation mode that we're going to start it off. This is pretty much the same as last week, but a little bit of difference of understanding their opponents.
Yeah, we're heading into Central Shopping Mall here again. A best of 5. This is going to be our first map. So a lot more verticalities on these areas on this map, right? So you're gonna have to rely on your snipers off the start to get you those informations at this long range, and you already know shots from the Boss Line already kicking in.
And Drake received a little bit of damage, a little bit of healing as well needs to be done. And we are going to see if the damage can be countered, because we all know Annihilation mode, despite of not having any knockdowns, if the timer runs out, it will lead to the damage being dealt. But they backed off in perfect timing, trying to find a push. But speaking of push, here comes D9. Let's see how much he can bring in this battle.
Yeah, this other squad, right? The Boss Line, they're just trying to draw in the players of Dragons here, which is currently being effective as they are using the sniper shots to actually hit it up right now. And you also have this heals to back them up just in case they get shot at. So nice attacks here for the Boss Line off the get-go, but they don't get any attacks here so far, nor knockdowns. So just all about this info game.
Yeah, information gameplay right now. I'm still a little bit worried for the Boss Lions at this point. They are being pushed out from their position right now. And a little bit of a rush being done. There goes the push, and there goes the hit. Despite of being in the mid lane, Tiger Yep still managed to get that damage. And I am not liking this for the side of the Dragons. This is the trap that is being set by the Lions right now, just to pull and reel them into this area. And this is where Boss Lions really outsmarted some of the teams.
Guys, this is like a fishing line, right? They're getting this dragon reeled in a fishing pole, and then they go for the pounce like a lion. They go attack these players up close, and now they're slowly getting this information on the other side of the map. So now it's just all about spraying fire. A nice shot coming in for Tiger Yep, and yeah, this is definitely the guy you don't want to mess around with in any range whatsoever.
And definitely, here comes the rush of the Dragons.
Whoa!
Drake will be going down. No revival in there. Even Mo trying to go for the rescue, but it doesn't work. Rizoko right now is trying to defend, and a headshot has been done right there with the shield being brought out. It will provide a little bit more cover. Another headshot, but it is, and the damage received for Rizoko. Let's see how long can they hold off because they only have 25 seconds remaining.
Ooh, nice shot there. Nopsteezy gonna get taken down. And now we got some shots coming in to Rizoko once again to take down T9. Nice shots coming through. Nice trades. And with this spammable weapons that you got, obviously, it's gonna be a win.
It is a win. And this is going to the Dragon side. The timer has run out. The damage as well as the knockdown is favoring them. Now, let's see how the Lions will be responding this time. They were thrown off guard. They were pushed out from their position. Will it be the same this time around, Callie?
I mean, they need to actually play aggressive because when they played slow, we knew how Tiger Yep and Nops was able to push in way behind their lines and actually take them down one at a time. All it takes was a shield barrier to actually push through and provide them as cover to close that distance down up against the Boss Lion. And the thing with that is you really have to stop at least Tiger Yep or Nopsteezy from getting all of these attacks at the early game to provide you that 4v3 initially.
Yeah, let's see how can they do so. Mid square already being taken, and once again the Boss Lions being pushed out of the area. A little bit of damage being received. Rizoko is healing up right now, but Tiger Yep is not backing down. Shot is possible. Here comes the foam bomb. And let's see. Oh, a hit against the Dragons, but blinded at the spot.
Oh, Tiger Yep is pushing in real nicely here. He finds one on Takana's side, gets the double, and there we go. Nice shots coming in. Rizoko will be on a 1v1 spree, but Tiger Yep is just on a different level. He takes 3 players down.
And it's a good thing they take out the healer because there's little to no hope for Mo right now. But Mo's still alive though, but couldn't do anything. Another win for the Dragons at this point, and that is so quick. No question. This is still the Dragon that we seen from last week.
Yo, man, I was watching Tiger Yep last weekend. I was like, okay, he's great. But man, to experience it firsthand, boy, this guy is something great. He was able to get all of the eliminations, almost all of the eliminations on that last round, able to win that first round for Team Tiger Yep and the Dragons, truly becoming one of the best in this arena on Undawn All Stars, man.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen great gameplay, even a headshot in there, despite of not having that much of visibility. But the moment he have his sights in there, the trigger has been pulled and will be hitting the head of the Boss Lions. Now, that is just one round, and this is still best out of 5. We're jumping in to a different, I believe, the different mode, but in the same map for this game still. On Central Shopping Mall, Domination Mode is the name of the game. And let's see who will be able to stand in on those domination points, because it's not easy, especially with accuracy of what we've seen from the teams out there. You cannot stand still. You need to keep moving and also fire back with the support of the healer. So let's see who can have that tactics ironed out so that they can win this game.
Yeah, in terms of accuracy, I feel like Dragon always has the best chance of actually beating these players from the Boss Line, right? So one thing more than likely that this team had to do is just to stack their resources and utilize those heals and just overwhelm Dragons by their numbers, because we saw in that first game, they were kind of all over the place, right? Playing those 1v1 gunfights. That will not be easy because you don't have your heals right beside you that can help you regenerate back your HP as fast as you can. So it was going to be a big hiccup coming in for the Boss Line, but they still got a big chance on, going back into this game because it's still a best of 5.
Yeah, well, still best of 5, and we'll have to find out what tactics will be brought in. Again, it feels like, in background, we were talking about dogs earlier. It feels like the Dragons are acting like dogs. They can smell fear, and they will take advantage of that fear, especially if you back out from your position. They will not be phased. They will be pushing forward, and with Nops and Tiger Yep, as you mentioned, already to bite, they will not be letting go of those advantages. But in a bit, we're going to see the score lines as well as how many eliminations has been brought in. And there we have it, still the MVP with 60k in the damage. Tiger Yep with 6 knockdowns. And not only that, we have, if I'm not mistaken, oh yeah, it's Hey You with 25k. Not so high though on a healing, but there's not so much of need for healing
Yeah.
compared to what we've seen from the Boss Lion.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you only had to do, so much because Tiger Yep was able to eliminate this player so fast, right? I mean, you can't really heal up Tiger Yep if he is beaming everybody out and there's no more challenge on the
Mhm.
battles. And yeah, nice play for Tiger Yep there, but Rizoko
Yeah,
definitely the other side's MVP. They can still turn it around as we play this domination, which is going to be a new game mode, which was something not part of last weekend. So they have to make sure that they play this objective properly and have to
right.
utilize those heals to make sure that it's always going to be them complete when they're going in for the engage.
Yeah, exactly. And from our side, I mean, though we know this game already, we've seen this coming from the SMP region, but again, none from the SMP was able to push through on phase two. We don't know the tactics that will be brought in by the teams from the other regions. So it's still a question mark for us. Everything is still blank slate as to how they are going to do this battle on domination. And that is what I love because we get to see different tactics overall, different regions bringing in different meta. And this is where the viewers out there will really need to learn from this pro. I would say pros is what we have right here. This is pro level gameplay based on what we've seen.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that note, right? This teams obviously are not gonna be here without the grueling battles that they did on this group stage. And if we saw the plays at the Annihilation from Tiger Yap, it's just all about those accuracy. I feel like they could invent something new here as we head on to our domination, still on the same map at Central Shopping Mall. But how do we see some adjustments if you're at the boss line after you just lost the first map here?
Yeah, I mean that they are really hungry right now to win a match. Mo is being damaged, the healer of the team. That is not the way you want to go. And here comes the first takedown of this game. The capture is being done right now, and shield gun, even with Hop, still Drake can be put down the shield in there, and Nups is not backing down, but the healing is still being done, and Drake is alive and kicking, not going out just yet.
Yeah, that's nice. Nice place for the hills, but finally Drake gets eliminated and Dragon able to get the B capture here. So far for Indonesia, they are currently off a back foot off the start, but they gotta do better than this. As you can see, Dragon, they have all that mid-map control.
Blinded right now in the middle, and as you can see, T9 receiving a little bit of damage. Rizoko will also feel the damage of Tiger. Yeah, let's see if they can hold strong. Already a spawn trap being triggered by dragons right now. I love the gameplay. I love the game style that they are showing, and they are not backing down. But in the mid of this battle, Bravo has been contested right now, but the teams of Dragon not letting go.
Yeah, you can see here, it's gonna be Tiger Yep once again and not TZ combining for like a 2Ps on that mid-map. Now they get to still maintain that B control. Now there's going to be 6 minutes, and the target score is still gonna be halfway there, a third part away, right? So it's all about just trying to flip those other flags that might not just be, contested by the dragons. And you can see for the boss line going in for the fountain site, taking over the C site. It's gonna be a 1v2, but T9 gets the kill onto Rizoko.
They tried to go for that Charlie, but they were beat by the rest of Dragon's Break right now, throwing a little bit of flash, and there you go, even himself has been blinded, and here comes the rush with that bomb, managed to get away, but one goes down, 5 minutes and 43 on the clock right now, and the scores is so much in favor of the Dragons.
Yeah, the Tiger Yep is just dealing so much damage here today. I mean, the weapon that he has and destroying the ceiling is just going to be a lot easier for them to finally go for the beatdown up to Drake, who's going to get knocked down once again.
And there you have it. I mean, the power of Tiger Yep and the Bison. And this is really proving that if you are up close and personal with Tiger Yep, you will be going down. 1,000 point already reached halfway through in the target, and they only have 5 minutes to work with. Alpha is still on the side of the Boss Lions. I don't think the Dragon will be taking that over because they already have B and C to their side.
Yeah, now they're trying to at least push this B side once again, stacking their resources, sending out Drake on the flank to get this attack to go through. You need to be coordinated, and you have to stand the ground up against Tiger Yep and Kanasai.
And there you go. Nobs goes down. Kanasai goes down as well from the hands of a T9. But here comes a 1v2. The shield has been put up. Rizoko right now trying to survive this battle. Into the mid they go. And they are not stopping at this point. Rizoko still alive and kicking. Being healed at some point in the middle of 3 players. And the Dragons slowly being pushed out. 1,380, 1,400 in scores right now. Dragons is still alive and kicking. Hey, you will need to recover in a bit from the side, and they are still fighting back. 2 down already. They need to wait for both of the players right here for them to take advantage. But as you can see, T9 is battling it out on a 1v2.
Yeah, T9 just getting these eliminations to go through. This is what you want if you're the Dragons. You want to end this map number 2 and go ahead and play Annihilation map number 3 as you have so much domination on this map itself. 2 flags captured. You don't even have to go for the 3rd flag. All you just have to do is stand your ground because you're close to winning this battle.
Yeah, winning the battle is what the target and the goal of Dragons are 1,700, 300 more, and they will end this game. T9's trying to push through on that alpha so that they can end the game a little bit quicker, but Rizoko just stopped them, and here comes the jump. Here comes the roll for the time of a T9, and still alive and kicking though, not healing so much, and damage as he is being backstabbed right now. Rizoko needs to run away.
Yo, these weapons are just insane, man. And the damage on this 1v1, who wins it? Oh!
T9 goes down. Rizoko was able to win that game, but with only a few more points, this could have been an ending already, despite of only 1 battle, 1 point being taken. It's still moving towards the Dragon, and there you have it. The battle's over, and Dragon once again gets the point. That's already 2-0.
Yeah, but there was a serious mad potential there for the Boss line to go for a comeback, right? But it came in way too late. They managed to get that C flag, but they could not handle Tiger Yep on the B flag. He was just there on a mission to hold their ground and claim the final few points that the Dragon needed to win that Central Shopping Mall domination. And yeah, 2-0. Looking like they really want to go for a sweep here. The Boss line needs to have a strong Annihilation Western District should they want to force, a sweep, a reverse comeback here.
Now, this is where I want to see which side is favorable. The question has been laid already, even from day number 1. Would it be the open rooftop or would it be the room area of that middle area in Western District? At some point, day number 1, it is favoring those coming from the room side. And day number 2, the tactics games changes. The ones coming from the open roof, they're the ones getting the favor. Now, this is where we are going to see these teams all mixed together. Which side of that area will be the winning side? Or is it just the strongest team who's really changing the name of the game?
I think Dragon is like such a strong team, right? They can play anywhere they want, the room or the rooftop side. And I feel like for the Boss line who's coming in second on Group C, coming in from the day 2 that we had on the group stage, they really have such a long journey to actually defeat this team, right? Because you ask them to be perfect on this coming games that will be up ahead, and we start to play that Western District later on before we even talk about that comeback, right? So they gotta win their gunfights first, which have been a big problem for them in this first 2 maps, right? I mean, Tiger Yep and Ops TZ, they have been able to really stop everybody inside.
Yeah, I mean, well, that is what the tactics is being done right now for the side with Dragon. Nobs easy, always in tanking everyone in there, trying to push them out. And with Tiger Yep in the background, finishing off the damage that has been dealt by Nobs easy, this duo, this dynamic duo has been unstoppable. Plus, we have their healer, which is Hey You, who's really unstoppable as well, into understanding which one to heal. And with also T9 in there, who can go solo against the Boss Lion, or Rizoko, the MVP of the Boss Lions from the previous games, can be a deadly team. Both, rather. Noptz as well as Tiger Yep with 8 knockdowns. This time, Noptz takes the MVP.
Yeah, but the thing with this squad, right? They have so much elimination, 16 for the first two two players, Tiger and Nopstica, combining for 16 kills.
Mhm.
Man, they got like 75k plus damage. And the thing with this team, right, they can get your attacks to line up on those close and long range. Then they got the backline from Heyu, who can
Yep.
play that healing game to the best of their capabilities. And the boss line could not just keep up, gotta work their way back in here in order to take one map and force map number 4.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we often see as well as say in here, once you are in there on a healing galing gameplay, there's not so much that you can do. The strongest players of the Dragons always up front, and then from the back end, you have in there a player who doesn't stop in healing those tanks as well. And that is the Dragon for you. One thing I would say, especially we're back in Annihilation, is they take out Hey You first. That is
Yeah.
one of the tactics that can prove to be, or that has been proven to be the most efficient. You take out the healer, you deal with the rest, the remaining 3 players, and even if you lose one player from your side as a rusher, as long as you have your healer still alive and kicking, there's a better chance for you to take the win.
I gotta agree, right? Brick is obviously one of the best players out here in this arena on Dawn All Stars, man. And all it the stakes is to where do you want to exactly find Hey You
Hmm.
on the Dragons when you're playing on this Annihilation match. Once you do take him out, it is just gonna be quicker and easier for you to take down Tiger Yap and now Steezy, who has just been searching up those MVPs back to back now. Map number 3, a crucial
Oh,
one for the
what?
Boss Lion, and they started it off with them getting shot at by the Dragons.
A little bit of progressive move from both sides, and
There,
there
you
you
shut
go, the
down.
Boss Lions, and the trade-off from
Yeah.
both sides. And let's see who goes down next. 3v3 situation, Kanasai
What?
being battled, and another one is being taken down. But there goes the takedown. No revival being done against
Revival.
Risoko. It's now a 2v2 situation, but T9
Ah!
goes down, and the Dragons still manage to win that game.
Bro, that is so amazing. I mean, to be fair, the boss line was able to not just take down Hey You, who is the healer, but they just could not sort down the final clutch where the gunfights really matters a lot, right? So the boss lion still, they have that idea to take down that healer so that Tiger Grip cannot have unlimited health when they're fighting. So just need to slow it down one more time and plan out that strategy even better.
Yeah, speaking of slowing down, we are seeing Dragons right now don't want to deal with that super aggressive gameplay that we've seen from round number 1. They stay back in there from the spawns, and let's see how will they deal right now with the Boss Lions understanding and knowing where they are. So far, Izoko is still trying to look for the enemies, but the buildings in there, the 2 buildings that is in there in cover for the spawns for the side of Dragons is not giving them that much of information.
Yeah, this play for Rizoko, right? I mean, having a Bison in hand can just spray and pray the enemies up close with a lot of bullets and just racking so many damage for the boss lions. But it is not just gonna be an easy fight for them, right? We saw them on this close range battle up against Dragons on this rooftop, same exact area where they're trying to hold right now. They had it rough, but they're gonna slow things down. It's going to be stopping that pace and rhythm that Dragons been able to build up off of that round number 1. But you gotta work your way in. A minute and 41 still a long time, but as much as you want to do this, you have to play through your snipers to get you those first engage.
Yeah, let's see Drake right now also putting in a little bit of fight and still finding where the Dragons are. But this might be a surprise. They have no information, but as we can see,
Oh.
Mo is being damaged. That is what we're talking about. The ones in the back end usually is the healer, and that is who is receiving the first few damages. Drake right now goes down. Kanasai goes for another. Only 2 remains. Let's see if they will be revived. They did, but it's a 3v3 situation, and it is still Tiger Yap dealing so much of a damage as well as Nob already behind enemy lines. Only 1 remains. 3v2.
Yeah, 3 knockdowns for him already, and now he's using the sniper to actually do the damage here on the long range. Nops, 1v1 situation onto Rizoko, but the healer is there to actually provide the support. But now Tiger Yap takes down Rizoko. It's all down to 1 player, and it's down to Nops Easy to take down the last guy. It's gonna be Mo back against the wall, and he's just getting sprayed on by Heyu, the healer, and we got the Dragons mauling over the Boss Lions to win the first match of the day.
Eeny, meeny, miny, Mo. Mo was the last guy to go, and there you go. There we have it. The battle has been ended already for the first match of this day. And the Dragons really sweeping the floor with the Boss Lions. I don't know who else can beat the Dragons at this point.
Yeah, I projected them to be, the best team in this
Mhm.
bracket on this double elimination ladder that we got, right? So I feel like the only team that can get close to them has to be the team that played on day 2 of the group stage. I think Herzus
Yeah,
has the best chance of taking them, but it will have to go through towards the semifinals, which will be held tomorrow to actually find out what. But who cares? But who knows, right? Because we still
right.
got the quarterfinals later on. And for a team like the Dragons, they will be either meeting YAFK or the Boss Falcon. I
Yeah.
don't think that it is gonna be an easy match for them, but I
Mhm.
guess we just have to find a one later on if ever they
And
do get attacked.
yeah, and at this point, the favor or the advantage is gearing towards YAFK because from the group stages, we've seen them beat Experience, and
Yeah.
Experience is another team coming from, if I'm not mistaken, coming from Thailand as well. And we know the gameplay. We know the gameplay, the game style of Thailand players. Dragon, for once, going for a 3-0 in the first series of this day. And you did mention hers, who's also coming from the same region. So it's just that region who's going and putting so much fire into FPS games. And well, hopefully another region will come up and rise from the graves and put them down. But still, the dragons, the mystical beast of old, is coming back in here, just burning everyone alive.
Yeah, they were undefeated on the group stage, to be fair, right? I mean, they obviously just dominated the Boss Line, who is the second best team in Group C when we played it on last weekend's day 2. And
Yeah.
they're going to have to feel great. They have some time to rest and later on warm up against whoever is going to be the winner of this next game that we're going to have. But the Dragons, if not Nobs TZ, as well as Tiger Yap,
Tiger, yep.
the back line is also strong. How do you defeat a team like this is the main question.
Yeah, I mean, the position is already being set. Though we are reading their tactics, we can see their tactics. The only question is, yeah, you can see it, you can read it, but the question is, how are you going to counter it? It's not that
Yeah.
easy. You did mention the front line, not easy. Plus Tiger Yep. Supported by T9 on damage. The moment one goes back, T9 moves front, and then there's Hey You in there just healing everyone to do his best. And it's really tough to go against the dragon if this is their gameplay. One thing that would really work is similar to what we've seen earlier when the dragons pulled in the boss lions. They beat Mo first. So as Mo is being distracted healing himself, there's not so much of time healing the rest of the team. Thus, they went down one at a time.
Yeah, so he's just taking down the Steelers, right? Which is gonna be like
Right.
the biggest meta here for everybody that's looking to try to dominate the Annihilation matches. And for a team like Dragons, they really know what to strategize in this game. And then you can see the scoreline once again, the result of this Western District
Woo.
Annihilation. Tiger Yep once again getting that MVP. 6 knockdowns for him, and he has no down whatsoever. Every kill that he connects, he always go for the beatdown.
Yeah, definitely a beatdown has been done again. Still, despite of not so much of heal being done by Hey You, it is because the rest of the teams are that strong and staying strong in the front line and mid line. So Hey You, not so much of effort. He can just deal with those who are backing out, needing his help, and then the rest of the teams or the rest of the guys from Dragons are just moving front. So they're just rotating. The first three are just rotating their position. And Hey You says, I'll be sitting back in here laying still as you ask for my help. I'll give it to you. So
I just
that's so much of healing being done by Hey You.
I mean, just let me know if you need some heal. I can provide you that one. That has to be in the comms of this team, right? But
Yeah.
obviously, the games happen so fast, and they have to be in a serious mode. And for the Dragons, it's just all about keeping that consistency all
Mhm.
throughout in order for them to reach that grand finals. Remember, it's a double elimination. Any team that might just have a bad day here today on the
Yeah.
upper bracket can just work their way up at the lower bracket run, where we might just see a Cinderella story that will be made by either of these teams.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's much easier than to say than do because we've
Yeah.
seen some of the teams really struggle when they are facing some of like those on the upper bracket. But those in the lower bracket are much hungrier because
Yeah.
like Dragons already have their play. So even if they play the next game, they still maintain their position and that they will have that confidence. For those in lower bracket, it's either they're demotivated or much more motivated to climb back up, which makes it like a little bit tougher. There's nothing to lose anymore because you're already in lower bracket. So it's much heated later on once we jump into that plane.
I couldn't agree more with that statement, right? I mean, every other teams here, they want to at least be part of that top four, play at the
Yeah.
semifinals tomorrow. But in order for them to do that, they have to beat everybody as soon as they can. And yeah, it's gonna be tough, emotional, and you have to be at your 100% in order for you to advance to the highest of stage possible in Garena Undawn All Stars. And I feel like for the Boss Lions, who just taken this
Mhm.
loss up against the Dragons, they still have their chances, but they gotta have to do more than what they did up against the Dragons in order for them to defeat the players that they're gonna be facing at the lower bracket later on today.
Yep, definitely. But the boss journey is not yet over. We are welcoming another team from the boss, and this is the Boss Falcons. This time around, going against a team from Taiwan, YAFK, right now. And this is a different set of region, but Indonesia is still in play. Abil, SNS, LCE, and Judith, the most dangerous of them
Yeah,
all, especially for all adults or
yeah,
most of the adults out there. You don't want to go and deal with
yeah.
Judith right now.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta tell you, once the payment date is there, it's due, man. Due date.
Judith.
Yeah, I was wait. I know I know it has to go there somewhere, right? I mean, obviously, Judith is one of the best players for the Boss Falcon. By the way,
Yeah.
he was able to get a lot of tag downs yesterday. But one thing more than likely that I have my eyes on is AA
Mhm.
May from Taiwan. I think as a sub player, he has transcended to become one of the better players in this team. So let's see how are they gonna do well as they go up against the Boss Falcon here in this best of five.
Yeah, let's see right now. Battle begins and Boss Falcon going against YAFK. And I don't think the team of YAFK will be going AFK at the moment, but 20 seconds already has been spent and no engagement is happening just yet.
No, I love this more of a passive approach for both squads, right? Earlier at that game one, everybody was playing aggressive off the start. It ended in just like a minute and 30. So this time, just trying to play with their strategies, and the Boss Falcon, have to play through their snipers here this time as
Oh.
they look to play it slow, and they have that mid-map control already, so that's gonna be a lot better for them now.
And Bill received a little bit of damage right there, but also has been was able to deal a little bit of damage as well for the team of YFK. But they are backing out right now, really not really jumping in onto the mid square. And we're going to see if they will be able to go in for a flank or probably a rush now that they know the position of the teams of the Falcons.
Yeah, KK, they're just letting themselves take again the backside while the Boss Falcon gets a little busy with this attacks on that mid map. So they're just really trying to waste time and let these players be the ones starting off the aggressive.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean, just trying to reel them in once again, which was the Boss Falcon strategy earlier up against the Dragon. So let's see if that will pay out as these players gets ready as we got a minute and 20 seconds left.
LCE right now spotting two of the players crossing through, but LCE will not be moving that quickly because he's the healer of the play of the team. And KK right now receives a little bit of damage. Here comes players of YFK. Judith right now being hit. Let's see if they can beat the Judith and can they pay the bill. That is two.
No, I don't think they can beat the Judith, man. I mean, Judith is just insane. He is out there to hunt you. It's the Grim Reaper, so you have to take him out as much as you can, but it's gonna quit hard because he knows how to hide and take you out on this long range gauge. Now we got to see Taiwan YAFK going in for the push of that mid map.
Oh, mid-map battle is now starting, but they are only dealing with 32 seconds remaining. Judith right now together with LCE will be moving in for the rush. LCE doesn't know who to heal first, but there goes first takedown, and it is for the side of YFK. Another one goes down. 3v1 situation, and just in the nick of time, there goes the Boss Falcon taking the point. YFK left in the dust for that day.
You know who greeted YFA first? It's Judith, man. Judith got the first kill on that round number 1. And right after that, things fell apart for YAFK. Need to find a bit more of aggression and a bit more on their healer because that guy just got taken down early today.
Judith, bye! This is what we don't want to see every 15th and 30th of the day. Foam bomb being thrown onto YFK. Shield has been brought up. And let's see if they can bring down players of the Falcons. There goes one down, but the recovery is that quick. And as you can see, the jump and stare being done against Judith. Judith is still alive and can't be taken out.
They can't beat the Judith right now, man. There has to be some time expiration for him, but no. He is there, staying alive, but Taiwan, Steam, YAFK, able to find one kill on the kill feed. Now they're gonna have to search their way in into a bit more of a team out, but the healing is there for the Boss Falcons to maintain their life out there.
2 minutes remaining in this battle, 3v3 situation. Make that 3v2, but the recovery is that quick. And LCE receiving a lot of damage. You don't want to go down, especially as you're the healer of this team. There goes LCE being rushed with only a few HP. Goes to get away with a sliver of health, and there goes the backup as well. It is a 2v3 situation. Boss Falcons is left with only 2. Make that only 1, and YAFK is in the chance to grab the point. Only 1 remains. It is a Bill, and there's no Kane to beat him down.
And just like life, right? You beat the Judith, you beat the game, you win in life. And YAFK, nice adjustments for them there, honestly. Nice trades once again, even though some of their teammates were knocked down off of those early engage, they were able to get that heal back with their teammates. So just gotta replicate that, be consistent all throughout as you fight up against a Boss Falcon on the mid-square center of the Central District.
Yeah, and this is where it gets exciting. Both teams already have 1 point to their side. And as you can see, they are, team of YFK, a little bit too aggressive. AA received a little bit of damage, but here comes the rest of the Falcons. Shield has been put up, and information has been released. And they have now their own shield, but the flank will not be happening just yet.
A bit more of a initiative approach here for Taiwan's YAFK squad, right? They have the mid-map control once again. SNS gonna get shot at once again, and all of these rotations that we see from the Boss Falcon, it's heavily working as 2 of the players from YFK has been taken down.
2 players has been taken down, 1 has been recovered, but once again, they managed to go for a takedown, 2v4 situation, and there you go! The Boss Falcon flew high like a butterfly, and they grabbed the first match.
And to think that round number 3 was kind of a counterplay now there for the Boss Falcons, right? I mean, they were waiting for YAFK to hold down the central square, and what they did is just kind of converge them in 3 angles, which was in fact the best angle for them to take down these players, as they did not really spot down, where everybody is coming from. So yeah, nice win for the Boss Falcon to go up 1-0 on this best of 5.
1-0 in this best of 5, and that is just the beginning of this series. And we saw earlier that things doesn't change, especially on a strong team, once they jump into domination. But again, we are dealing with different teams right now. YFK and the Boss Falcon showing that they can trade it off in 1 match or 1 game, 1 mode rather. Then this might be the same story later on in domination. We still have yet to see who will grab the few or the next point. It might be the YFK or the Boss Falcon, because different modes bring a different kind of story.
Yeah, I mean, and with this domination game, right, you would need to play those 3 flags that is going to be located on the central shopping mall. One thing that you would need is that B flag, where you're able to control not just that mid-map, but also an A or a C flag that your team has been provided off the initial start. Now, I think for me, honestly, it's just all about finding those adjustments later on for YAFK as they take this loss on this first map. The Boss Falcon able to get this win. SNS got 5 knockdowns, but Judith dealt the most
Ooh.
damage with 61k.
Everyone can be hit by Judith just like that. 61k. You can't pay 61k that easily. You can't pay
Yeah.
61k that easily. And we're talking about Judith's damage right there. Hopefully, no one will be offended if you have 61k that you need to pay. But anyways, that's just the Boss Falcons showing up right now. Though the loss of the Boss Lions really are evident when they face off from the group stages. There's a lot of questions really. Why did the Boss Lions loss against the Boss Falcons? There's a huge question that has been thrown even in the comment section, and this is why, because they can bring the first game against YAFK. The only question is, can they do the same that the Dragon did earlier against their co-team or co-region, co-clan, whatever they are called? The Boss Lion went down with 3-0. Can the Boss Falcons do the same?
Yeah. I feel like, like for a team like the Boss Falcons, I think they're going to do a lot better against YAFK. Although we did not see a lot of healing that on the stat sheet earlier. We did see a lot more of the damage coming into play, right? Because all of these teams were trying to play very, very passive, and they had to let the first a minute and 30 to run down before they actually initiate those contacts and go up for these attacks. And I feel like that has to become a big factor starting the day off and all throughout this quarterfinals that we're going to have. But YAFK, after dropping the first map, needs a bounce back on this Domination Central Shopping Mall. Let's see how they do well with this mid map.
And as you can see, YFK right now already starting it off, crossing enemy lines right now and trying to take over that Bravo. But here comes Judith once again in front and personal. But a foam bomb is stopping in his heels and he has a gun down.
Yeah, nice play for Mate there with the gun shield, man. It is just all about spraying and praying and getting this first 2 flags in your place. Once you get that, it's a lot easier for your squad to be able to dominate this battle, as they almost got that B-side capture, if not just for the plays from the Boss Falcon Ice and Abel, who made possible that the attacks will be rescinded off as they take the first 2 maps on this initial start.
And there you have it. The first 2 maps has been grabbed with only 7 minutes remaining on the clock. And they are on the roll right now to grabbing the points. Takeover and contention being done right here by team of YFK. And Judith is still alive despite of being hit so many times and stuck with that foam bomb. But here comes the 1v2. Let's see if Judith can still remain alive. And the healing is being done. He still is alive. And the Bravo capture for this side. It is a triple cap at this point and still being contested, but they will rake in a lot of points.
Yeah, nice place there for Judith, right, to get at least this B-side capture for the squad. But YAFK, better initiative to play more of the objective side there. The one trailing behind with at least 400 points in this domination match. And they did lose those initial engage, but they do get those 3 full capture, a lockdown that they managed to pull off. But now, it's all about finding that reset once again. You lose the first 2 flags, you try to flip it once again, you take the A and C capture. Now you're gonna divide the Boss Falcons' attention to at least get another flag, and that will be the best time for you to push the B flag.
Yeah, exactly. And the open side or the open walls of that central area can provide them with that good opening as well to try and defend those from the ends of this map. But as you can see, the Boss Falcons right now, they're not that busy. 2 of which is already in the central, and they are still dealing with a lot of scores. 888 right now, going 912. Only a few more for them to reach 1,000 mark.
Yeah, and again, the Boss Falcons still going to be in a very close battle up against YAFK. Still trying to figure out the pacing of this battle, but gunfights on that mid-map once again. YAFK, they have that heal to actually put them off, but just the presence and the numbers that Boss Falcon has on this mid square. They got at least 3 players in there. And when Taiwan YFK actually push in one by one, they all get ganged up. And it is not just going to be a great sight as we see Indonesia's the Boss Falcon almost getting all of the eliminations on the kill feed.
Yeah, and this is now the last 5 minutes of this game. 1,200 and still moving up from both sides. But as you can see, Boss Falcons is in the lead. They have two captures already. Both A and C. Bravo is still being taken. And there you have it. I think this is a turnaround. If I'm not mistaken, this is a turnaround being done right now by the team of YFK and stop not being countered that well at this point without Judith in the front lines. And YFK still trying to go for the beatdown, but the Bravo is being captured or tried to be captured once again. But still, the Boss Falcons maintain their position.
Yeah, nice plays coming in from them. Ice, again, they're just sliding around, trying to buy his teammates some time, and now he gets to heal back. Doesn't even have to go for the gunfight. He has to put his teammates into this battle so that they can team up, and he's just dancing, zigzagging his way in, and he still is, staying alive here.
It's just as you mentioned, dancing it up. No one can chase him down, and the foam bomb goes down. And there we have it. It is time for YFK to catch up with the point. Bravo is being captured right now. Only one goes in for the push. Make that two already as a Bill is also joining the party. There goes the takedown, and only one remains. The shield has been brought up, and let's see if YFK can catch up once again. The score's halfway through in the capture on that Bravo, and it's getting close between these two teams. Only 3 and 20 remaining in the time.
Yeah, 2 flags captured here, still by the Boss Falcons. And if you want to come back, you have to get this capture now, and they get that. It's 1,320 to 1,680. The Boss Falcon only needing at least 300 points to win the battle. Do we see YAFK go for a triple lockdown and go for the comeback here?
And then, well, they already have a 2 of the capture point. They can easily catch up for the side of Boss Falcons. But again, as you mentioned, they need a triple lockdown to stop the points for raking in for the side of the Falcons. And here comes Judith right now, still alive and kicking halfway through, almost being taken down. But Judith is just this a guy who can't be moved. And here comes the rest of YFK right now trying to beat him down. And 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Points has slowed down from both teams.
Yeah, now Taiwan, YAFK needs to get the triple capture. They take 2 flags. The C capture is being contested. Now you got this player that is going to be iced. And the Boss Falcon tried to stop that push onto the C flag. But the clock, and for the Boss Falcon, they only need 20 points to win the game. And they secure 1 flag that they need to win the game, but that was closer than what it could have been. What a nice play for both teams. Definitely equal in there, but the Boss Falcons always better at closing things out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks like there's a threshold in there wherein you need to go in for a double capture before the opponent cross over that threshold. And it's similar to what we've seen earlier. Even if the Boss Falcon has lost one of the two that domination point that they've captured, they're still moving up and increasing their lead. And even the catch up being done, time is also running out. So there's a lot of factors in here affecting the winning condition of the game. And I guess let's play it safe. 1,500. If your team has reached 1,500 and the lead of around say 4,000, then it's very difficult for the other teams to catch back that or catch up that easily unless they go for a triple cap.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that, man. I mean, Taiwan, YAFK, they obviously had like the best chance at trying to reverse this one. We definitely see a lot more of the captures here for these squads, right? But one thing more than likely, the Boss Falcons, better attacks and better kill numbers. Take a look at that. SNS, 13 knockdowns, 2 downs, a 92k.
What
damage for him?
I don't know. I guess that's the highest that we have. I can't remember. Is it 97 and 92?
No.
But there was a record. I am pretty sure you looked that up. 97, I believe, was the highest, but 92 being able to reach that, well, it's something else. But again, we're not talking about annihilation. We're talking about domination. There's a huge chance that you can get that high of a damage.
Yeah, but to think that, the Annihilation, someone has managed to score 100k is just insane, right? That's Tiger Grip that we're talking about. But yeah, SNS definitely coming out of nowhere and putting the team on his back and just scoring loads of the kills. He was everywhere. At the B flag, securing at least that mid control. And he's also out there at the fountains. trying to stop the push coming in from YAFK when they're trying to go for a triple capture. And yeah, he was the one that's able to stop them every time they try to attempt that at the final moments.
Yeah, and there you have it. I mean, domination has been taken by YFK. The trade off is being done right now, and I guess this gives us an idea on how long they can play this. They will be extending this a little bit longer to game number 4, but they need to deal with a few more changes. So, speaking of changes, we're going to change a little bit of the map. We're going to jump into Western District, but back to the Annihilation mode, where we're going to find out which one is getting the win. And earlier, for the record, the ones in the open area, open rooftop, are the ones who won. That was the Dragons, and they beat the Boss Lion in that Western District. Let's see if the same story will show up between these two teams of YFK as well as the Boss Falcon as they start the battle.
And the one thing that stands between the Dragon match versus the Boss line was that whoever has that high ground has the best chance at going in for the elimination, right? I mean, Nops, TZ, as well as Tiger Yap, they fully utilize these buildings and these high grounds to obviously obliterate every player that they might just see down below. And the Boss Falcon, you don't want to be going down there at the lower bracket and, waste away this 2-series win that you had on this map. So we obviously pushed through here, but sniper shots coming into play here. And it's Judy that is trying to take down.
True, Judy trying to take down. I mean, you know you can't take down Judy that easily, but even with a gap in there from that AC, will still be an opening for the side of AA. Now, as you can see, a little bit of damage already being dealt by AFK. And correction, so it is the Boss Falcon who already have 2 up in this game. Only one more, and they will be able to end this battle. YFK right now has a lot of pressure on their shoulders as they are in their room side, as for now is the losing side of this map.
Yeah, you gotta have to plan this one out correctly, right? You have to send out your tanks there, also correctly set up the heal, because right now the Boss Falcon is finally able to set up their fort as they have the defender here just to put them in the advantage, and now the push goes through.
Boom bomb right now onto one of the Boss Falcon. LCE goes down. The healer is out, but it's a 3v3 situation. The recovery has been done for the side of YFK, but as quickly as that, it has been back to a 3v3. Make that 3v2 as the Boss Falcon, despite of losing their healer, they're still alive and kicking and not budging at all. Jump and shoot. Jump and shoot. That's what they're doing, and they're still alive and kicking. No one can beat them down, and there we have it. The point goes to the Boss Falcon.
Yeah, 2 guns just going in for that aim down on sight, and then one guy was going in for that bat beat down. That was how you want to end that round number 1, in a position for the Boss Falcon to go up against the Dragons on the next stage of this competition is now in their hands. Gonna have to just to tighten things up and win this next few, as we have this game's just being sneaked up by Ice.
Ice right now, really sneaky. Getting the information not only for the visuals, but also that information that you can get from the sound cues by the team. So he can identify which ones are running up, and also seeing those already moving in. ICE, good chance for the backup, but let's see AA right now already rushed in, hit with a foam bomb, being tagged up, and one goes for the side of YFK.
Yeah, fighting started over to YFK. They did have 2 of their players taken down, but they still clutch up with the phone bombs. And now look at the reverse coming in for YAFK. Even though they lost that first blood, they still managed to get that kill. But man, it is what it is.
Dude, that was less than a minute from the initial engagement. They spent 20 seconds setting that up, and it ended around 2 minutes and 5. So let's say that is around 45, if I got it right, 35 seconds to end that match. And that might be the fastest, if not the second to the fastest, after what we've seen from the Dragon in the Annihilation mode. But speaking of fastest, this battle has been done. Another record being done by on this best of 5, because 3-0 as quickly as that.
These teams are not afraid to really set records, right? After all, what they want here is not just those individual score lines, right? But they want this team to shine and advance deeper into this playoff run. So we got here today. So as much as you can, you take down these players as fast as possible so that you get to at least get more relaxation after you get these eliminations. Because after this upper bracket, we're heading down to the lower bracket where we're gonna see these underdogs with only one life left trying to stay alive down there.
Yeah, and well, let's see if those lives will be spent that quickly as they head off to the lower bracket. But again, we've seen the Boss Lion being beat down by Dragons for the first game of this series. Boss Falcon fought back in this battle in their way to top four. Going against YFK, beating them down on a 3-0, and they proceed to the next stage of this fight. Now, we have yet to see Pros Habibi as well experience as well as Hersus and Alliance Spade later on in the first or the top eight in this phase two of the competition. But it's all heated up. I'm already
Yeah.
sweaty just seeing, just watching all these players battle it out.
And this first half it is intense, but the second half is just gonna be a lot better on this upper bracket because it's going to be a Thailand versus an Indonesian region battle once again, and it's gonna be very interesting who takes this battle. But for now, on this match result, it's SNS is gonna take that MVP once again, and the Boss Falcon will be going up against the Dragons on
Mhm.
the upper bracket quarterfinals. So you're gonna have to feel good about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they should feel good about that, and that they were able to say, go in for a payback and make their teams or their organization move up against the Dragon once again. But the thing is, the Boss Lion was beaten by the Dragons. If in case the Boss Falcon will be beat by the Dragons once again, that's a double hit already for the Boss organization. But no one's complaining just yet. They move up one level. All they have to do is relax, find out what weaknesses from both teams
Yeah.
are, and take advantage of those.
Yeah, now again for YFK, they may have been taken down by the Boss Falcon here at the upper bracket, but they still got a chance at the lower bracket. They will be facing the Boss Lion, who fell prey to the Dragons just on their match one here today. It was also a 3-0. So I believe that game between this Taiwan versus this Indonesian game is also gonna be a lot fiercer at the
Yep.
lower bracket. So it's just all about finding that bounce back and keeping that mental game positive because you might have taken this loss, but you still got an opportunity to set yourself off deeper into the playoffs by just taking things chip by chip at the lower bracket later on. But again,
Yep.
props to the Boss Falcon for going in for a sweep, a dominant one here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a good play that we've seen right there, despite of YFK really showing that a little bit of light to their side to take over. Even in domination, we've seen a good chance for YFK to grab a point against the Boss Falcons, but the Boss Falcons says, nope, we can't be beat down because we have a tough team to on our side, and we're going to see right there later is tougher between the other four teams lined up for this elimination round. Now, there we have it. Two teams already moved up. Two more that we're waiting for, and the long journey on that lower bracket. Who will be able to rise up to the grave? And as mentioned earlier, Callie, it's not that easy going from the lower bracket, going back to where the other teams who won already are.
It's always going to be a 50-50, right? I mean,
Mhm.
you are at the lower bracket for a reason. It's because you're just not, having a field day on the
Yeah.
upper bracket. But again, it is going to be a 50-50 for you. It's just about setting that mindset on how you are going to try to take the next battle up ahead. And one thing more than likely, you need to come up aggressive. You need to
Mhm.
be 110% when you try to play this coming teams that are going to be sent down to the lower bracket later on. So this time that you're going to get on this first half is going to
Yeah.
be the best time for you to actually spot what kind of rotations are you going to do when you play the Annihilation and the Domination match on this best of five for later's quarterfinals.
Yep, definitely. I mean, it's the one reason why we have this as well is so that a lot of teams will be able to understand how the gameplay, the meta, and the tactics are being worked on, and then use that to their counter. So we're going to talk about that later a little bit more, but we're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the second half of the top eight who's battling for the next level will continue. So we'll see you in a bit.
wrong place to be real. Oh, and I'm longing to love you just for a night, kissing and hugging and holding you tight. Please let me love you with all.
We did say it's going to be quick, and there we have it. We are back. I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming, and we are going to the next set of matches. Again, we are about to see Pros Habibi going against Experience for match number 3, and match number 4 that will be Herzus going against Alliance Spades. So we still have no idea on what they will be showing this time around because a 1 week has passed, a lot of time for them to practice and work on their gameplay. Not only that, there are different modes that will be introduced, especially domination games. So this is where we are really excited to see the gameplay. But not only that, Callie, I guess there's something that you want to say that you can say to the viewers out there as well, something to be excited for.
I mean, it's all about the gift codes, right? So you guys have to make sure that you redeem it right now because Neptune, I want to redeem it, but I can't because we're casting the game. But in order for you guys to activate that, you have to head into your official Garena Undawn map, and you're just going to have to utilize the All Star 4230 code, which will give you, a great amount of giveaway. And yeah, just have to be fast because it's not going to be there for long.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the broadcast is running, you'll be able to grab this. And again, this is for 20 freezing point sequence. The code is All Star, all caps, All Star 4230. Wait out in the comment section as well. It will be released there for your reference. But once the next code will be released, this will be going out. This will be taken out unless someone good enough in the comment section will be able to take records and put that back in. But if not, then you will lose that chance. Not only is it coming out today, but a lot of codes has already gone out from the first day of this competition. So all we're asking for is you stay in there with us watching the game, waiting for the code. Also to like and share the stream so that a lot of people will know of Undawn All Stars that's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, the more viewers that we got, the more reward that we can provide for you guys. So let's just help each other out real quick and make sure you share our live stream at Facebook and at YouTube for you guys to, let the other peoples know that we got something cooking up for Garena Undone itself. And we're already at the playoffs where everybody is at their peak. And looking at our bracket again, and we saw Dragon and the Boss Falcon advancing to the upper bracket quarterfinals. The Boss Line and YAFK will be sent down. Coming right up next will be Pros Habibi and Experience, and Herzus in Alliance Spades to finish up the remaining games that we got here.
Yeah, so we have 2 more series before we see the return of the Boss Lion as well as YFK. And after that, the ones losing the match 3 and match 4 battle. Now, there's a lot of excitement right now being built up by these teams, by these regions, by these games. And there we have it. Excitement is now up on its peak because we have 2 teams, Pros Habibi as well as Experience, who will be fighting it off in another best of 5.
Yeah, I'm looking at Panda for you as well as
Mhm.
Diablo for Pro Habibi. I mean, they were kind of the highlight when Pro Habibi was playing on day 2 of the Green Undawn All Stars that we had last weekend on Sunday. So I think this team just needs to provide these players that hot hand and a hot start and that information to find those
Mhm.
eliminations for them, especially when we played that Annihilation gameplay. Now, for Experience, though, was coming here as, it was the second, the best team coming out of Group B.
Yeah.
Just all about just adapting to the situation that they get put in because Pro Habibi, you already know they're going to be coming off hot here.
Yeah, they will be coming off hot, and as we can see right now, very near to that central area in this central shopping mall. But Panda for You will be staying in here in the back ends of those covers, spotting 2 of those players from Experience hopping through. Now, Sans right now, a little bit up front, a little bit of shot, but will not be able to connect.
Yeah, so far, Travs? And Panda for you, again, going to be the main player that you need to watch out for if you're experienced. He's like Tiger Yap up from the Dragons, right? He can beam down every player he wants. Finally able to take down the drone. And yeah, just taking this mid-map control going to be important, but they have to heal down Sipun, who's going to be here in this mid-square.
Sipung needs to be wiped out. And let's see if they can go for that. And you know what? Sipung dropping in on you. You don't want that to happen. All Filipinos know what I'm talking about. But Saz right now in the rush, trying to avoid all those gunshots coming from the side. Panda for you builds up that shield and covers them up as they heal up once again. The flank might be happening for the side of experience. And let's see if they can push through.
I mean, the barrier just being dropped there. Now we get to see some more view and where exactly these players are going to be at. Experience just going to be utilizing one angle, and now they send out one player on front, and they will be knocked down.
GG goes down, recover instantaneously, and let's see if they can continue on in taking that guy. It is now a 3v4 situation. As we can see, Panda for you will receive a little bit of damage, but on the side, we have Sass who's also beaming them down. Shield has been brought up, but they are now healing up with what has been brought out by their teammates. Here comes the rush, here comes the flag, and no, Sass is still alive and kicking, and Panda for you needs to back out.
Yeah, there's just so many action going on. The aggression is just there. Burger now knocked out.
Burger has been bitten in here, and let's see, there goes a 4v1 situation. Only one remains, and Experience right now will be losing this game. Pros, Habibi, showing up with a 1 point.
Yeah, I mean, everybody was just locking in off the start, right? Doesn't even matter if they're gonna play off aggressive and play those close range, because they got those heal strategies basically lined up to sustain their lives a bit better than the other players from Experience side, who is coming off, again, playing individual when they were trying to isolate one of the players in this long range. Pros of Habibi able to capitalize onto that, build up that 4v3 situation, and with Sipung able to get those first shots, dripping down those players, gonna be a lot easier for them to just overwhelm them with the 4v3 numbers.
You don't want Sipung dripping down on you. You
Yeah,
don't
man.
want that to happen. You don't want him to be stagnant as well. Otherwise, it will be so hard for him to be taken out. But anyways, we still have yet to see any damage being received. And as you can see, Pros Habibi right now, Panda for you. Good position on the top lane. This might be a good surprise that can be brought in by Pros Habibi at this point. Unsuspecting Experience might be caught off guard as they are just waiting it out. 2 minutes remaining in this game. No one's pushing through just yet.
I mean, after all of the aggression, now they start to think that, hey, I think it's not the best time for us to just go our heads there and barge our way in. Just let's play it slow. Just wait for these players to engage at the final minute and just let them decide where they want to be at. But Panda for you, I think has already got that information that there's a guy holding down the edges of the square, and now he's holding down the island.
And 3 spotted already. Let's see. Still no aggression being shown right now. Sass is in the lead for side of Experience. And let's see if this Experience will really be a great teacher for this team. Because not so much of being shown by Experience. We thought that they will be coming up similar to what the Dragon has, because they're coming from Thailand as well. But right now, there's a good chance to show up and show back what the Thailand team has to offer in this battle. Otherwise, we have Pros Habibi, who has been so strong in most of the battle that they are in, might be able to go and grab another point. Drone has been laid out for distraction. Shinji will try to fire back.
Yeah, 5x4 you has a heal here right beside, so he's not going to be having a hard time just getting back that HP and just shooting down these players, providing the damage for the team to fend them off of this battle. But one thing more than likely, there's 4 in front of this guy, so if you get run over, it's over.
It's over indeed. Panda for you being chased out and reeled in. Sass for the backup. Now let's see if Sass will be able to heal up. No! From the side, a hit, a bomb will be thrown. No, that was a fun. And let's see, Diablo right now will be hit as well, but managed to hide out. Now they are back, but only 13 seconds remaining. Let's see who grabbed the first point, the first down, and there you go. 1 knockdown has been done, and this might be a point that will be received by Experience. There goes the time, and Experience grabs the point.
Yo, nice adjustments coming in for Borgor and experience, right? I mean, they knew that they cannot have it easy if they're playing up close. So what they tried to do is just play passive of the round number two. Let those players just be desperate and just going in for that aggression. And when that had to be done, they had to make sure that they had at least one player knocked down so that they win through
Yeah.
the live count. Then experience, looking like they're the ones at the upper hand now after the slow start in round number one.
Yeah, let's see if the same tactics can still work. Put aside the Pros Habibi. Though Pros Habibi are the ones setting up the trap earlier, but Experience didn't fall for that trap, and they might be the one who will or who can spring it at this point. Both of the teams already battling it on in the mid square, but no one is going down just yet. And final for you in there, surprise hit by the foam bomb for surprise, and there goes one down for the side of Pros Habibi. No recovery, that will be happening.
Yeah, this is the resilience that we're seeing from the experience. Just finding those information, shooting the head over the body. That's just the attention to detail to just make sure that the kill is gonna be a lot faster.
Sass right now being sassy at this point, just dancing around as Seapool will try to drip and drop on those shots, but no one going down just yet. It is a 3v4 situation. They back up on the perfect timing that they are just dealing with 1 minute and 40 seconds. Here comes Sass. We'll try to fire back. Let's see if they can bring down another one, or can Pros BB take one for the side of Experience.
Yeah, this is an important round. You win this round, you win this first map at the Annihilation Central Shopping Mall. So now you're gonna have to play tactical. A minute and 24 passes, and now we got some action going through. Diablo almost gets down, but he gets away with his life with the help of the hill. But they gotta have to push more because now the attack goes super Experience.
4v2 situation is now favoring Experience at this point. 1 minute remaining in the battle, but here comes NJ for the hit, but they will be going down. It is now a time for this team to bring the battle on. That is already, if I'm not mistaken, that was a 2-2. Is that right? That 2-1 rather. On
Yeah.
the point, and it was Experience who grabbed that win despite of getting that loss against Pros Habibi earlier.
I mean, it is all about those adapting to the pace, right? I mean, they had to try to they tried to barge their head,
Yeah.
playing up close up against Prosa BB, and they thought that, hey, I don't think we cannot maintain this anytime longer, so let's just play it slow on round number two. That made it so much easier for them to really spot the players on those long range, get those informations, and they had to rely on a knockdown up against Prosa BBs to win through a live count. And that round number three, man, they combined the aggression and the passiveness and just beat down the players of Pros BB. That's exactly the mind games that we're talking about in the adjustments from Experience that truly won it at round number one.
Exactly. And one thing I can say is for Pros Habibi, that one guy who was caught with a foam bomb is the for their team, because there's a very little chance that you can survive out there. And if I'm thinking, that was Panda for you was caught with that foam bomb, and that was taken advantage of by the team of Experience. Borgor right now is our MVP, biting out the beef out of this team's of Pros Habibi, but Saz will be following him with also 3 knockdowns and 1 down. NJ has healed up 33, almost 34k of those damage, and a good job for him. Travis tried to do the same thing, but didn't work, especially as for the final moment, Panda for you, their MVP or the team MVP for Pros Habibi has gone down early.
And the tactics just got a lot better in round number two and round number three for Experience, right? They immediately just changed the pacing that they were trying to pull up after that individual gunfights that they were trying to take on that round number one, especially at that mid square at the central shopping mall, which paved out the way to be, such a big disaster for them. And it's a great thing that the communication is there for this squad, especially at that latter round, because they were able to adjust to the strength that they usually have when they were playing at the group stage, and it's just playing passive, let these players be baited out and just go in when the time runs out, and be aggressive along the way. And yeah, nice plays coming through for Experience. But I feel like this domination is gonna be closer than what we have on that Annihilation match, because everybody is just proactive in playing
Yeah.
that objective. And yeah, I'm looking at maybe a close finish on what we had on the first two domination matchup we had today.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Again, it's more of, well, initial parts. They will be going for the capture of the points for both A and C. And earlier, we saw a little bit that some of the teams can capture like their part a little bit faster. So it's already an increase of numbers in their
Yeah.
side. Now, the battle in the mid lane, that is where everything is in like that will change the game. Because the moment you grab that Bravo and a little bit early, then that will increase your chance to take the lead. And as mentioned earlier, if you reach that 1,500 with a 400 for five or 500 lead, then that would be a crucial battle that it's already a winning game for you.
Yeah, so now we are starting the game off again, starting off aggressive here. It's going to be Pros Habibi.
Ooh.
Now, shots coming through. Experience again. They don't want to miss out on this B flag. So they
Mhm.
try to capture as fast as they can, but not going to be easy as we got four, all of them, obviously, in the mid square.
Rosa BB right now halfway through, but it's being cleaned up by Experience. One goes down, Sass goes down for side of Experience, but Panda for you will still try to go. Burger being beaten out, but only a few HP managed to dodge those shots. But up front and personal, there is no way out once Panda for you is in front of you. And there you have it. Bravo right now. Oh, not only that, Alpha being captured as well as everyone is busy in this Bravo. And as quickly as that, we have Experience taking the lead at this point and almost halfway through into this B.
It's the communication that's just being relayed as fast as they can here for Experience, right? Hey, there's so many attention over towards B. Let's try to capture one of the other flags that is going to be available on the map. So they try to do exactly like that. And Pros Habibi is kind of divided. Where do they want to try to take this? Because right now, you try to give away the B side. It will be open for Experience to capture if you ever try to focus on getting at least the Alpha, all the Charlie flags. So you're going to have to play it slow and be tactical about this, or else things will just spiral out of control.
Speaking of tactical, I mean, this is a very smart move for the side of Experience because what you can do right now is you have two players, like two players from both Alpha and Charlie. If in case the team or another team from Pros Habibi push into one side, the other team, the other set will be moving into that Bravo, and it might look like a checkmate for the side of Pros Habibi. So there's not so much of movement, and they're only dealing with 5.5 minutes remaining.
I mean, there's already two flags right now in favor for Pros Habibi. Still trying to figure out where they want to push this B side, but they do, have the capture on the B side already. Experience actually will take it away for the moment as we get to see them get that full capture. But full attacks pushing through, all the utilities being stacked in. The drones are there as well to back these players up. Pros Habibi again losing two flags once again.
Yep, and they have Alpha and Bravo for side of Experience and very close to 1,000 mark. And Sass is not going down just yet. Here comes the rush by Panda for you, as well as a team or a C Pong in there. And the takedown has been done, but recovering quickly has been taken over. But as you can see, there is an attempt that's being done on that Bravo. It's not pushing through just yet with 4 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. It will not be easy, but it will be very close.
Yeah, Pros Habibi now able to get that lead change. Again, obviously, if they ever stay and maintain these two flags that they have been had. But you have to expect Experience, again, to go for that wraparound and get that Alpha flag, because that's what they've been doing if ever the B-side push is not going to be into play. But again, Pros Habibi slowly chipping away that lead, almost about to get that, and all of this gunfight is able to be won by them. But here comes Experience.
Experience right now trying to go in. Burger Race still alive and kicking. But as you can see, it's just a 100-point lead between them. Almost very, very close with 4 minutes on the clock. Battle for Bravo is still happening. No one's taking over the point, and halfway through is the contention being done by the side of Pros Habibi, as Experience still grab more points. Or no, it is Pros Habibi grab more points right now. It has been turned around, and the battle on Bravo is not yet over.
It's a race to 800 points here to win that maps here right now. Experience Gonna be trailing behind up against Pros Habibi, who's got 2 flags in their lineup, but Experience actually tried to take away the Alpha flag, but they will fail. Actually, they will be successful, so it's gonna be insane. This is gonna be a late stretch. Everybody has to play their A game as we go down the line.
And we are experiencing great gameplay coming from Experience at this point. They were down in that capture, but managed to turn it around on the other side when everyone is busy taking over that middle. Burger right now will be bitten off, but still alive and kicking, slide off in the perfect timing with the help of his teammate. Bravo is still being challenged right now, and this is how you do it. You don't stand back. You want to push through and distract the enemies on that Bravo side so that you can take over more points. But as you can see in the scoreline that we have, it's only 100-point difference, but it's still favoring Experience right now.
Yeah, just for 100 points for Experience to win this game. They still got 2 flags, and Pros Habibi, they are leaning towards this B side for so long. They need to get another flag capture or it's over. Experience might just be able to take this 2-map lead on this best of 5.
Yep, let's see if they will be able to turn this around similar to what we've seen earlier, but they only have 2 minutes and 19 seconds to work with, and they are stuck right now in this Bravo. They don't want to let the players of Experience rush in, and they don't have any information just yet. Spotting one, but backs up in perfect timing.
Yo, this is just insane strategy that we're seeing here for Experience, man. They're not even engaging that mid-map because they just have to guard the Alpha and the C flag. And with Experience not getting taken down, they have to make that long walk ahead of that flag capture. And that will just be too long, and Experience just won this game using the brilliant mind. They were playing mind games up against Pros Habibi on these first 2 maps.
For the final 2 minutes, they were just sitting pretty from both sides. I mean, Alpha and Charlie already captured. They are already moving up on the point. They got away after, if I'm not mistaken, after the 1,300 mark. And that's where they grabbed the Alpha and Charlie. Not so much of aggression being done by Pros Habibi to chase after one more of the point that give Experience a lot more breathing space and waiting time for them to win this point. So that is already 2 games over. Domination being shown in Central Shopping Mall. Can't wait to see what will be happening in Western District.
They thought I can't get over the fact that this experienced squads just know how to play this domination match to the T, right? I mean, Pros Habibi, they were expecting these players to at least contest that B flag and go for the triple capture, but with them already having those 2 flags, the Alpha and the Charlie, both on opposite points, they don't even have to move at all. They just had to wait for a contest to happen because everybody from the squad of Pros Habibi was on that mid square waiting for gunfights to happen. They did not bother rotating because they knew if they get shot down, they will be respawned back to their spots, but that did not happen. It backfired, and that is a win for Experience. A 2-0 start here, but that was very close.
Yeah, very very close, especially on the mid of that game. But again, Pros Habibi being taught by Experience, and who doesn't want to be taught by Experience at this point?
Yeah.
But it's not just experience overall in life, it's experience of losing 2 matches already. And we are going back to Annihilation, though we're going to deal with a different map. It seems like Experience has a better chance of taking a win. Burger right now,
Wow.
MVP with 7 knockdowns, 5 downs, and almost 70k on the damage.
Okay.
And also NJ did a lot of healing. Not only NJ, even Sass did a lot of healing in this game. So this is a good plan for you. Bring in 2 healers to help the rest who are splitting up. And we've seen them splitting up, Alpha and Charlie. That's where they took advantage of that game.
And you see the difference on the stats, right? There less damage that we got for Experience, but a lot more damage from this squad of Pros Habibi. There was a guy that was with the 91k damage, 81k damage, but it did not pursued into a run win. Why? Because Domination, it is an objective-based game. You win through captures. And with Experiences focusing on 2 points at a time, that was just the game breaker there for the squad of Pros Habibi. But it is not yet over for them. They
Mhm.
still got an opportunity to put themselves at a moment where they can go for a reverse sweep by just taking this coming game up ahead. But we go back into Annihilation, but this time on a different map. It is gonna be by the Western District.
Yep, definitely the Western District is where they were going to play it on. So far, the pattern emerges that the open side is still, the open rooftop is still
Yeah.
the winning side of this map. It's up to both of these teams to prove us wrong once again. But I thought Pros Habibi and Experience will be so fair. I'm not saying it's not fair, but like so much in the same level that they can grab both points, each of points by match number 2. But it's not working that way. Experience really showing up this time around, and won't be surprised if they will be grabbing this third match because they're in the open rooftop.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with these teams, right? They are equally paired up in terms of gunfights. It's just about the mechanics of the games that's lacking right now for Pros and BB, especially on that map number 2. It all ended up with at least a 2,000 point finish into a 1,800, right? So just a couple of difference in the score. Definitely closer to what we had in the first 2 match. And again, still a best of 5 series that we got here on this series. So Rosa BB can still go for a comeback by just taking away this first map. Looking to try to route away on the room side and on these rooftops. It's going to be experience in this long range engage. Yeah, they're prepared for it.
Yep, definitely prepared for it. The damage has been dealt from both sides. There's so much cover for the side of Rose Habibi, but as you can see right now, not so much of a push being done by Experience. Thus, they still or might still have that advantage. 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock right now. No one's going down just yet. As you can see, a little bit of rush, a little bit of aggression from far away is being done. And again, no one's crossing behind enemy line.
Yeah, so far for Induce, right? I mean, all of these players, they're waiting for the clock to run out before they even want to go for that push. A minute and 30 left. And now this is going to be desperation attempt. You have to push through, find some eliminations, because as soon as that clock expires, you're going to have to force to be real. You know, you have to be desperate in all sorts now. A minute and 18. This team's lining up, pushing in.
Let's see if they can push through as well. And 1 minute remaining, 1 minute and 9 seconds remaining. I guess Pros BB are planning their approach right now. I didn't memorize what we've seen earlier in terms of damage, but I guess Experience is a little bit confident that they have enough damage to not lose this if in case no one goes down. But the moment that we see that 30 seconds, we might see the aggression from both of these teams. As you mentioned, they're just buying time. Experience right now, Saz is in front.
Yeah, now they just have their front man waiting for a push to happen. And, you know, I was about to think that they're about to go for an attack at the 1 minute mark, but no, they're just waiting until the last 30 seconds. Grenades connecting, and now the push going through for Experience for real this time.
And there you go, the split up has been done. There goes Experience losing one of the players. Recovery has been done, but Prozo BB will also meet one on the floor. There goes Diablo hitting the floor as quickly being recovered. Only 13 seconds remaining. Shields up for both sides, and only one entry and exit for both of the teams. Who will grab the knockdown? Prozo BB has a 1 down already. 2 seconds remaining. Experience grab the first point.
Yo! Talk about chaos. This match and this series has been chaos, but Experience still giving Pro Sabibi that lesson, and again taking this match point, this game point as well on this Western District. We need Pro Sabibi to force overtime. They need to win this round to stay and survive at the upper bracket.
I love how the push is working out as early as this. A knockdown has been done, but recovery is already brought in. Drones also being brought in, and here comes Panda for you, already crossing behind enemy lines. Let's see if this is worthy for this approach. And the moment he goes in for the backstab, one goes down to their side once again. 4v2 or 3v2, and Experience right now in the losing end. Pros Habibi, this is comeback, they say.
Yeah, this is about the adjustments that you have to do. Just be aggressive. This is where you were able to take down Experience on round number 1 at the Central Shopping Mall. Overwhelm them in close range and finally able to get that kind of pacing. You're going to have to be pretty happy about that. So you're going to have to do the same exact thing in this final round so that you can force a map number 4.
And let's see if they can do the same thing because it's not that easy. Experience learns a lot, but let's see if they can outsmart the team from Thailand. The shots onto Jablo, but the return against Sads will be beneficial for them to grab all those points. And another tag down as quickly as that against Experience. What is happening with Experience right now? They have a good plan earlier, but they are falling short. They're backing off. They have that ticket. They have that advantage already. All they have to do is buy time, and they know that Experience will be chasing them. This is a trap being set by Pros of EB.
Oh, that is insane. They're the ones pulling in the reverse Uno card, playing for the mind games. And the best thing about this is that Experience, they got a lot of time to actually plan their way in this battle. So it's just all about picking the right cards and picking your battles in order for you to trade back up against Pros Habibi, but it's gonna take more than that as the number is still in their hands.
Yeah, the number is still on their hands right now. The rush being done. Let's see if all utilities can be used at this moment. Shields after shields, throw after throw, and no knockdowns just yet happening against Pros Habibi. They have the advantage right now because they have taken the first knockdown. Another one against Shinji, and there we go. Pros Habibi might be grabbing the point and the win in this game. Jump and shoot. There goes
4v2.
Sap almost out, and 4v2.
Yeah, they have to just finish out one more player and it's over. We might just see our first map number 4 today on Domination, Central District, Western District. Just one more player who's just gonna try to hide out and you're about to chase him. We got 4 players in there.
Well, Pros Habibi is hungry. They are hungry for Burger, and there goes the shot. There goes the rush. 1v4 situation. Burger tries to melee them down, and there goes Pros Habibi grabbing this win. 2-1 is the scoreline.
And this is exactly what you want, right? Again, the adjustments. They played through their strength, and not the enemy's weakness. And again, not the enemy's kind of pacing. They knew that when they try to play aggressive, they can overwhelm Experience in terms of those close range gunfights. And man, we got something cooking up. I think we might just have ourselves a series on this match number 3 that we got between Experience and Pros Habibi. Map number 4, Western District, gonna be another game mode. So they just have to make sure that they focus on those objectives, those flag captures, instead of those damage and kills.
Definitely. And the way I'm looking at it, it will not be that easy for Experience to do the same thing that they did in Central Shopping Mall because in Western District there's a lot of openings right there once you move in and try to flank in from either side. So there's a good chance that they will be caught off guard if they try to go in from ends to ends on a capture on domination point. But I'm still mind blown what Pros Habibi has done in that annihilation mode in Western District. They know from game number 2 that they can go for a knockdown as early as the first minute. So they did that on the next round, and the moment they got that knockdown, they know that they have the advantage already. Backed off in the perfect timing, pulled them in, and that's where the trap has been sprung.
Yeah, man. This is just insane because now I think Experience has got to be thinking what do they want to do here because Western District can be a tricky. Just like what you said, a lot of opening areas on these flags. And I feel like in this close range, they will be the ones at a disadvantage, knowing that Pros Habibi has finally locked in their playoff mode, and it's just in the best way possible, in a way where they are going to be in elimination contention. So they lose one more round, it is gonna be over. So they activate that one up, trying to go for a reverse sweep by winning map number 3, and now we get ourselves a map number 4, a domination game mode, and it's just all about finding that right rhythm once again. If you are Panda, for you have been able to light things up for your squad. Now you gotta do more than that to score potentially a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean it's looking like a great potential for Pros Habibi to do so, but again, Experience will not be backing down. I'm pretty sure they're angry after what happened right there. They were played, they were taken advantage of, and Experience will try to fight back. Will it still be the same tactic though? Will it still be the capture on both sides of Alpha and Charlie, or will they just utilize that they have because of the opening that they have from either side? It's also a good chance that they can still leave 2 players or probably 1 player on both ends and probably sniper, and still have an opening in the middle. But before we go anything else to that domination, this is the match result right here. Diablo is our MVP with 5 knockdowns and 78, almost 79 on the total damage. Panda for you, not so much of damage as well as knockdowns compared to Diablo, but Borger has tried to brought in, especially in the final moment, a few more to their side, but it's not enough for them to win that game.
Yeah, Diablo is that second fragger for this team, right? If he pops
Mhm.
up, you already know that they will have a great time. Panda for you did kind of struggle here, only getting 2 knockdowns, but Diablo, he makes up for it with his amazing finish.
Yeah.
And again, that map number three, round number three, the final round, it was
Mhm.
very essential. They just had to get that pick, and they just had to go down to where
Yeah.
they will be in a safety net, a sanctuary where they just had to wait for experience to go for the initiation, and then they were able to get the elimination.
Yeah, definitely. And well, it is the question of, does it end on this next domination, or will it extend, especially if Pros Habibi grab the point? That is what the teams will be answering right now. Will experience show a different tactics this time, or would it be the same tactics in domination that can be? And the risk is, if you show the same thing, it can be replicated against them once they head in onto the next level. Whether it is an upper bracket or lower bracket, we still have yet to see. And Prosa BB is same question for them.
Yeah, same question again. Honestly, for Pro CBB, they gotta play it a little bit more with communication. They have to relay down where exactly do they want to take that hit. I mean, you can get this B side capture, but you gotta make sure you protect your own flag, your home base, before even going about this B side.
Yep, and as you can see right now, we have a capture on that Bravo already. Initiation, but it is being left to experience on both Alpha and Charlie. This is not the way you want to start it, because this is where they lost this game. Only Bravo has been taken by Pros Habibi at this point, and
Oh
we
my
can see the
God.
scores already moving up. 200 mark for the side of experience, and Panda for you will be stuck in here distracted by the rest of experience.
You know, this is exactly what's the problem with Pro CBB on the Central Shopping Mall that we had earlier, right? They always try to get this B side on their favor and not even worry about the A and C flag, which is gonna be paying off dividend at the end, because you get more flags, the higher points that you're going to get on this domination battle. And you can see the contest going through now, and they finally are able to secure their home base. That's gonna be 2 flags now for Pro CBB. Nice adjustments coming through.
2 flags indeed. I mean, it is a good start for Prosa BB at this point for them to catch up on the 400, almost 500 points that Experience has. But we'll have to find out what tactics will be brought in by Experience to grab another point. And there you have it,
What?
Alpha being recaptured at this point. There's no rest that will be given to Pros Habibi, especially as Experience is playing against them.
Yeah, man, Pro CBB, this is kind of very annoying if you're trying to think of it, right? Because you may have taken that A flag capture, but the experience just took it away in just mere seconds, and they still are scoring more points up against you, and is trying to build that lead to go even further. So it is going to be desperation attempt for them now. We take a look at the experience, trying to get this
Oh.
B-side captured this time, going in for a triple lockdown. Definitely in their hands. The mind game is strong.
The thing is, no one is contesting that Bravo, so this is a much more tougher space for the side of Pros Habibi. If in case that Bravo will be captured as well as will be taken care of by Experience, then they will have better chance taking a win right now. And as you can see, Alpha and Charlie is still captured for the side of this is Pros Habibi, who's getting that Alpha and Charlie. But as you can see, it's still a 1,000 point of already being reached by Experience. There goes spray down being done against the team of Experience, and they have 5 minutes remaining right now to secure those points.
Yeah, they still got a lot of time here. There's still 5 minutes on the clock, and there's definitely just, you know, a little bit of a close lead that we got from Experience. Just 300 points, actually, that they can come back into with these 2 flags that they have, but now Experience going in for the push. Now they got some players in the B side, but it's great because right now, for Pros Habibi, they're able to stack that resources inside, just go in for that overwhelm and just push in with their bullets. Just let these players eat those damage and win this gunfights.
And again, fights being won right now, slowly but surely, as well. The points being catching up for the side of experience. Shield has been brought up, and there goes Bravo being cleaned out. But to what extent will they be able to maintain this? Charlie right now is still, there's a little bit of sight of blue in there, and Pros Habibi might still have that to their favor. Very, very close right now in terms of points. But here comes NJ being hit by the foam bomb and being knocked out, but no, still was able to recover with that heal. And Burger right now up close and personal, but as you can see, no one's going down for the side of Panda for you. He still managed to stay in the point, and they still have two of those dominations.
Yeah, nice stand for them now. Just a little bit more points, and they're going to get that lead switch right in time for the late game to open up. Experience cannot win their gunfights on the B flag. Now they're going to have to think about the bigger picture. Do you want to continue up the pressure on this mid-map, or do you want to capture another flag? They're trying to hit that C flag once again, though. Experience trying to hit them with another delay strat.
Well, let's see. Panda for you right now is now backing out and taking a look at that Charlie. This is a two-prong approach. One on Charlie, one on Bravo. But Charlie does fail, and it will be cleaned up. Here comes Panda for you going in for the Burger. But Burger a little bit too quick in there. But only a few HP remaining there. He goes down. And with the points gearing towards Pros Habibi, I love how this is turning up. This might be a 2-2, and this might bring them to that map or game number 5. But as you can see, we have experience trying to go for the capture on the Charlie, but here comes the rest of the teams of Pros Habibi trying to defend it.
That they have to defend this one. You don't want to give experience those two flags, but experience Sipong is going to be taken down here, and 9 shots coming in for Indu. It's just going to get a lot tighter here. Just a few more points for Pros Habibi to win that battle. 50 more points to force a map number 5. Pros Habibi, they want to get that reverse sweep. They take down experience on this map number 4, going back to back.
Oh my goodness. I mean, the same tactic has been used by experience several times, but I guess it's because of the map. We saw that it's very, very easy for Charlie to be protected, especially as they go in for the approach, because there's an opening from the room side straight into that Charlie. And Alpha, though it's near to be recaptured by the team of Pros Habibi, they don't care that much. All they have to focus right now is maintaining that Bravo and then pushing through that Charlie despite of what pressure is being brought in by experience.
Yes, it's just an insane place, right? And nice adjustments that we obviously have now
Mhm.
for the squad. They were taking about their home base, which was essential because that was a tight finish on the map number 4 domination. It was just like a 300-point difference between these two squads, and the defense at the C flag came in at the right time. They were able to take down, the players coming in from the side of experience, and with those eliminations coming through, they fend off those two flags from being in their hands, but also buys time for them to capture at least 24 points every time the clock ticks when they have the B-side capture. And look at that damage, and look at the score lines, man.
And the score line's definitely Sipong. You don't want to be dropped in by Sipong. He is our MVP with 80k on the damage. And Pros Habibi, I mean, I love how it's turning up. I did mention this already. It's quite evident already, especially on how they grab hold of that Bravo. But the thing is for the side of experience, not quite sure what they're thinking about trying to push through on that Bravo. They got impatient, already holding on that Alpha and Charlie. And the moment they push into Bravo, knowing that all of players from Pros Habibi is already in there, that's where they were caught off guard, going in for the trade-off and trying to recapture Charlie and Bravo at the same time.
Yeah, they decided way too late. They just pushed too much on that B side, and they came in thinking that, oh hey, we still got a couple of time here to just push this B side. Maybe we get to win it, but no. Panda for you and Diablo was obviously there for this team, going in for those damage, and they got those heals to back them up. So a limited restores when that was happening, and they tried to push for that C site, but we just saw Pandas for you and crew able to really get that read as they were trying to defend those two flags that they initially have. And best time possible for you to be a Pros Habibi fans, because we got ourselves another map, the last map to force and see whoever will be advancing to the upper bracket quarterfinals.
All right, so for this series, this is the huling last game. We're going to find out which one of them is moving up on the upper bracket as well as the lower bracket. This will be brought in to where we started. Annihilation mode in Central Shopping Mall. The battle begins right now. 3 minutes on the clock and 4 players from both sides.
Yeah, approaches Habibi. The last time they played here, round number 1, they were able to take that win with what kind of play? They played through aggression, overwhelming experience in that mid map, and utilizing Borgor as their main player to take all of those damage. But experience, again, trying to do exactly the same exact damage on this left flank. It's going to be Sipun with the Bison.
I love the aggression being shown right now by Pros Habibi. Only one is trying to push them out. And the moment that they are receiving damage, Pros Habibi is, well, they did back off. Saz right now just put in so much of a pressure. Again, to my statement, I love how experience is showing up right now. They are pushing into one side. Only one is required to give them that pressure. And as we can see, the rest of the teams, all they have to do is wait out until that HP is gone. And well, there's no waiting for side of Pros Habibi. They will be backing off into one side, and halfway through is experience to rush them in.
Yeah, so far experience, they're finally utilizing their snipers here, which is going to be great because Pro Habibi, they're trying to play that long game. They're trying to play it slow. They're going to be staying back at their home base, and that will wrap things up. They're trying to pull this team in onto their area, and with a minute and 35 seconds left on this round number 1, you're going to have to think that you need to make a move at some point in time. But look at this information for Habibi, just kiting and just biting them one at a time with their scope as well.
They know time is running out. They know they are dealing the damage. The only question is it enough for them to win the game? And we've seen this gameplay overall. The final 30 seconds, this is where experience put in the aggression as well as the knockdown. But will it work this time for the side of Pros Habibi? They have been read, or probably have been read, and a different approach might be put in by the Indonesian team. But again, there's still no movement for the side of Pros Habibi. All they have to do is wait and reel them in.
Oh yeah, here we go. This final 45 seconds is gonna be intense as we see the players of experience about to wrap in only one angle. Fights about to go through. You need to be ready if you're the healer and if you are the tank.
Yeah, let's see. 1-3 split being done right now. And there goes a foam bomb hitting one, but managed to get away in the perfect timing. Panda for you right now will try to take the lead and approach. And there you go. Oh, 2 captured the foam bomb. And then multiple knockdown being done. Pros Habibi, the trap has been sprung. And Sas will go down in the nick of time. They grab the first point to this match, or game number 5.
Yeah, nice reeling play for Habibi. Just letting experience go into their base and then put them on a trap. The pwn bomb connecting, knocking down 2. And it is just them now at match point and game point on this best of 5, only needing 1. But can you finally close things out? Because round number 2, when you were at the same map up against experience on round number 1 or map number 1, you lost back-to-back rounds.
Yeah, let's see if this is something that Pros Habibi will be able to turn around to. A little bit of aggression being shown right now by Pros Habibi. But the thing is, the way I'm looking at it, it's the impatience that experience is showing at this point that's really costing them. So they receive a little bit of damage, and the moment that they get that pressure of not getting enough by the final 30 seconds, that's where they are being pulled in. And as you can see the position of Pros Habibi, they just try and peek. The moment they have an opening, they try to snipe it or probably shoot them down to get more of a damage. But the way I'm looking at it, 2 minutes on the clock right now, a little bit too early for Pros Habibi to back off to their spawns. Not quite sure if it's still the same tactic or a different one.
It has to be the same tactic that they did at round number 1, just letting themselves figure out where exactly experience is trying to take that route. Remember, experience was only holding one angle when they're trying to go for that push, and it makes it so much easier for Habibi to line up all of their grenades and all of their weapons. And you can see now it is going to be Panda for you, able to spot those initial engage. And Habibi, this is the best time for you to finish off the series and win through a reverse sweep.
Let's see if they can reverse sweep this, or they will be swept to their feet. Saz right now putting out a little bit of a drone action. and will try to go for a pinch, but they're receiving a little bit of damage as well as they rush in. They are stuck in this position, and I guess it is Pros Habibi who has a better advantage at this point, spotted with that draw and damage a little bit, but no rush just yet. 1 minute into the clock right now. They are just waiting for time.
Yeah, this is it's essential. Experience again, only pushing on one side. This is where you got taken down by the pwn bombs. So you have to really plan this strategy out. You gotta be spread out. They're sending out Indu actually here to go for the push now. So we got a 1v2.
1v2 situation. Let's see if they will work it out and fire. The moment he sees that guy, they were able to show up in time. But NJ didn't survive that battle, and Experience right now has lost one of the players. Let's see, 25 seconds remaining in the clock right here, and there goes another one. Experience is losing this battle, and Pros Habibi has a grab this match and the win on chance onto that upper bracket.
Oh, talk about the mental resilience for Pro Shabibi. Losing the first two rounds, they lost their identity and then finding themselves back in it by winning the Annihilation Western Districts and chaining that map win back to back. And they will be giving us our first best of 5 map 5 win, and it's through an amazing story, a reverse sweep to wrap the day
Oh.
up against Experience, who was the #1 team from Group B last weekend.
The thing is, one thing that worries me for the side of Pros Habibi, this is a good tactics overall. Good tactics overall, but they've shown it so many times, twice in this final annihilation mode, and I don't know. It might be a little bit too risky, but I guess they really need it to move into the upper bracket, as well as Experience has been pushed down. So tactics, both meta that we've learned so far in either Annihilation and Domination has been shown. But as you can see, Diablo showed
Wow.
up, raised from the hell with our MVP. We have knockdowns of 5 and almost 40 in the damage. But again, Boom will not be beat in terms of damage. Almost 50k in there on the total damage. This duo once again proven that it's a tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some tons of potential for Pro Shabibi. If there's anyone to be named the comeback kings, it has to be this team, right? I mean, going down 2-0 and then winning the next 3 maps, it takes a mental fortitude to exactly execute those kind of plays. You have to
Mhm.
keep your mental game in check, and you have to be perfect. And they did that, playing
Yeah.
the mind games up against Experience on the next 3 maps, an Uno reverse card that they were able to pull off, and now they advance to the upper bracket, keeping the 2 life count advantage on this tournament.
Yeah, well, they had a 2 life count advantage at this point, and they push Experience out the window and into the lower bracket. Up next will be the last set, our first matches in this phase number 2 elimination mode, Versus and Alliance Spade. And we know that there is a huge potential for the side of Versus. They went against Alliance Clover 2-0, YOLO 2-1. Even Pro Zabibi has been beat by this team, and it's really, really a tough battle for anyone who face against this team in their second day or in our second day of competition. But Alliance Spade right now, they went in against the Joke Is On Me and even against GRD, taking both a 2-0 series. But unfortunate for them, they were beat on a 0-2 against a Dragon. So both has a almost similar record, but Versus, it seems like, or it looks like in numbers, the I would say the not the strongest team because they had one loss against YOLO. But in terms of what they have to offer in these games, it's looking like Hersus has a better chance in winning this.
I feel like hers is obviously is like, a hand down of the dragons, right? ZQT is
Mhm.
here. You got that. They can obviously pull in a lot of the shots for the team as the front man. And then you got a massive healer for this team. But for Alliance Spades, again, coming here as the second best team from Group A, you did take that loss up against Dragon, but that also helped you actually try to gauge what this Thailand region could provide to you. What
Yeah.
kind of aggression, what kind of passiveness are you going to be able to experience, right? And I think going up against a tough team like Dragon, they might be prepared going up against Herses, who came in as the #1 team at Group D last Sunday, and ZQT being mostly the top performer of the squad.
All right, so well, at this point, this is the third installment of the Thailand and Indonesia battle. So far, we started it off with Dragon and the Boss Lion, and then the next one is Pros Habibi as well as Experience. So that is the second installment. The third one is Hersus going against Alliance Spades. I love the numbers that you've shown and the points that you've shown in there for our viewers. Now it's up to them to really live up to this name. Is it something similar to what we've seen from a battle of Pros Habibi and Experience? Or will Hersus finish this off similar to what we've seen from Dragon? That would depend on the players as well as what adjustment they have done, especially with addition of Domination and the extension to a best of 5.
I feel like if we're talking about Annihilation, for me, exactly my opinion, guys, I think
Mhm.
Herses will end up winning all of the Annihilation match. Now, Alliance
Yeah.
Spades, I think they do have a lot of chinks on their armor when they're playing that game mode, but with the Domination added in, they can always play for those objectives. Just like what we saw from Experience earlier
Yeah.
when they were playing map #2 up against Pros Habibi. And the thing with that kind of gameplay is that you don't even have to actually go for it. Most of those engagements on those mid maps. Just make
Yeah.
your way over towards the other side of the map. Go for those captures and just try to sustain your life out there and always play on rotation and proactively so that if ever Hersus decides to rotate on their home base, you can get that B side and overwhelm this team with numbers. So exactly what you want to see here for these two teams as we begin the final upper bracket match that we got here on this first set of games.
Yeah, let's see who will be initializing this battle. ZQT received a little damage, a little bit of utilities being thrown against the team of Spade, but they backed off in perfect timing. A little bit of flank action being done by the team of Hersus, but ZQT once again hit hard with half HP remaining.
Yeah, nice shots for Alliance Spades, man. Just looking at this game, I feel like Parlix, he has to be that player that needs to really stand out for this squad. Now we take a look at Hersus. This is going to be, death on your screen. They got this mid-map control and they're pushing out. I mean, backing away just to try to hold on to the aggression that we're seeing from Alliance Spades.
And what they need right now, Hersus needs right now, is a knockdown to balance it off from both sides. Now, we still have 2 minutes to play with, but I guess they know the assignment. They've seen the gameplay that happened earlier as well. Death and Death's door is already waiting for anyone to move in. It's a good thing that on the side of Alliance Spade, the healer is out of sight and also in good view of the rest of the teams. But they need to be careful right now because they are knocking onto the doorstep of Hersus, and they might fall for another trap similarly to what we've seen earlier. Chalk right now up close and personal, but managed to get away.
Ooh, and again, this is all about finding these rotations. Now you got this player spotted out, the knockdowns being forced here by Alliance Spades.
Ooh. All headshot indeed. Zeke Yuri up close with a shield gun.
Oh.
And there you have it. A quick turnaround being done by Alliance Spade. They grab the first point. Mang Hussein in there showing up in this battle. Now let's see if they can bring it back for the side. Hersus has backed off in the perfect timing, even with the damage. They're ready in losing end, but we saw the aggression from Alliance Spade. This might be their ace.
Yeah, I might just be wrong with my statement earlier. I think with the way that Alliance Spade played at pacing on this round #1, there's obviously a great chance that they can just topple off first. So just trying to play off very passive here off the start. But now we got to see, again, Void stacking all the damage here. The squad is ready for the gunfights on that mid-map as we prepare this team to go for those knockdowns.
SF being knocked down right now, and their paybacks being done by players of Void. And let's see if they can do that as well. 2 minutes remaining on the clock right now. They need to back off, and as you can see, Mang is being gunned down coming from the mid. They need to recover. They need a little bit of healing, Galing coming from their teammates. And Chalk right now almost caught, but Foam Bomb not used to stop him to his heels.
Yeah, slowing things down here now. This time it's Alliance Spades. They lose this mid-map control, but they're using the corners to actually spot down these players one at a time.
And there goes a slide and a little bit up close and personal battle by Chalk. They are blinded at this point. 4v3 recovery has been done. Here comes Utilities. That is stopped. And there goes the takedown. Let's see if he can bring brought up. And ZQT right now is also paying back. And there you have it. Very close on the 2v3 battle. Or 3v3. Chalk is not joking at this point, trying to get away, but into the rest of the Spade team.
Yeah, man, just 2 more players alive here for this squad. They gotta hold it down a little bit more, but now Hers is going in for the pounds. It's a 3v2 situation, and they take down the hill as well. It's the best time for them to take this game into a round number 3 as Hers just lines them up. It's a back against the wall moment for A Spade as they get steam up on that mid-map. They get eliminated, Void, eliminated. We got ourselves a round number 3.
I love the accuracy from the players out here. The moment they go for that ADS, it's already aiming for the head. Despite of them being stuck in the foam bomb, they still have a fighting chance. And it is a fighting chance for both teams right now. They have a point for both sides. Let's see who's going to take this win in this central shopping mall for game number 1.
Now again, a crucial round here to win the first map. It is going to be heavy as you look to try to at least start the day off for your playoffs with the win and use that momentum to carry over on the next succeeding maps that we got. So far, for Herzus, they really were trying to play a very aggressive round number 2, but this time opting for a more long-range approach, just utilizing these corners that we got from the mid-squares.
ZQT really tried to cross over, but Volt just waited for him and saw him. Here comes Death right now. Managed to get away and hide off on the pillar, but here comes the flank. ZQT a little bit too close and personal, and they will not be able to push through. Hussein right now will try to take ZQT down with only a few HP and now bleeding out. Managed to get away. Death doing the same thing. And there is little to no hope for the side of Hersus right now. They are being pushed out. Let's see if a boom bomb will work. And there goes the takedown. And there goes 2. And Millie doesn't work for him up close and personal. And there you go. Battle against 1. Nobit has been taken out. And Alliance Spade has brought the first game.
Yeah, and talk about the adjustments, not the adjustments, but the movements that we were just seeing from Alliance Spades. They were bunny hopping in and out of gunfights, just flying through and overwhelming Herzus with those aim and just throwing them off in their accuracy when they're trying to shoot those shots. And man, talk about another close game. This Indonesia versus Thailand series that we got going on, it definitely will be in it until the grand finals that we got so far. Between the games that we have on the first 3 maps, it's 1-1. This series will dictate who's going to take that lead between these 2 regions, right? And starting the day off, it has to be the Indonesian team, Alliance Spade, doing a lot better up against Hersus.
Yeah, I mean, it has been proved earlier that Indonesian has a lot of a game style that can be shown right here. But I won't be surprised if we'll be hitting another record, if not very close to a record run, because based on what we've seen earlier, it's mostly headshot as being done right there, especially in that annihilation mode. And that is a lot of damage being dealt with. So, we still have yet to see the result later on, but there you have it. There we have it. We have Jose with not Jose, Volt right now. If I'm not mistaken, Volt is the most of the time we've seen 72k on the damage. Why is it only 72 and not the 90 that we've seen earlier? Because SR has done 73. So both players doing 70 plus K in terms of damage, but with the say an MVP, 6 knockdowns, a total of 14 for Alliance Spade.
Yeah, that's just insane numbers that we just see here. I mean, you got SR and Void with 70k plus. Now Jose almost gets himself a 70 as well, and the damage was just getting a lot better there for Alliance Spades, right? So gunfight wise, I think we know who might just be the real contender when we head into the domination match. It has to be this Alliance Spades squad. And talk about the group stage match that the Alliance Spades go up against the Dragons where they lost. I guess that's where they find out the adjustments that they have to do, because we all know that the Dragons from the Thailand region is one of the best teams in this lobby and in this season. So actually getting those repetitions up against them, gets you a good gauge on what this other Thailand teams can provide, and them taking round number 1 up against Herses makes a lot of the work that they've done, the homework that they had in order for them to be successful off of this first round.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely. That's a crucial part in competitions just like this, doing your homework. But the thing is, we've introduced domination today, and they only have less than a day to work on those tactics to go into the grand finals if they go in the grand finals. So for the teams who's already in their upper bracket, well, it's good for them, especially if they dominated their game in that initial part. But right now, domination will be a different tactics and not so much of references from the previous week. But as we can see, Charlie already being captured. And for Alpha, it's not even close, but they prioritize on that Bravo and going in for a two-prong approach.
Yeah, so far it's gonna be again mid-map control here, starting the day off with Alliance Spades, but they all get gunned down. So this time it is going to be, a capture that's about to be in line for Herses. But again, loving the capture, loving the attacks, and the the scrappy fights that we're seeing off this B site. But at some point, you're gonna have to think that you're gonna have to defend your home base.
Yeah, as we can see right now, double capture being done at this point by Alliance Spade. No, it's Alliance Spade right now with a double capture on the Bravo and Charlie. Here comes Vol trying to get away from ZQT, who's trying to defend that Alpha. But midway through, they're already meeting up close 1v1 situation with the back up for the side of Alliance Spade on the other side.
Wow, he's just going for the knockdown, but the heals is insane there. ZQT's the one that gets outplayed. Alliance Spades, the gunfights again, just being the extra factor that's just keeping themselves with the amount of dominance in this game. Already a 200-point lead that they built up on this domination match. They also got 2 flags to work with that. Might even potentially go for a triple capture, but that is just too much. Just have to focus on 2 so far for now. Better map control up against Herses.
Yeah, let's see if Herses will be able to capture this Bravo. Shield hasn't been up, and only one is going for the defense in this Bravo. Here comes the rest of the teams from the back, and Foam right now. ZQT in trouble, responding to Foam Bomb, and there goes SR, but no, has been healed, and now the rush from 3 coming from a team of Alliance Spade, putting ZQT in the forefront of going down, but still managed to go for the knockdown. Here comes the second, and they might be able to catch up at a point. They now have a good chance, but no unlimited backup coming from Alliance Spade.
Yeah, just need to take care of the guys at that mid-map, but you can't because Boyd and SR, they're just too good at holding down angles all on their own, and they can single-handedly do most of the kills for their side. And that's just what makes this team so much of a threat up against Ursus right now. The gunfight was just a lot better. We saw 3 players at least getting 70k plus damage on an Annihilation matchup. At least you're gonna have to think that this is gonna be translated on this domination match. They have maintained a half of a deficit here. 500-point lead right now for Ace Spades, and a triple capture, by the way, to top it all off.
Ooh, a triple capture will increase their chance and increase the speed of the points to their side. And ZQT right now still in front. Not quite sure what ZQT is thinking about right now, but it seems like this is no way back for the side of Herses, and they are stuck with only Charlie to their side. Not only Charlie, but ZQT is stuck as well. Foam Bomb on his feet, and the defense of Alliance Spade is just too tough to beat.
Yo, Alliance Spades, they're onto something here. 600 more points for them to win the battle. Herses at this point needs to get a triple capture all throughout the rounds in order for them to win. It's gonna get, it will take quite a miracle for that to happen right now. But you gotta do it chip by chip now. You have 2 flags already captured, but you need this B flag and maintain it as soon as you can, because right now Alliance Spades only needs 400 points for them to win this round number 2.
4 minutes in the clock right now. Bravo's still not being contested. It's only now we are seeing ZQT, but the Foam Bomb will miss the target, and face off against SR begins. Here comes backstab. SR managed to get away with a sliver of hell, but 1v1 will not work for him. Bravo will be captured as Alpha has been taken back beside of Alliance Spade. But is ZQT enough to maintain this point on this Bravo, because another challenger has jumped in?
Yeah, here's this. Oh my god, they are just getting bullied out of that mid map every time there is going to be some gunfights in there. It's always them falling down on
What?
all fours. Alliance Spades, 200 more points for them to win. It's just closer than you can get for a 2-0 lead on the best of 5.
The thing is, we can see they have a ZQT managed to survive longest in that mid map, despite of what the result will be. ZQT has been so tough in this battle, but as you can see, we have Alliance Spade right now trying to go in onto the other side as the capture is being done
Oh.
by the team of Perseus. Will they be able to take it down? Only 100 point remaining right now, and even before anyone goes down in this 1v3, it might be over, and Alliance Spade will grab that point. Only a few more seconds remaining as the clock is now beating as the clock is being beat by the scoreline. There we have it. Alliance Spade wins this match.
Yeah, they just managed to just win their gunfights early game, and it really affected the way that the other team was just thinking, right? Because they were trying to win through the B side, but they could not really win every set of gunfights that they tried to throw on this area on the map. So at that late game, they tried to take that C side attack. It also did pan out successful, but it was just kind of too late. The push was just too much, and Ace was able to get there in time and buy the team that eliminations and an opportunity for them to take those 2 flags to secure this map 2 victory.
And there you have it. I mean, I love the initiation as well, especially in the final on that domination, because we've seen that we thought that one of their side has been left off, not being taken, but no, they are trying to capture that Bravo first, and with that attempt, they only need one person the time as well, wherein no one is going in for the other side for extension onto the other side for them to go and capture 2 of the domination point. But as we can see right now, it is SR, our MVP. And this guy,
Wow.
this is the one who went in head to head, toe to toe against ZQT on that mid map. And as you mentioned earlier, with the number of damage that they've done in Annihilation, no question that they can stand off, maintain their stamina towards this domination.
Yeah, and look at the MVP stats for SR, right? I mean, 80k damage for him, all for himself. And the thing with that kind of gameplay for him was that they always set him alone on that mid map, and he always stands his ground up against 2 players from the side of Herz's, and it just
Yeah.
speaks a lot on this guy's experience and
Mhm.
his ability to be confident at winning those gunfights every time he ever faces a couple of players right in front of him, and that will give Alliance Spades that 2-0 lead on this best of 5, just only needing one more map to finish things off. But if it's just look
Ooh.
and watch that last game at that match number 3, you already know a comeback can't be possible. All it takes is for you to have that win on the swing game, which is going to be map number 3.
Yeah, I mean it is reverse right now in terms of region. So it's Thailand team who's hoping to go for reverse sweep at this point. But again, Alliance Spade has shown us so much potential. It's not that experience is not showing that aggression that we're expecting that they should, but it's more of the tactics that we are seeing from Alliance Spade that is beating them. So if they can turn it around, if Hersus can turn it around right now against Alliance Spade, then it's a good start for them. They might be like the Thailand region might be taking the reins of that upper bracket, and then pushing the Indonesian region down the lower bracket for the shorter or for the longer run of this competition.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a lot more defined right after we see these games head on through. But now we get to hop into the game once again. Western District is where we're going to be at. And Alliance Spades up 2-0 on the series. Only needing one more map to win this best of 5 in advance to take on Habibi on the upper bracket quarterfinals. But it's going to take more than that. You need to win this game and not let Hersus build up some sort of lead. And you can see them actually struggle for the moment, but they turn it around. 2v2 now.
2v2, make that 3v3, 3v2 as recovery has been done right now, but Alliance Spade losing in, Hersus brings it back to their side as quickly as that. aggression is what Hersus has to offer in this Annihilation mode, and I love how it's turning up. I won't be surprised if reverse sweep can be done, similar to what you said earlier, Callie.
Hey, just throw it. So just throw them on the mix, put them on a blender, and then grind these players one by one, overwhelm them with just those bullets up against you. Now, these teams on the rooftops, you already know Alliance Spades is the initial advantage, having this initial control at this early start.
Yeah, let's see if they can end it, similar to what we've seen in the previous game. Here comes Vol trying to survive as well as beat down those in front of him 1v2 on this rooftop area, and not so much of help from the rest of the teams of Alliance Spades. But I guess they are just trying to survive as well, not to go down that easily. And Bold is just putting a lot of pressure. Backstab against No Bit. The healer is being hit. And let's see if he goes down. But no, it is Bold who goes down in the battle 4v3.
Yeah, 4v situation, and now you can see Hers is trying to make up for their lacking first two maps by just overwhelming the teams again with their sheer numbers right in front of it. But it's still going to be a tight battle here as we got every squad just on the rooftops shooting bullets at each other, and it is just Hers is trying to make their way in to win this game.
Let's see if they can really bring this game to their side. 3v3 situation and make that 3v2, but recovery as quickly as that. And Jose being beat down, and there goes the battle. It is once again Hersus taking the point, and they grab another to their side. And this is looking like another best of 5 series.
Yeah, potential. There's like a great
Mhm.
potential. With her just finally able to wake up. They did not win that annihilation through a close game. That was a dominated battle. And with then, now that we're hopping into the same map, but just a different game with Domination,
Mhm.
I think this will allow the team to get an even better approach before using those momentum to play that map number 5 later on. But again, Alliance Spades, you cannot afford to become like experience on that game 3 earlier. You cannot afford to be reverse swept. You have to end it at map number 4.
Yeah, you need to enter the map number 4, and that's one thing that we are hoping to see. Well, depending on the approach right now, in terms of domination, there's the huge advantage being shown by Alliance Spade at this point. But similar to what we mentioned earlier, when we saw the tactics of experience, it didn't work so much on that Western district. So the open area, especially in C side, is I'm not talking about the C, but the C domination point
Yeah.
that is quite open from the middle that can be protected even without you going down. So that's Bravo and Charlie already to your side, and those spawning for the side of Alpha had a very tough decision to make if they can switch it over, especially from where they are taking their point.
Yeah, it's just all about finding the high ground here again, utilizing that B flag, we'll get that capture and then just go in for that C flag. And
Mhm.
again, having that high ground makes it so much easier for you to beam these players one at a time. Now, one thing more than likely that we saw that find a great adjustments here for Herzus is again, I think it has to be ZQT. He's able to tank so much of the damage here, but
Oh yeah.
yeah, I feel like Death as well, it was able to step up as a Slayer, so I think the team would require them to be more proactive when they play the Domination. And again, do not let yourself and your team to over contest that B side later on, because that's where they kind of lost that map
Right.
to that central shopping mall. They took too long at just going in for the shot, the attack at the B side, and then they
Mhm.
tried to go in for a last attempt at C, which was successful, but it just came in too late. The lead was just already huge for Alliance Spades.
Yeah, looking at the match result from that Annihilation mode, our MVP ZQT followed by Death. Again, the duo of ZQT and Death right now going in for 8 knockdowns in this battle and also close to 40k on the damage. That is just a match number 3, game number 3 in this series, and we're still about to see if they can extend it to a game number 5. But there's a huge chance as well that Alliance Spade might be able to put this to a close right now, because Domination, their tactics in Domination was so pristine in that central shopping mall, which is they can carry it over here in this side of Western District. But all points already has been given out, even coming from me as well as Cali, that it's not the same tactics. It's not the actual same tactics. There's a little bit of adjustment that needs to be done for you to maintain that winning condition.
And I feel like for a team like Alliance Spades, right, they need to be more proactive at defending their flags because I feel
Yep.
like Herzus will try to go for an A and C flag switch up all the time and just utilize that in order for them to get that B mid map control later on. But so
Whoop.
far on this round's early game, gunshots on towards mid with Alliance Spades again, SR and Void being that front man, taking all of the damage and just going in for a lot of these knockdowns if ever they do find those attacks to happen to go through.
Alliance Spade has already crossed over in either Alpha and Charlie earlier before we saw that switch up. But let's see if that will pay off. Bravo right now is the next one that needs to be taken. But as you can see, eliminations being done by the Alliance Spade. And they will be able to control this Bravo at this point. Early in the game, good control on both Alpha and Bravo. But I guess their plan is to take Charlie as well. Because as mentioned earlier, they have a good opening coming from Bravo towards Charlie compared to what we've seen on that Alpha. There's so much of open space onto that Bravo side if you're trying to recontrol or if you're trying to protect that Alpha side.
Yeah, nice patience here by Void, but again, he gets caught up. There's too many players right in front of his face. He gets knocked down, and Herzus is about to go and push at the B side.
And let's see ZQD right now going in for the rush, and whoever moves will be shot at. Barley right now with only a few HP, and he goes down. Let's see if he'll be able to recover a little bit and also bring down another one from Alliance Spade. SF thus goes down, and Bravo is being captured by the team of Herzus. But the only question is, can they maintain it? Bang Jose still alive, the superhero that you can buy.
Yeah, a triple capture just provided here right now by Herzus. Finally, though, Alliance Spades able to get back on one of the flags. A side is where Jose is holding with the help of his teammates. Is gonna be there. Need to team up and get this kill onto the other side from Herzus' team. That's going to be that one of the top Reapers on this team on the map number 3. And just like that, Jose gets shot down by the gun shield.
And as you can see right now, as quickly as that, the point of Herzus is moving up so fast. Bravo has been giving out to Alliance Spade, and this is a position that they can maintain and they can hold. But here comes Alliance Spade right now, trying to take over the Bravo or maintain their hold on that Bravo. Charlie might be the next one to be recaptured, but they managed to go and try and push Alpha first. Now, the battle of Bravo begins once again, and ZQD a little bit too bold to go against 2.
Yo, this is some insane battles that we got in here between Herzus and Alliance Spades. Again, the scoreline is just a difference of just 20 points. Herzus, though, still has got that lead. Trying to go for another reverse sweep. In Thailand, they had a long, bad start on his first 2 maps, but they did win the Western District at map number 3, trying to chain it over that momentum over here to this side. But again, for Alliance Spades on the other side of the map, Void trying to play the C flag capture.
And let's see if he'll be able to go for the capture, because as the way I'm looking at it, 2 is trying to stop him to do so. No backup just yet, and there goes Bull going down. Charlie will be recaptured once again. Herzus continuing their role as the dance is happening for the side of Jose against 2 players of Herzus, but he's not going down that easily. They have a heal on their side, and Nobi will be hit as well, but the knockdown has done. Parlay was able to rescue him, and let's see if he can survive once again.
Yeah, 1456 to 1196 for Alliance Spades here. Was gonna try to get this A capture. They don't have a home flag, by the way. They do have that B side in their hands, but they cannot find that second flag to work on their side as Herzus continues to win the gunfight. A triple lockdown coming in for Herzus, forcing a map number 5 potentially in this series.
Let's see, SF right now, or SR, trying to survive. SF rather, trying to survive from that Charlie, but as you can see, Alliance Spade will try to take over that Bravo. They have lost this so many times, and let's see if the foam bomb can pay up for what it has done. Only one remains in here in 1v3. Bold will be stopped on his heels as he jumped in and out from battle, but the time is running out. Not only the time, the score for the side of hers is already moving up very close to that 1-9, and there we have it. Only a few seconds remaining, and they will end this game. Another comeback is a front, and there we have it. The battle is 2-2. Hersus went back.
Yeah, they woke up a little bit too late, but hey, never too late. I mean, to get this win on this game number 5, where you have already steamrolled the competition, winning the last 2 maps, and at this point, you know, for Alliance Spades, that medal game is gonna be kind of 50-50. They're gonna be able to question themselves what went wrong on this last 2 maps and why cannot close it. You know, we had 2 chances, we can't close it up. We're gonna have to try to force our way in game 5. They might just be coming off aggressive. They might be playing impatient. I think Hersus has to jump on this team should they have that mental fortitude again to complete a comeback in this upper bracket.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if Hersus really can come back, or will Alliance Spade continue or repeat what they did on the first game of this series. Remember, Alliance Spade are the ones who grabbed the first point in this series from the same map and same mode, Annihilation and Central Shopping Mall. But before we go there, let's head over to match result right now. ZQT, always the one in front, always the one in our views. 8 knockdowns and 76k on the damage, and that is with the help of Nobit as well as Chalk. And well, let's not put down Death, because Death has brought in a lot of knockdowns as well. It's just the team play that they have, the communication as well as rotation, that brought them that win.
Yeah, one thing that stands here is that this time they're able to win at mid-map, which was unheard of on the Domination Central Shopping Mall that we had when they're going up against Alliance Spades. Now, finding the right adjustments is going to be like a big talking point, right? Because finally, they are able to win their gunfights. And it's going to be in the right moment, because now that you've won the last 2 maps, you're going to be, you know, you're going to be feeling confident that you can take down Ace Spades in this map number 5 when we go back to Annihilation Central Shopping Mall.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Alliance Spades is already motivated after back-to-back loss, and hers is just warming up. That is what we've seen in the previous match of Pro Habibi and Experience, and Pro Habibi just turned things around that quickly. A surprising experience at that point. So Hersus might have the same plan in this game, but Alliance Spade, hopefully they still have the stamina, because it's quite tough already going in for a battle of 5 matches. It's not just Annihilation. Annihilation is already taxing. What more if Domination is in the mix? So let's see if they have that mental fortitude, as Callie mentioned, as well as the stamina to withstand all the battle.
Yeah, round number 1 essential for you to get that initial game point on this map number 5 with potential match point as well. Hersus, we saw them map number 4. A 2-0 win up against Alliance Spades. It was a blur, sir. Alliance Spades needs to recuperate back and find a way to win this close-range gunfights.
Yeah, let's see. So much, a little bit of damage being received, and Void managed to get away. And here comes the jump onto Void with only a few HP remaining, but a heal has been done. There goes the takedown against Alliance Spade, and also on the same side of Hersus. 2v2 situation right now. Nobit is in trouble. Oh no, Death is in trouble, but CQT is turning the other way. He doesn't care that much, because they know that they can hold off. But as you can see, it's a 3v2 situation right now. Make that 2v2. Bold being chased. CQT is still alive, and they grab the first point.
Yeah, all of the downs that we saw for Hersus, ZQT was a part of that. And now, game point, match point for Hersus to complete. A reverse sweep. Comeback for them possible should they get this map.
Let's see if they can get another win. The aggression is on for the team of Hersus, and Alliance Spade is having trouble. I mean, they're trying to push through, but they are going so much behind enemy lines. And even with CQT right now, just pulls off that shot already on a headshot, and a lot of damage has been dealt.
Yeah, I mean, ZQT, he cannot be contained any time right now. He's like a freight train, unstoppable,
Mhm.
immovable, and every time you try to throw something against him, he's gonna be bullying his way in. And again, for Alliance Spades, you need to team up against that dude. He needs to be sorted out first before even going up against Death or Chalk.
Yeah, let's see if they can sort out ZQD at this moment. But again, another winning condition is take down on the healer because ZQD won't be that bold without anyone healing him. But ZQD is still so much on the front lines. SF can fight through on the side. And there you go, the takedown against Hersus. But recovery has been done. Foam bomb in there to stop Hussein. And there goes another hit, but still was able to recover.
The resurrection is in. It's still going to be tight, but Hersus has got the numbers on this battle. They take down one more player. It's a 3v2 situation as Alliance Spades tries to stay alive. Can they do it to force that round number 3 overtime?
CQT right now in the rush against Jose. Even melee is not working that much. And whoever is moving is being hit hard by CQT. Healing not working for so much for the side of Hersus as they are down 2 players in this game. Foam bomb right now, but it will not hit Jose just yet. And there goes Parlix trying to heal him up.
Wow.
CQT in trouble. And with only 1 minute remaining, it seems like forever as CQT is still alive. Finally brought down to the knees. 3v1 and Alliance Spades a good chance to take a point, and they have it tied.
Game number 3. Final map of this best of 5 series. 1 round away from advancing to the quarterfinals of the upper bracket is Hersus and Alliance Spades. Just one more gunfight in order for them to move in as one of the top teams or one of the teams that will be dragged at the lower bracket. Only one way to find out as Alliance Spades and Hersus trying to set things up for a crucial round number 3.
They're not slowing down. They're not backing off. They want to take this win. Huling last game of this series. Let's see who will pull it off. Both right now level up close, though we saw a little bit of damage being received by Alliance Spade, but they're not going that aggressive. They're just getting some information similar to how this should be played. The same goes for Hersus. They are not that aggressive. I think they're pulling them in and springing a trap. Only one is showing up.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 6 seconds. That's still plenty of time here to actually, waste and just try to figure out and play that long game to figure out what kind of plan actually is going to be the best way moving forward here. Jose, his shield has been diminished, and now the team's actually trying to withdraw from their initial position on that mid square, just letting these other 2 players to be by their home base and try to check for those flanks. And Hersus is already getting so much map control and a lot of space are ready for his attacks.
CSF right now hit with a foam bomb and also being hit hard. And there goes the first knockdown. And as you can see, 3v4 situation, Hersus will not be stopping it just yet. Even with the side, he knows, ZQT knows who to target first, and trying to avoid them is a ball. There goes an attempt against Alliance Spade, but they weren't able to bring it back to their side. It's now a 4v3 situation, and Alliance Spade surprisingly are still rushing in.
Yeah, they are not afraid, even though numbers are not going to be in their hands right now. I think it's just all about the do or die situation here. I mean, they don't have nothing to lose. They lose this game, they still got a second chance in the lower bracket, so why not try our chances and try to push up and maybe even pick one of the players that are playing off the back. 48 seconds for you to have a chance to reverse the odds of this series and try to win this map number 5 and play up against Habibi on the next round. And here we go.
Ooh.
2v4.
2v4 situation, and there you go! A quick reverse sweep being done. Hersus is back in play and moving to the upper bracket. Alliance Spade push to the lower bracket. And what a turnaround. What a turnaround, as well as what a takedown being done against Alliance Spade. Hersus really showing up despite of how, well, not that strong move from the early parts of that series.
Yeah, ZQT was kind of in a deep slumber in those first 2 maps, and his teammate
Mhm.
Chuck said, "Hey, bro, we're down 2-0. Let's get it done." And then he chose violence and won the next 3 maps for this squad. And for sure, has to be the MVP on this final map that we had in this game. Yes, most definitely. Look at that, 74k damage with 6 knockdowns and 1 down.
Choosing violence over all of the instrument that you can use right here. They could have chosen a guitar or a piano, but they chose
Yeah.
to use violence at this point. Well, I guess it's not that easy to use a violence, but
Yeah. You can use a
sorry,
piano.
piano. Yeah, that joke's all over. But again, that is the end of the first set. We've seen the gameplay of all 8 teams. We've seen the 4 teams who will be moving up on the upper bracket. We've seen the 4 teams who will be pushed down in the lower bracket. When we return, we're going to witness the next few matches. And this is the lower bracket that we're going to start it off. It's the Boss Lions against YAFK. And I'm just dumbfounded right now as to how things has been turned around, especially in the second half of our first 4 match. Because we were expecting that it could have been a 3-0 overall, but reverse sweep to like times 2. Who could have thought about that, Callie? But more talk later on when we return. Again, the continuation of our elimination matches will be back. So don't go away after a break.
Now I'm craving your body. Is this real? Temperatures rising. I don't wanna feel. I'm in the wrong place to be real. Whoa, and I'm longing to love you just for a night. Kissing and
And we are back for Undawn All Stars. We've seen who moved up on the upper bracket. We've seen who has been pushed down lower bracket. And the next match will be for those who have been pushed down on the longer route. On the caster's desk, I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Wonder Boy Callie. And we are back as the voices for the Undawn All Stars. What can you say about the battle that we have next here, Callie?
I mean, we had some fun on the upper bracket, but this is where we see some emotions just get a little bit harder, right? Because all of these
Yeah.
teams just only have 1 life left. One fatal error could lead to them being eliminated out of the contention. I'm looking for more game 4s and game number 5s. I want these teams to have, a lot of big fights before actually advancing to the next stage or just being eliminated. Because right now, it has been quite an exciting second half. We saw so many game 5s on the last 2 games that we played.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's how you want to play it. Despite of you losing the first 2 matches, it's more of understanding what they did to win those match and then reverse, like just translate it later on to the remaining 3 matches and like read the tactics of your opponents. They're just utilizing the loss that they have so that they will have more understanding of their opponents, not only for the first set that they meet them, but also later on, especially as they are going to see the matches from the lower bracket. So there's more chances for those in the upper bracket to understand those on the lower.
Yeah, it's gonna get a lot tougher though for these 2
Yeah.
teams. They're gonna have to bring their A game once again, fighting for survival. Is basically what's happening here at the lower bracket. And for a team like the Boss Lion and YAFK to be 3-0'd on their upper bracket matchup, they are
Yeah.
dying for at least some redemption. They don't want to go down without a fight. So one thing more than likely we need to see here is the adjustments that they had to go through, especially when they're playing that Annihilation. Because on the first 3 matches we play, there will be Annihilation game mode. So they really need to plan out the strategy because they always fall for the bait up against Dragon and the Boss Falcon.
Exactly. I mean, some of the teams used a lot of different tactics, a lot of different techniques to reel them in. First off, is especially in annihilation mode to get the first few damage and then pull back once you pull back, then you have a good view of the opponents who's trying to chase you on the final moment of those matches. So that's only one of the tactics we've seen. We might be seeing a lot more, especially as the Boss Lions as well as YFK has been sitting it after match number 2, and they have a good view of what happened between Pros Habibi and Experience as well as Hersus and Alliance, and they can use that to their gameplay, to their game style to take that advantage. So going back, the Boss Lions, we have Kanazai, Rizuko, Drake, and Mo go against YFK. We have KK and AA. I'm pretty sure Callie will be able to identify the remaining two.
Yeah, I mean, AA is all about me. KK is Kai, actually. So I don't know the other two though, but I feel like the other one was Wutosik. Oh no, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not
Same.
gonna say it. No
I feel
more,
the
no
same
more
way.
of that. Yeah. But yeah, YFK obviously needs to find themselves, that healing strategy to work because May has been doing great, but
Yeah.
the team cannot really sustain their lives out there, especially when they went up against the Boss Falcon, who was just steamrolling them in terms of those gunfights. Someone has to step up, and it has to be that healing strategy that they had to work on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen this so many times. Once you have a great healer who's protecting you, the rushers, or I would say the first two in the front lines had nothing to worry about. All they have to worry about is hitting the enemy, and they know that someone will have their back. Not only that, the mid line, the mid guy, will be able to swap in the perfect timing if in case one is in trouble, and that's how the teams are taking advantage of that position. So it's 2-1-1 position, and we've seen that so much being used by Dragons in the best approach ever. So let's see which one of the teams, the Boss Lion as well as YFK, can replicate and emulate that tactics as a battle begin in match number 5.
Yeah, this is again at a lower bracket run, the Boss Lion and YAFK fighting for the next stage. Now it's going to be a best of 5 still again using the snipers on this early engage is going to be Rizuko. He's one of the best players for the Boss Lion, and he can really do the damage along with Drake. So if you put them up front and give them the opportunity to put a lot of his attacks to go through this close range and this long range, yeah, you have yourself knocked down.
And one thing, speaking of knockdown has been dealt with, and it might be troublesome for the side of the Boss Lions, if I'm not mistaken. If they are the ones who receive those damage and a knockdown, then they will be pulled out from their hiding spot and will be pressured to to put in a knockdown against the opponent as well. So YFK will just be hanging back easy. As you can see, the Boss Lions is just trying to find their way on the flank.
Yeah, just holding takes down. They're still a minute and 50 on these battles. Don't even really have to engage right now at the moment because, of course, you're going to have that advantage, but you can see the space is being held on through now by YAFK. That's going to be, 2 players on this mid square that can potentially push as soon as they can should they find those initially engaged that's happening at this long range engage.
Drake in so much trouble right now, receiving a lot of damage, and this is not favoring their team. Unless a push will be done in the last 1 minute of this game, then it might be favoring just the damage dealer. So as you can see, the Boss Lions right now putting a little bit of distractions in the name of Drake. Let's see if they will be pulled in the traps that's being set.
Yeah, now it's just a minute left. You're gonna have to try to make your move in. Now that the Boss Lion players are obviously fighting their rotations over, they already know that they are going to be stacking in 2 angles, by the way. So YAFK, this is going to be a very risky strategy, but it can give you those multi-angle push that your team needs to actually overwhelm these players and divide their attention. And the Boss Lion, one way to counter that is just get that mid-map control, which is currently what they're doing right now.
Drake right now a little bit boost so that he can speed up a little bit more. Shield spotted. Not only that, we have the drones being taken down and dealt with. Now, the Boss Lions right now is being pressured with only 20 seconds remaining on the clock and not so much of hit. And speaking of hit, Kai has been hit so hard. And let's see if a knockdown is possible in the remaining 10 seconds.
Yo, grenades going out, and again, this guy's on your hair. Drake jumping up and down, able to find some players, but their players gets knocked down. It's just all about you getting some shot in, but It is going to be YAFK taking the round number one. You kind of took too long going in
Mhm.
for the approach.
Exactly. I mean, it was YFK who grabbed the first knockdown against the Boss Lions, and they were the ones, the Boss Lions are being forced to come in to the spawns of YFK. Now, it is a reverse that's happening right now. Kai has been tagged up, and this is what they need. Initiation of those damage as well as more knockdowns to or initial knockdowns to their side, then they will be able to grab a point.
Yes, again, look at this long range just being provided here by the Boss Lion. And yeah, this is definitely very effective, but you're putting yourself in a way where you cannot really put a lot of damage in these knockdowns, right? So far,
Mhm.
what we're seeing for YAFK is just they're trying to close those distance down as much as they can. And if they find a knockdown, they just go and back away. And you can see that
Oh,
happening here. The Boss Lion has one of their players knocked down. YAFK should be able to go
oh,
and withdraw from their position, but they're going in for the beatdown on the mid map.
mid map indeed. The ball might cost Drake, and there you go. Despite of recovery, he has been taken down. All they have to do right now is withstand this battle. Hey, May was able to go in for a takedown, but reverse has been done by Rizoko. It's now a 3v or make that 2v4 situation favoring YAFK, but a 4v3 situation favoring YAFK. And there goes another takedown by Rizoko, making it 2v2.
It's just a close battle here right now. Nate's being thrown out. The Boss
Oh.
Lions trying to get this round number 3 activated. They take one more player
What?
down.
And there we have it. Still, Rizoko remains even with a blinding flash. He is still up. And A right now, May is in trouble in 1v2. And the melee works for them, tied up in one. No one wants to let it go.
Yeah, I'm not sure why YAFK decided to just go in for, a very aggressive mid-map push on that mid-game. They could have just backed down because they had the first knockdown on the battle.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Boss Lion, I feel like they reeled them in full. They reeled them in very well and made them think that, hey, we got the best chance at trying to win this battle. But hey, it's not. Drake as well as crew was able to take down most of the players that went through elimination. And that will
Mhm.
wrap things up. Round number 3 about to go down here.
And let's see who else will be taken down with the initial part of this game. A little bit of damage being received by Rizoko coming from YFK. And, well, this will put the Boss Lions in a little bit of a pinch. Only a few more meters between them. And I guess YFK backed off at the perfect timing. The respond back. But Drake is looking at the damage that he has dealt. Is it enough to balance off what Rizoko received earlier?
Yeah, I guess this is still going to be ending up like a very aggressive late game. As the teams wait for where the wind will blow, you can check at the positioning that every player from the boss line will have that mid square in their lineup. Now, for YAFK, they knew that these players are going to be there, so decided to just take their way in, hold down at their home base, and wait for them to go for that initial approach. And you can see the boss line now about to go down into the corners, just checking every area. So these players might just be positioning themselves out to finally take them down.
Kanase already in lead, a little bit of utility gameplay being used, but no one has been spotted just yet. It's good hiding. I guess the team of YFK is quite good in hide and seek, which we couldn't find where they are. Finally, they showed up. A little bit of gunfight action being shown right now together with Shield. And let's see if Drake will be able to go in for a damage. The thing is, he's not safe as one is on that ledge who's gunning them down from above.
Yeah, I mean, the boss lions, again, utilizing the snipers actually to take some damage, take out the throat, and they spot down May, and that guy almost gets taken down.
Almost taken down right now, but the push is being done by the Boss Lions. Let's see who goes down first. Here comes the rush. Healing Green being put in by YFK. And there goes Risoko out for the count. 4v2 situation. A 3v2 situation. Make that 3v1. And there we have it. Tabimo is still alive and kicking though. Must manage to heal up their teammates. But May is not backing off. Shield gun in hand. And the hop will not work. It might be looking like YFK for the win. And there we have it. The first battle is over. Exciting battle overall.
Yeah, that's just, battle of the minds here for these teams. Obviously, for May, he was the key player for YAFK. I mean, he's
Mhm.
always been that best player since the group stage last weekend, but he's
Yeah.
finally able to get that activation. always able to get too close, and with the machine gun that it was holding, it made it so much easier for them to actually go in for these eliminations. And yeah, a nice gameplay for them. They were able to counter the long range battles that were being provided by the Boss Lion in the initial start of the game.
Yeah, it's more of the accuracy of the snipers that really reels in the opponents or the enemies that is receiving damage. Earlier, we saw Drake. Drake is so worried about dealing so much like damage from a long range because Rizoko was just out in the open, and that's one thing. That's one part of the winning condition that you can do because even if you wait, as long as you have enough damage above your enemies, you will still win the game, and that is bringing so much pressure for the Boss Lions in that annihilation mode. Now let's see if the same pressure will be carried over onto our next mode, which is domination, still in Central Shopping Mall.
Yeah, but again, different game mode means there's going to be different strategies here. They did kind
Yeah.
of get that feel when the boss line was going up against the dragons, and
Mhm.
we saw them actually have a rough time because most of the map control was heading into the dragons, right? But this time, going up against YAFK could face a similar thing. But one thing would like to know, we know for sure, is that
Mhm.
this Taiwan squad, they know how to always flip those flags. And that's the reason why they were able to keep it close up against the Boss Falcon despite the loss that they took on that map number 2 that they were playing. So most of the time, I guess it's just about, utilizing your best players to its full
Mhm.
extent. Always give that healing strategy on to his face so that he gets to survive out there and finds those eliminations.
Definitely. I mean, it that's one way of winning teams, especially if your teammates on the front lines not that confident of your healer, then you can just pull them in. Put yourself behind a wall because you will have less of a chance being flanked and being in trouble once you are gunned down. So that's just one game. It's a best of five between these two teams, the Boss Lions, YAFK. But I love how YAFK has outsmarted Boss Lions in that first map. Question is, if this extend on game number 5, will it still work against the Boss Lions? Because showing that tactics will change the game later on if and only if it extends to game 5.
Yeah, I feel like this could either go down to a map number 3 or a map number 4. But with the last two matches that we
Mhm.
saw, there's definitely some thoughts of potential here, right? But the boss
Yes.
line, if they continue to show up struggling, YFK could just go in and honestly just overwhelm them with the momentum that they were able to build up after that round number 1 win. Now we get to see the domination once again, all about this mid map control and always communicating with your teammates where exactly the players might just be rotating at so that you get to jump them before even a capture takes place.
And speaking of capture, it is YFK ready in the double capture on Alpha and Bravo. And rather, it is a team of the Boss Lions right now who has an increase of numbers in terms of points. But as you can see, we have YFK dealing so much of the damage, clearing up this Bravo, and they are capturing this B right now. Only Kanasai is the trouble on their side, and there we have it. Beat down and cleared out. Bravo has been captured, but to our surprise, the Boss Lions move in onto the other side of their point.
Yeah, again, just trying to divide this player's attention is the Boss Lions, but they actually lose that A capture, so they only got one flag left here. Going in for the contest off the B site. Two players in there going in for the team up to take down May, who's going to be the only player for YAFK.
Yeah, Rizoko right now will try team up against the rest of the teammates, and 3 players beating up May will not be surviving for so long. Now, they're going in for a triple cap ABC. Simple as a 1, 2, 3. That is what the story has offered by the Boss Lions up to a YFK right now to bring it back and bring it back there trying to do.
Yeah, there's 2 flags, almost a triple capture here. Should they get the C flag? There we go. Look at the lead that they have been able to build up. YAFK could not handle any of the heat that Drake and Rizoko has been able to pull up on this mid-map attack. Getting this attack to go through is going to be successful. Now you gotta have to make sure that you maintain at least 2 flags here. You're gonna lose the other flag. That's going to be the Charlie now, being taken away by YAFK. But you already built so much lead. And by the time you take the 1-5 mark, as these, you're gonna have to only defend one spot.
And very close and reaching 1,000 right now for the Boss Lions. Not even crossing half of that for the side of YAFK. It is a tough spot for teams from Taiwan. But the only question is, will they keep themselves in this area? And as you can see, Charlie once again has been recaptured. Triple cap overall, up close and personal. The foam bomb, oh, being hit and hitting my in the middle. Only one is protecting it. It's only Drake, who is in the mid square of this area. And 5 minutes in this match, they're very, very close to end it.
Yeah, they really want to get this thing bad right now, man. So far, it is going to be the Boss Lion once again, trying to make sure that they at least finish things off and tie up the series 1-1 on the overall series. So far, again, just
Whoop.
not needing to even go for a very aggressive pusher. All you have to do is only hold one of the flags left. But if you're YFK, you need to be desperate. You need to take every flag as you can get. You already done 2 flags so far, but you need to see flag to make sure that the push and the score doesn't grow on the Boss Lions side, because they only need 400 points to win this game.
Yep, definitely. If in case they go for a triple cap, they stop the numbers for the side of Boss Lion. But how can they do so? Only a few more points remaining for the Boss Lions to win this domination mode in the battle, and the dance is still on. Drake still managed to survive that gunshot, but will be backstabbed in here and eliminated. Now, capture on Alpha and Bravo being done by YAFK. But as you can see, we are already on the 1,800 and not even crossing 1,000 is YAFK. All they have to do is fight back, fight strong. But despite of that, they are still not getting close.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that they obviously have, at least much of this dominance as they try to chain that into an Annihilation match later on. But this game is set and over. The Boss Lion able to get right back into their feet and pouncing onto YAFK. And we got ourselves another series here. A map 4 will be forced to play.
Definitely. And if I'm not mistaken, that is the quickest that we've seen on domination mode, especially when going for a triple cap and increase the numbers, the time that you have in grabbing the points. And they did it twice. Like the team of the Boss Lions did it twice, throwing YAFK off their knockers. They don't know what to do at that point on how to recapture one of the other, but Charlie is their first option. Trying to defend Bravo is tough enough, but especially if you're being hit from either side of the spawn. So the Boss Lions takes it this time. As you mentioned, Callie, they are forcing a map number 4.
Yeah, so far, who is going to win a swing game? This map number 3 is going to be the main topic, because most of these teams are trying to eye on up for, again, surviving out the first set of rounds at the lower bracket. We take a look at our match result first. Rizuko from the Boss Lions able to step up with 10 knockdowns and 78k of damage. Really overwhelming YAFK on this domination with the help of Jake, who combines 16 kills for these top 2 players from the Boss Lions.
Oh my goodness. I mean, very close to 20 eliminations at this point for the Boss Alliance. But again, it's very, very tough. It's not just about the elimination. It's not just about the damage, but it does help, especially when you're trying to clear out one of the domination point to recapture or to capture it. So domination is already over as quickly as that. We're back to annihilation mode, but a different map. We are now standing in the 2 Western District. Now, I've lost the pattern already. Is it still the open rooftop that's winning the game, or it has been changed already with the other teams? But regardless, those who take advantage of your position, especially outsmarting your opponents in your position in the first 20 to 30 seconds of the game, might have the advantage in this annihilation mode.
Yeah, it's always about the rooftop control here. If you're one of these 2 squads playing, right? And I feel like for the Boss Lions, able to find Rizuko, that momentum at that map number 2 is essential. Now that he's been able to win those gunfights, confidence is going to be kicking in. And this momentum-based game so far, we've seen teams able to steamroll once one of their players actually pops off. So the Boss Lions, Rizuko, he is going to be that main player once again that will be highlighted as one of the players for the Boss Lion to win this series and entirely this map number 3 that we got at the Western District.
A little bit of aggression being brought in by the Boss Lions, but they have been the first one to go down. YFK, though, no recovery is happening right now. And let's see if Kai will be able to survive 1v1 with the great one. Drake is in here, not really looking back, as another one for the side. YFK is hitting him from behind. Now,
Ooh.
YFK only have 2 remaining in this battle. Make that only 1 in this battle. And the Boss Lions really bringing this to a final roar.
Yeah, Rizuko again was the main factor of that win. Through kills at least on the round number 1. Able to highlight again this close range engage. And this momentum just beaming it up, man. This top control that they just got will be a lot even better, as they were going to be starting on the room side. Looking to try to find a way into the defense that YFK is able to set up on the generator side.
And there you go, shield as well as utilities being used. One has been caught in the foam bomb, but a backstab being done against Amai. There goes a little bit of shield action, and will not be able to go for the takedown. Oh, a quick reversal has been done by YFK. Only 2 remains. Rizoko with only a few HP is being gunned down, being pushed into the room.
Yeah, nice resilience for YFK. Better rooftop control. Now they pushing on towards the room side. Rizoko, they still got 2 players alive, but this guy needs to survive the gunfight, but his teammates get knocked down to a sliver of health. 3 players gunning him down, and May secures the final point, and YFK able to close it up, and we got ourselves an overtime.
They tried indeed, despite of only having 2 players make that 1 player in the final moment, but they couldn't balance it off. Now it's balanced right now between these 2 teams, 1-1 in scoreline. Let's see if YFK will be putting so much of aggression right now, especially with them winning that game or round number 2. But Drake, together with the rest of the Boss Lions, not too aggressive compared to what we've seen in game number 1.
Yeah, again, with the Boss Lion having that early start, YAFK again had the rooftop control, but this time it's going to be flipped once again. It's the Boss Lions holding down the room side. AA May, again, almost about to get eliminated there. And one thing more than likely that this team obviously have is, again, Rizuko, one of the top players that can close things down with the help of Drake, and now the grenades connect.
Connects indeed. Not only that, the knockdown has been done, and let's see if they'll be able to clean this up. Only a few remaining for one of the players of YFK. Make that 2 goes down, and no healing will be strong against Drake and the rest of the teams. Only 1 remains standing up. Make that 2 remain standing up, and what a quick game. The Boss Lions once again trying to dominate YFK, and they did. They are now up on a 2-1 on our series run.
Yeah, Rizuko playing so much of a factor on these battles that they've been taking. On the last 2 matches he has played, he has transcended the Boss Lions win rate to the top. Even though losing that Annihilation at the Central Shopping Mall, it did not had a chink on his armor. It just said, it says another map, let's pull it through. Back-to-back MVPs most likely going to end up for him, as he has made his presence all across the board and now gave this team that match point on this series.
It does look like it. It does look like he will maintain his MVP title overall. But again, we're going back to domination. This is where they were outsmarted. Boss Lions has been outsmarted by YFK. Now let's see if they will be, or rather, this is where they were able to grab that point against YFK. Let's see if they can repeat that once again in a different map. But I still need to point it out. If you are coming from that Charlie area, from that C domination point, it's a better chance for you to take the win, because the moment you go in onto that rooftop, then there's a good view for you to defend that C. But going into the result right now, we have Risoko as our MVP, 8 knockdowns and 61k on the damage. May try to their best really to catch up, but aggression overall is just on the side of the Boss Lion.
Yeah, they are coming off, with the initiative that they are going to win the battles for the next 2 maps, and they really pan out their way. Now, YFK is missing some gunfights, especially on the healing strategies as well. Most of the time, the healing player, the heal player is actually being taken down early by the Boss Lions, which made it so much easier for them to close out some rounds. And one thing more than likely, Drake and Rizuko going to be the top two slayers that you need to watch out for when you're playing the domination match. And just like what you said, the
Yeah.
C flag and the B flag is the essential flag that you want to take control of in order for you to win this map number 4.
Yeah, definitely. That is what they need to strive for, unless other teams can prove and show us a different approach, especially in Western District. Because so far, like even if when you're coming from A, you need to switch it up onto the other side so that you can take the win. Because those coming from A doesn't have or have a little chance really to grab the point, because it's quite easy as well to jump out to that alpha if in case you're coming from B. So a lot of pressure has been being put out for those spawning from that A side. So we have yet to see a great tactics from teams coming from there. Again, we still have the Boss Lions on the lead against YAFK. This is a good chance that YAFK can turn things around if they spawn from the C side. If not, then it might be a difficult game for YAFK.
Yeah, again, we're going to be holding down the players at the Western District. B side is always going to be by the rooftops, and it seems like the Boss Lions going to be starting off aggressive. Grenades being thrown out. 2 players right in front of them, and they are able to secure some shots at this early game. And again, at least take some capture and hold. Take this B side to their side and get that 2 flags initiated off the get-go.
Yeah, and well, let's see. Charlie has been captured already, as well as Alpha. Bravo is the only thing remaining for the Boss Lions to maintain, and they're just gunning down the teams of YFK that's coming from Alpha. So let's see if they can control this. Because Charlie is on its way to be captured. The double capture is also on its way, if in case they can clear this out. But as you can see, we have one guy coming from YFK rushing into Bravo.
Yeah, YFK again, 2 players in there. I mean, this is a nice dance for Drake once again, hopping up and down, freezing the player, and buys himself some time to actually go for the kill. And they have finally captured the B side once again, able to stop the first wave of gunfights coming in from YAFK.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to move in once again in the battle. But the Boss Lions already in a huge lead, around 200, and still defending that Bravo. This is a tough choice to make for the side of YFK. They don't have that much opening just yet in terms of clearing up that Bravo, and they are having a tough time in maintaining their Charlie approach. So let's see if the Boss Lions can keep keep it this way, or will they still be aiming for a triple cap.
And they're going in for a triple capture here. They don't want, to give this team an easy time. They want to go in for a beatdown and a triple lockdown. Coming in for the Boss Lion, even capturing the best area on the map, easier for you to light up the players that might be contesting this A capture when you are on the B side area. Now you got Rizoko again, the best player coming in from the Boss Lion, able to get that down all by himself. Another player about to go and contest.
And that's one thing. If in case you have a player just like Risoko, all you have to do is trust him and wait for backup or help to be asked for. And this is the help. Drake has a good opening on this alpha. It's very difficult really to give out that alpha because it's so much a chance that you will be taken out. But Drake right now might be in trouble already. 2 rushing in, foam bomb being thrown, and the slide managed to keep him alive, but not for long. But here comes the rest of the team.
Yeah, but the Boss Lions are able to line up some shots here. Rizoko able to find one on the kill feed. 1v1 situation, and he's gonna go up against May with the machine gun once again, finding a knockdown and a kill. And just 600 points, make it 500 for the Boss Lion to finally end this game and eliminate YAFK on the playoffs.
Regardless of which map, if it comes to domination, the team of the Boss Lion only needs 5 minutes to bring it close to the end. But as you can see, Rizoko is still alive and kicking, being hit by AA May. Let's see, and there goes the takedown. Rizoko goes down, Bison in hand, and Alpha or Bravo being captured right now by the team of YFK. But is this enough? With only less than 300 points remaining for the side of the Boss Lions, they might be able to grab this win. But there goes the capture on that Bravo. Charlie's only one that has the sign of the Boss Lion, and Alpha might be captured once again if Rizoko survives.
Yeah, this guy is just a matchup nightmare, right? Again, 1v1 almost everybody in mage trying to get this kill. That will be Kai knocked down. Risoko just unstoppable like a freight train. He hits them up bad. And just 200 points for the Boss Lions to win this series and eliminate YAFK at the lower bracket.
Doesn't need to go for double capture right now. As long as they have a 1 point open, they grab that win, and they did. They have taken this game in the storm. 3-1 is scoreline. The Boss Lions, once again, allowed to give a big roar for them.
And you know what? There's even a big fight here for this squad, right? But
Mhm.
the coming game right ahead is gonna be quite interesting because they met the same fate. Even worse than a 3-0, a reverse sweep loss for Experience
Mhm.
and hers for Alliance Spades. So that will be an interesting match at the lower bracket later on. But man, nice play for the Boss Lion. Rizoko really gave a big roar to finally finish things up against YAFK, who was the MVP of the 2 wins that they won
Yeah.
on map 2 and map number 3. And I feel like with that kind of performance from him as well, those 1v1 gunfights always being won by him, could potentially end up with the 3 MVP run on this 4 maps he played.
Yeah, definitely. And given that as well, the Boss Lions continue on. That leaves YFK being thrown out of the lineup of the competition. But before we go there, we have match
Oh,
result right now. Drake is in there with a lot of knockdowns. The same goes with Mo. But as you mentioned, that is Risoko right there as an MVP. Doesn't beat the knockdown, as in there's more of the damage that has been dealt. But not only are we offering to you guys the winner of one of the best domination in here, we also have another set of code. I'm going to leave it to Callie to share it to you.
and you know what? I'm going to pass it back to you later on. But guys, you guys have been so amazing for letting us again reach our milestone. Make sure you follow, like, and share the official page of Garena Undawn at our social medias. Again, we are live on Facebook and YouTube, so we get another one. And as the day and as the hour passes in our live stream, it will get a lot better here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And well, I guess you throw it back to me. A lot of not so much of explanation needed anymore. What you will be getting is tactic samples. So the code is the number R 9439. So for those of you who don't know, it starts with All Star 9439.
439.
So just in case you don't catch it from us, it will be placed in the comment section. As you can see, the first code is already pinned in there. In the moment that is pinned, you will be losing the first one. So make sure that you grab the first one as well from this day. And similar to what we've seen in here on the comment section, and also we've said so many times, the more we bring in more viewers, the more you share the stream, the more you react to the stream, well, positive reacts to the stream, then the
Yeah.
more that we'll be able to give all these rewards for you. So make sure that you like and share the stream to your profile. Every 30 minutes will do. That will not let the Facebook will not ban you if you share it every 30 minutes. That is one
Yeah.
tip for you guys, especially if you want to share Undawn to all your friends.
Just don't share it like one time and just share it like 50 times in multiple pages. Man, you're gonna get flagged. That's not how you want to end things up, right? But again,
Definitely.
yeah, you guys have been amazing so far. Now we get to take a look at more action. Experience and Alliance Spades playing at the lower bracket. Best of 5 is coming up ahead. It's another extension of the Thailand versus the Indonesia series. Both of these teams lost through a reverse sweep. They only
Oof.
needed one more map to take that victory, but could not get that job done. Now, do we see the same exact fate happening? A map 5, do you think? What, Snaptune?
Oh, have to see. I don't know. I mean, they were on the losing end of reverse sweep. So that's really tough right now to say that it might reach map 5. But there we go. The final one of the final elimination in the first half of our games right now. Either Experience or Alliance Spade will be going home after this battle, and Annihilation mode begins. A little bit of gunshots, but not so much of damage.
Yeah, okay, so far for Ace Void, I mean, this is the guy you definitely want to step up for Alliance Spades, right? He was knocking everybody out in the first 2 maps. up against Pro Habibi, but then somehow he was not really able to light things up and they lost the next 3 maps. So again, Void needs to be consistent all throughout. They get the revive for their teammates, intense gunfights on towards mid-map, and all of this damage lining up for Void to be in a successful attempt to actually knock one player down.
Yeah, let's see if they can do so. A little bit of rush on Shinji right now, as well as the drone being collateral damage at this point. But Spade is SR receiving damage coming from SAS at this moment. And this is crucial part, especially if you're in the middle out in the open, then you might be hit hard with those flanking from the side. But a little bit, I thought that was a head. I thought that was an opponent coming in. That was just a drone. But again, this is a time where the team of experience is trying to reel in a Alliance Spade to their favor, to their side, so that they'll be able to go for the knockdown.
Always same setup that we're seeing for experience, right? Always trying to play the mind games. Can they close it out up against Alliance Spades, who was trying to go for a long wrap? You can see now on your screen that's going to be Void, trying to make the push over towards the main alley. Now he has 2 of his teammates up towards backside, going in for that multi-angle push. What kind of setup they're trying to push through, and experience about to get barraged there by Alliance Spades, who is ready for the gunfights.
Ready for the gunfight indeed. Ball right now going in headshot to headshot, but not so much of a knockdown being done. Shield gun will be put up, and let's see if this is the push that we've been waiting for. Going past 2 and trying to hit the healer, and there you go. Shinji has been stuck in the foam bomb and will be taken out. Now was still recovered though, and SAS right now being chased out and pushed out by the rest of the team of Alliance Spade. Borger right now being bitten into and not surviving as they go for the flank. A little bit of utilities for the damage, and there goes. Only 1 remains trying to get away, but Borger's still alive though.
Yeah, he's being beaten alive now though, but 3 of the players from Alliance Spades, 1 member standing for Alliance, for experience, and this is not going to be a great spot for him as a 1v4 is definitely such a big disadvantage. Now he's being chased like a rat. He is fleeing. Alliance Spades again looking to start off aggressive. Guy is back against the wall literally, and he is knocked down by SR.
Buzzer beater with only 2 seconds to spare, and that is what aggression of a team from the team of Alliance Spade looks like. Now that we're going to see if experience is going to pay them back to what they have received right there, because we've seen experience really change up the pace of the game, but then they don't have that they don't have that much of a quick switch, especially if they want to rush in. They are always on the losing end if things or the pace changes mid-game.
Yeah, again, so far for Alliance Spades, again, you already won the round 1. You are at game point, needing 1 round to finally finish things off, and stun experience continuously again. Starting the day off, losing a reverse sweep, they have lost 3 straight in a row. Same thing can be said for your squad, but you have the upper hand on this map number 1. Round number 2 is where you exactly want to end things to keep that momentum and that saw continuously for experience. Again, Void gonna be the front man, able to take most of the damage as well as the kills for the team so far in this battle.
Let's see if they can battle it on right now. So far, 2 minutes remaining in the clock. Oh, up close and personal surprise. Even I was shocked. But there goes SR right now trying to get away. A little bit of armor damage. But here comes the flank for the side. Melee action. But will be hit hard with the Bison. And let's see if anyone from experience can fight back in here, as they lost one of the players. And they will be moving back. They cannot get away from the clutches of Alliance Spades.
Yeah, they are just being hunted down here now. Spades are able to hurt them very bad here. Experience, again, the struggle is just insane for them. They're being shot on at the long and the close range engage. And the thing with that is Void has always been a big factor. Off of that, gets another knockdown. And just like that, these players are down to their low numbers.
Only 2 remains right now. A little bit of hide and seek action and 1 minute to play with. Yusei receiving a little bit of damage from the back. And here comes a jump. Burger being beaten into it, but still healing. And there goes 1 down. Bull still in the rush. And even if he is in the front line, he is not losing his fight.
Yeah, Alliance Spades, again, last player to take down. And they win the first map at this lower bracket match up against Experience, and man, nice bounce back there for them after dropping the map up against Pro Habibi. So yeah, this is going to be an insane battle for Alliance Spades. They take
Yeah.
map one. We saw the initiative for Void, always able to put himself in the front and actually do most of the damage for the team. So expect him to do more of the attacks at the domination when we hop into that map number 2.
Yeah, one thing I would say is Alliance Spades still have the momentum that they have coming from that match number 4. So though they were beat by Hersus in that battle, they still have that fire, similar to what we've seen in that match number 4. And the Boss Lions really ended it quite well on their battle against YFK. So experience are the ones who are sitting this a little bit too cold at the moment. I'm not quite sure if they can warm up that easily because they're already down 1 point.
Yeah, so far, again, the good news is again for them is that they have a best of 5 year. They still got plenty of opportunities to bounce back. And the thing with the roster here for, like a team like Experience, the
Mhm.
gunfights really lack. And we saw that from Pro Shabibi. The only reason why they won the first 2 maps up against the players at the upper bracket is because they played through their mind games. That will not
Mhm.
work up against Alliance Spades to just barge their way inside with the fast, aggressive attacks coming in from SR and Hussein. And the thing that Void is there as well to become that bigger threat. You really have to watch out on all of your angles.
Most of the time we see Vold already going in like rush after rush, and probably it's because of Parlix just having their back. But SR right now, I mean SR, if I'm not mistaken, is just like pretty much what Tiger Yep is doing for the side of Dragon. He's
Yeah.
not so much in the front line. He's the ones backing Vold up in those engagement, and he's the one getting most of the knocks. But you like SR will not be able to do that without Vold already initiating battle. So that is a good tactic to hold on to repeat. But this is domination that will be coming up next. So let's see if that will still work, because this time a little bit of split up will be beneficial for them. So one who is going for the mid man in this battle needs to switch over for a healing gameplay so that they can split up, probably capture A and C at the perfect timing before heading over to B.
Yeah, a 2-2 split is actually going to be very good here if you're trying to play this domination match, right? Just
Yeah.
so that you can take down the guy that might just be defending that home flag for their opposing side. And that can easily be overwhelmed with the numbers game that will be provided here by whoever's gonna try to play for that captures. But here we go. Alliance Spades and Experience, map number 2, domination still at Central Shopping Mall. Who takes it is gonna be, in such a big fashion because not only do you get to tie it up, but you also get that match point if you're Alliance Spades.
Yeah, experience right now halfway through and capturing this, but the intention is going on right now. And as you can see, Saz is trying to survive the battle, and also being gunned down by Vault onto the other side. Now this is a battle. Bravo. Let's see who'll be able to win. And the contention is so hard that they cannot put a dent in the color in that B.
Yeah, so far shutdowns have been amazing for Experience. They got A and C in their lineup. Again, that is the main strategy that this team has been trying to amplify since their match up against Pro Shabibi. They were able to throw them off and win the first 2 maps, but after that, the adjustments coming through for Pro Shabibi was absolutely insane. Now for Alliance Space, they can get to fall for that place, and now Void able to get some shots in here, grenades popping off, and Experience got shot down on the C flag.
And he just went in there, guns blazing, solo against 2 before the rest of the teams and the rest of the enemies managed to go for the rush. BNC right now on the side of Alliance Spade. Here comes the contention, and let's see if Shinji can bring him down. No, Shinji's not enough to bring him down. Managed to get away and survive, but needs to heal up with only a few HP remaining. He goes down though, and a recapture will be done by Experience.
And this is what we were talking about, right? A 2-2 split that Experience always loves to utilize when they're playing this domination. Now they got 2 players sent out all towards that B side just to get a distraction, and then when that happens, they send out their 2 best players to capture the other side of the map, and they just overwhelm them with numbers. But finally, we see some attacks from Ace as Void gets 1 kill to go through.
And well, right now, let's see if he'll be able to survive this once again. But again, where are the backup for side of Alliance Spades? It's a
Yeah.
crucial moment for them to really retake this Charlie and also maintain this. So if in case they will be able to clean this up, at least stay in here, leave Bravo behind, and then they can increase the number until it's tied or they are leading by 200.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you on that note. Red Alliance Space, again, just focusing too much on the B side earlier, but now they get their home flag defended. It's just all about this reset. You are the better gunfight players, so you can utilize this B side push to your advantage. And of course, for experience, they may have that B side for now, but Alliance Spades are ready for those gunfights.
And let's see if they'll be able to win the gunfight right now. Saz managed to survive after a lot of battle. And, well, it is to capture for side of Alliance Spade. The question is, how long will it take for them to catch up to 1,000? That experience already offered. Vol is trying to make a plan right now, draw up a plan to go for the rush. I guess it is very, very difficult, especially as we are looking at 3 players who's trying to defend this Bravo.
Yeah, so far for experience, right? I mean, they're having the time of their life. They're able to control the pace of the game, and Alliance Spades is gonna play on their objective and be distracted because the longer that they try to contest this B side and not go for an A flag capture, it's gonna give experience twice the points that they're getting compared to Alliance Spades on this domination match. And so if you are Alliance Spades right now, you gotta make your rotation over towards that A flag so you get this 2 flag capture. If not, it might just be a recipe for disaster, and this might just be a runway for experience.
Definitely. I mean, all they have to do right now is pull them into that alpha, and then once Bravo has been cleared up, or only 1 or 2 players is holding it, and then that's when you capture Bravo at this point. But I guess it's a little bit too late. It's already a 1,500 mark that has been reached by experience, and Alliance Spade has only reached the 1,000 mark just by now. But with a double capture, it might be very, very close. Volt just needs to survive this Shinji, putting him a lot of pressure. But there you go. The takedown has been done. The push on Charlie is on, and let's see if they can go for a triple cap.
Yeah, they need a triple capture. Only needing 300 points if you're experienced Thailand. Now, A side is going to be your main focal point of defense. As Alliance Spades try to host a comeback. Only 1 player holding down the fountain spawns. He will be late with his teammates. No backup there for them. Now the overwhelm goes through. And Alliance Spades about to get ganged up on their home flag as we got experience securing this C flag.
And let's see if they can maintain this. Volt trying to hold up against 2 players, shot after shot, and explosion after explosion, and finally will be taken down. Only a few remaining seconds for Team of Experience to take this win, and I guess this is it. With a huge lead being taken by Experience, very difficult for the side of Alliance Spade to catch up. Thus, this might bring it to a tie as we head over to Western District. So, only time will tell how this will end, but will it be reversed? I would say no.
Yeah, map 4 is potentially about to be activated here. Just 14 more points. 20 more points for Thailand experience to win this battle. And we got ourselves a series. Everybody is squared up on this lower bracket, and they do not want to go out without a fight. So they try to drag us longer on this series before we even head to the next stage.
Yeah, and well, both teams are forcing it to game number 4 right now. We are going to jump into Western District. Now, back to Annihilation mode, there's a lot of tactics that we've seen, but I guess the aggression that Alliance Spade has, especially coming from that Domination, can be very beneficial because that's what the Boss Alliance showed earlier when they fought against YFK on that Western District. So I guess it's still viable for them to use that unless the frontliners will fall for a little bit of a trap, or if a healer will be taken down a little bit early.
Yeah, I feel like you have to go for the healer here if you're one of these 2 teams. It makes it so much easier for you to at least find these eliminations as fast as you can because there's just so many health restored with the healer in a battlefield. And finally able to get one here is going to be experience, and most likely going to end up with them actually try to chain that into a map to win, just like what we saw from a team like the Boss Falcon when they lost the map number 1 earlier.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see, we have to hope, and we have to find out what's going to happen right here. Again, back to Western District, we're only dealing with two maps and two modes, alternate of the modes, but it is consecutive on the map. So we just ended our first two of the Central Shopping Mall. Let's see which side both teams will be taking. Would it be the side of experience on the open area, or would it be Alliance Spade? Either way, we've seen them play this before, but going against a lot of pressure, especially as you are the ones in the
Wow.
lineup to be taken out. But let's look at the match result right now. Burger is our MVP. 8 knockdowns, 4 down, and 77 on the damage. But Hussein with
Wow.
116k on the damage. We didn't see him much though, but he did get 11 knockdowns.
Yeah, that's just the highest skills that we got. Highest skills, and of course, the highest damage that we got in this competition on the domination game mode. So,
Mhm.
yeah, it's such a heavy carry work that Jose had to do there. He was always the one at the front because his teammate Void is always guarding that C flag when
Right.
they're playing the domination match. So, really had to step up. But experience, at least with the aggressive play style of just focusing on the A flag and the C flag capture, it
Mhm.
really was kind of a big trick that Alliance Spades could not really figure out all throughout the game.
I guess they figure it out. It's just that they don't know how to pull clearing it out because
Yeah.
they could have started already rushing into that alpha, especially if the Charlie is being taken back. So clearing off of Charlie and then going for that alpha push gives the team of Alliance Spade just like or for the experience to have that Bravo opening. But let's talk about that later on. The battle begins with Annihilation. Knockdowns already being brought in, and it is a team of Alliance Spade who's bringing all the carnage. 4v3 situation, make that 4v2, and Burger will be bitten into. And as quickly as that, the battle is over. Alliance Spade is back.
Jose was mad after that loss. He scored 11 kills and they lost, so now he's gonna pull up, get some shots in, and get a quick workout on the round number one.
Yeah, really, really carried the team right there. The thing is, even if he carried them, he wasn't able to match up to the tactics. But here, tactics is not so much of an option right now for Alliance Spade, but it's more of the aggression that they can bring into. And there you go, a little bit of damage right there on the shield that has been brought in by experience, but they also receive damage. And this is very crucial, especially as Bold will be the ones who had almost been taken down. Burger takes down Hussein, and let's see if they'll be able to trade this off. This is what I'm talking about. Despite of not going down or not taking the knockdown, once a lot of damage has been dealt, it will be a winning condition for the opponents.
Yeah, so now you're gonna have to play off aggressive here, but you do have 2 minutes left. And Hussein may have been taken down, but this guy, he is back to his feet and he is a big threat. You give him an opportunity to create a play for the squad, he will make the most out of it. He might just go in for another elimination, trying to check out some players on the high ground. Explosion damage going through, and then the attack has now been figured out as Chinchi gets knocked down.
Almost and will be recovered. Let's see if Hussein will be able to be the superhero once again. Mang Hussein, the superhero in this game. And there you go, simultaneously a knockdown as well as recovery. But as we can see, it is the team of experience receiving a lot of damage. 4v2 situation and 3v2 situation. And the battle is on. A little bit of action in the explosion. Let's see who will be taking that domination. And the mission is over. It is Alliance Spade to grab the win.
Yeah, I think that was the fastest Annihilation game that we had today. Has to be, right? To say who chose violence yet again. They lost at map number 2, so they really wreck it up, man.
They chose violence
Yeah.
overall. And well, that's the thing. That is what Alliance Spade has. They have that aggression compared to tactics that is being shown by experience at this point. Aggression most of the time is taking the win. Though they are in a pinch when Hussein was knocked down. Thus, they want to rush in. They want to take back the damage they had, but like despite of that, the grenade hit, the explosion damage that we saw earlier, that's already almost enough to increase that the damage being dealt to their favor. But they're already there. Why not? Why stop in the
Yeah.
doorstep? Go ahead and go for the rush. They know that they can do it.
Yeah, they took down the players on the rooftops and in the open, and Jose gets the MVP. 4 knockdowns, but look at the damage he got. 53k.
Whew.
My guy is just on a skill spree, right? I mean,
Yeah.
100k on that map number 3, now 50k on this map number 4 on a Annihilation match, by the way,
Mhm.
where it's only played on 2 rounds. He carried the team to victory.
Yeah, there goes Bang Jose for you. But we are jumping in still on Western District, but a different mode back to Domination, where again, this is where tactics really beats aggression. We're trying to build a theme right now. So once you're on Domination, tactics most of the time works, though you need that aggression, especially if you're which one was it? Was it Vald who survived so much of the time? If you're Vald, if you can survive and hold a point, then yes, you can bring in
Yeah.
aggression. But tactics is one thing to outsmart your opponent, especially you're trying to capture two of the points in
Yeah.
limited time.
And the only way for you to counter experience here is to try to exactly do what they're doing. Give them their own dose of medicine. You try to play for rotations, go for an A and C capture. That's going to be your main focal point. Don't have to worry about that B side at the moment because it will not get you anywhere. That's the reason why you lost that Central Shopping Mall domination match earlier.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, definitely. Though Alpha and Bravo is quite near in terms of distance, I would say, but the opening onto that Alpha brings in a lot of trouble if, in case you're trying to retake that Alpha. So if you're coming from the Charlie, then it's a good chance that like that is a better approach. Charlie and Bravo, because the moment that you peek out from Bravo, you have a little bit of cover in while you're trying to gun down those capturing that Bravo side. So that would depend on the spawns that you are trying to, or that you will be taking in the beginning of the match. Or if you can flip the spawns to your favor, then that will be favorable for you as well. But as you can see right now, it's experience taking that Charlie side. Bravo is on to the capture.
All right, this is gonna be such an easy time for Ace right now. So, one thing to do have is to maintain again their home base, and they're sending out Void to do that. They can see the intention already in for experience. They want to go for an A and C flag. They don't care about this B side.
Grenade launcher has been used not only from the earlier Annihilation, but also in the Domination. Let's see if this is the mission that they can win. And this fight so far tied down into scores, and it is the team of experience who will be grabbing that Bravo. Or is it experience, or will it be Alliance Spade? Alliance Spade is the ones going for the double capture at this point, being pressured by experience though, but Spell Hussein not backing down.
It was a scored 100k damage on the first domination match that we had at Central Shopping Mall again. The grenade launcher is just being utilized here. Almost call it a war machine, but hey, Alliance Spades always gonna get into play. And again, they're the better gunfight players up close, and you can feel that difference as they always overwhelm experience in these close range battles.
Experience right now, well, let's see if they can maintain this Bravo capture. They have a good opening on Alpha. 1v1 happening. Shinji being healed on a 1v2 situation. But we'll have to find out if they can survive. Sass will not be jumping out just yet.
Oh.
Sass is just here to provide backup. And front, up front of him is an enemy coming from Alliance Spade, but he did survive.
Yeah, nice plays for here, and also a nice adjustments for Alliance Spades, right? Although you are taking so much loss, you're actually trying to maintain your home base and avoiding a triple capture that will extend that experienced team's points by a lot significantly in this battle. So you send down Void over towards Scar. You still do have a strong 3v3 players that will be by the rooftops, and with Jose in there, they can go in for those shots and win those gunfights up close.
Shinji right now, another pressure being brought in against Vol, and there goes Foam Bomb will not be will not be exploding, but Shinji will be
Wow.
going down, and Vol right now unstoppable on a 1v1. As we can see, the increase of points being taken by Experience right now, very close to that 1,000. This is what the team of Alliance Spades needs to recover from. Once again, a War Machine coming from Hussein, dealing a lot of damage. Let's see if this will work for the team of Alliance Spades this time around.
Yeah, just a few more players to take down, and you're going to be able to capture the B site here. That's going to be Chinchi going in for the recontest. Alliance Spades, again, facing so much wrath and barrage of attacks from Experience, but they cannot still put in the work to get the capture done as the unlimited reinforcements from Experience just continues to line up.
Yep, definitely lining up, and Alliance Spade is in trouble as time is running out from them. The shield has been pulled up by Vol. Shinji in a challenge once again, but a backstab coming from Hussein.
Wow.
Might clear up this Bravo, but needs to get away despite of him in an advantage. Saz right now being gunned down by two players, but the backstab against Hussein by Burger.
Yeah, Borger, the MVP of the last Domination game that we had, continuing up that rally and letting this team finally get away with a huge sum of lead. Experience only needs 400 points to actually win the battle up against Alliance Spades, who cannot get any second flag captured. Always holding down this home flag with Void in there on a 1v2 situation up against a drone and a human being. Man, not gonna be a great spot for him as he gets knocked down.
Definitely not a great spot. Not quite sure, really. If it's like it looks like Alliance Spade has the advantage in terms of how they are working their capture point. So we'll have to see right here or by the end of this game which one is who. But 1,800, only a few more remaining for the side of the blue team as they rush in. Alpha and Bravo are now secured, and Alliance Spade, or for the side of the red team, they are having trouble, as we are seeing on the final few minutes of this game. Jose right now is handing in front, trying to stop who's rushing in.
Yeah, do we see a comeback happening, or will Experience finally finish things off? Only needs 60
Oh.
points to win this battle. B-side capture working. The C flag is gonna be working as well for Alliance Spades. It's a lockdown, and Experience about to experience something bad if they do not win this gunfight.
And there you have it, the triple cap being done, and stop the time on the other side. Here comes the rush, and Experience right now can carry on. Bravo has been captured. Alpha and Charlie right now has ended, but they will still be grabbing all the points. Experience has an open Alpha to go through, but there you have it. The battle is over. But we don't have a view as to who's grabbing the point. In a bit, we're going to see it is, but the way I'm looking at it, Experience has already tied it in a 2-2.
Yeah, it most likely felt like that one, man. I mean, they won by capturing the B flag. They just stacked their resources in there. They know that that's the best chance for them to actually win the gunfight because they're able to held off so many gun battles up against this team that they're going up against, which is Ace Spade. And with that happening, it is going to be a map number 5, but their Annihilation game, got to be a lot better. They did win the map number 1 first, but Hussein was able to stop them from taking anything at the Western District at map number 3, where it ended in just like mere minutes that we're talking about.
Well, we'll have to find out if they will be able to repeat the same thing. They like experience that quick of a gameplay, and we were talking about like the Western District. So if they will be jumping back to the Central Shopping Mall, it will take a little bit longer, and the approach will be quite different unless they go in for a 3-prong approach. A few in the mid and then a flank from both sides, and they might be able to take advantage of that. But it's so much risky because if the rotation is being done with the other team, like by Experience from the other side, one of your teammates will be going down a little bit early.
Yeah, and I feel like for them, you have to stop getting killed by a grenade launcher. Jose had 4 of those. He had 4 of those at the Western District. That was not a friendly sight to see as your heads kept on exploding, and the games barely even advanced, and it is not just great.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not so great, but it's risky as well if you have the grenade launcher, because there's a huge chance that you will be damaged as well. So let's see if that can still be used. But it's not often that we see a grenade launcher being utilized in these matches. If I'm not mistaken, the last chance that we saw grenade launcher being used was way back then in the early parts of the esports scene. But as we have experience grabbing a win right now, we hold on. So Hussein is the MVP, or was it Burger? Burger is
What?
on blue right now. I'm
Yeah.
quite surprised. I'm quite perplexed on how
I
this
mean,
is working right here, but not quite sure if this is the end of the game or if it's still going in for match number 5. Well, there's a little bit of one thing about this. There's a little bit of hiccup in terms of our view of the game. Thus, confusion might come up as well.
yeah, and I feel like it definitely was a win for experience, right? I mean, they did almost drop it by losing all three flags in this battle, but they got that B-side capture and they reached the 2,000 point mark. But we'll find out later on when we actually see the brackets, right? And who actually
Yeah.
stays who actually stays and gets to fly away from the competition.
Yeah, I mean there's a few things that has been done well, but the way I'm looking at it, if I remember the game, it's most of the time the team of Alliance Spade who's always grabbing point, clearing it out, and then the capture is favoring them. Thus, the confusion in my mind. Not quite sure if it's a color coding that confuses me, but I'm not color blind though. So it will be clarified, everyone, in a bit on which team has won the game. Again, it's battle of experience and Alliance Spade. For us to find out if this continues on to game number 5, or is it already over on a 3-1 scoreline. While we wait, we would like to ask everyone watching right now to like and share the stream, as well as share it every 30 minutes. But the battle is now beginning. I guess it's not yet over. It is a 2-2 on the scoreline right now, and each one of their teams had the chance to cross over from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, one has to go here after this battles again. Annihilation, it can get really fast, or it can hit really slow. So just all about finding that right rhythm here between these two squads. One thing more than likely, Alliance Spades had to rely on Hussein, who was one of the MVPs at the Annihilation match at the Western District, where he scored 4 kills and 53k damage. Can really deal so much up close.
Yep, and 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock right now. A lot of aggression being shown, even in the early parts of this Annihilation mode, but no takedown happening just yet. But as you can see, it is Experience who is being pushed out on the corner right now. Burger is trying his best to defend their teammates as well, but the thing is, the knockdown has been done, but recovery has been applied, as well as they are having a lot of pressure. They want to win this game. This is the last chance for their team.
Yeah, 1 minute and 6 seconds here on this battle. Round number 1, still plenty of time to actually plan their way in towards the enemy's fortress. Ace Spades trying to hold on through, while we see Experience holding down the fountain side, just stacking their resources inside, and now we get to see some action going through. That's a 2v1 situation. Ace Spade gets caught, Hussein gets knocked down.
And Hussein knocked down. Good turn being done right here. Finally, SF will be spotted, but will not be known just yet. Here comes the rush. Sass right now recovering from that battle, and Vold will be gunned down, and it is a 2v3 situation. Let's see if it will be able to recover them. And there goes a 3v2. The reverse has been done. 20 seconds remaining in the battle right now, and a 2v3 situation favoring the team of Experience, and they just have to buy time. Only 14 seconds remaining, and they have the lead.
Yeah, Alliance Spades is gonna go at you here. They're gonna be desperate. And all you have to do is to withdraw from your position, do not get yourself killed. And now the damage just continues up, and I think this might just be over. It is going to be a round win for who? It's Experience.
Let's see. Arlix, NJ was able to grab that, and that is coming from the side of Experience. And well, that's a good play for them. Despite of them having a tied in terms of knockdowns, they still have a bunch of damage that has been brought in. So let's see if the same approach will be tried by Lion Spade, or will they be going a little bit more aggressive?
And trying to slow things down is most likely going to be the main factor here if you're Alliance Spades, because right now experience has been able to get a good read off of you, and they know and they love to play those mind games. You get an opportunity to take those early strikes, they are gonna withdraw from their initial key positions and just let you go in and be desperate.
Stats right now almost in trouble in there as he sees three of the players from Lion Spade. But here comes the shield being brought up. But Bull is putting up the shield of their own. Now, as we can see on the other side, they have made that rotation, and Sass will be receiving a little bit of damage. But also, that shield is being broken into. So, Alliance Spade is still up and kicking, and they still have no rotation that they can use against this team of experience.
A minute and 52 still going to be the scoreline of the game. Oh, Borgor almost about to get shredded there by Void, but actually escapes with his life. Again, a needed round win for Alliance Spades to continue their survivability in this series. This is going to be an elimination match. A Game 5 winner advances to face the loser coming in from the upper bracket quarterfinals. The loser will have to wave goodbye.
Yeah, they have to wave goodbye, and here we go. The rush is being done right now. Bull blinding everyone and trying to put him down. Sass goes down on his knees, and here comes the rest of Lion Spade. Jose putting in a lot of damage, but they also receive damage of their own. Here comes the chase. Jose with a grenade launcher, as well as burning the enemies in front of them. And let's see if they'll be able to bring him down. Burger is being burned to his crisp and being shredded, and there goes Burger out.
Yeah, he's down. It's going to be Alliance Spades now flying through, trying to take the last guy alive for experience. And we got a map number 5, round number 3. Winner advances to the next stage.
They want to stretch it all throughout. Stretch it thin, stretch it out. Let's see who will be grabbing the win. A lot of aggression being shown by Alliance Spade and experience right there. If in case they didn't lose that player, even if they backed off, they had a good chance of winning the game. But again, there is a lot of pressure for both teams right now. As Callie mentioned, the winner goes in and the loser goes out.
Yeah, again, Alliance Spades, somewhat going in for a very aggressive approach here. Obviously extending way behind the initial circle now. Borgor shot down.
Shut down indeed, recovered, but still brought down to his knees. Here comes Shinji trying to shoot back, and Corrosive being felled by the team of A Spade. Now Jose right now needs to hide out, but knows that the rush is being done on the left-hand side. Here comes a 1v2 situation. The rest of the teams is trying to recover, but they need to do the flank as well.
Alliance Spades trying to play with their life here in this mid-map. Shinji and Indus going in for some knockdowns. It's a 3v2 situation, but the revive goes through for A Spades. But again, most likely gonna end up as a skirmish in a barrage of attacks going through.
Oh my goodness, melee, grenade launcher, whatever they can use, the kitchen sink to end this battle. And there we have it. Alliance Spade moves over to the next stage, and experience will go home.
Yo, what a massive adjustments that we are seeing here for this team, right? Able to win 2 Annihilation game and 1 Domination match, truly emphasizing how strong they could be when they have that momentum going on their side. Who say again, deliberately putting so many players down to the ground with the War Machine, finally end things all to this place.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is quite exciting, especially when teams put it in the final moment wherein there is like really a nothing to lose, plenty to gain at this point. That is what Alliance Spade, that's where Alliance Spade and experience was in that final moment. But the thing is, Alliance Spade had it a little bit stronger. The damage that has been dealt by Jose, especially up close and personal, regardless of how many, with that grenade launcher. And we saw a little bit of damage being thrown as well in terms of the tactics by experience, but aggression overall. Alliance Spade won that.
Yeah, and again for Alliance Spades, just need to continue up the rally here because you may have advanced to the next stage. You may have survived up against experience on a thrilling best of five,
Mhm.
but it ain't all over yet. The longer you stay in the playoffs, the tougher your competition gets. And you already know you got brought down here by Herzas on a reverse sweep. So you do get the map 5 win, which is gonna be great with Void being that MVP, but Hussein obviously was the last that guy that was able to finish things up with that grenade launcher at the end to take down two players to bring the last players of experience to bring experienced players down to one.
Yep. And well, there we have it. Two of the teams coming from the top eight of the group stages has been let go. We have yet to wait what will be the fate of those in the lower bracket because they will be waiting as to who will be the losers coming from the upper bracket. Up next, the upper bracket battle begins. Who continues on to our semifinals? And that is where it gets exciting. Would it be the same team that is so dominant in the early parts of this day, or will it be turned around, Callie? Not quite sure what happened with Callie, not quite sure what happened with me, but I think everything is going to come back in a bit. When we return, the next match, Dragon going against Boss Falcons, will be happening. See you in a bit.
Now I'm craving your body. Is this real? Temperatures rising. I don't wanna feel. I'm in the wrong place to be real. Oh, and I'm longing to love you just for a night. Kissing and hugging and holding you tight. Please let me love you with all.
Welcome back to the show. The battle continues right now to match number 7, and this is just the elimination round. We have seen the battle overall for lower bracket. We have seen the two teams being like had to bid goodbye. YFK and Experience had to bid goodbye to the overall experience of Undawn All Stars. But still in the casters, as I mentioned, the gentleman Garcia together with me is one and only Cali Gaming, and we are now moving to match number 7 of today. Again, the upper bracket continues, and let's see who will be brought down challenging those who won earlier.
I mean, I'm looking forward to this upper bracket because I want to see Tiger Yap from the Dragons from Thailand, man. He was dominating, getting all the MVPs up against the boss line on their first match of the day, but they're going up against the Boss Falcon here this time. The Boss clan in this game. So, are they the Boss Clan Slayers? Is going to be the main question. But here is our brackets. You can see that the Dragons and the Boss Falcon will be playing at match 7. Pro Habibi and Herzas will be playing at match 8. And we just saw two teams get eliminated at the lower bracket with YAFK and Experience waving goodbye. The Boss Lions and Alliance Spades advances to the next stage of the competition at the lower bracket, and they will face whoever lost on the upper bracket coming right up next.
Yep, up next indeed. And that will be happening for today. So from match number 7 up until match number 10, it will be done for this day. And we're going to find out who will be moving in onto the next day, the grand finals, which excites everyone who will be the best team and the champions for Undawn All Stars. But it's still early to say, though we have premonitions, we have a little bit of assumptions of our own because we've seen this trend of some of the teams, but we also saw the resilience of those who turn things around in the perfect timing.
Yeah, and for these teams, Process and Herzas, they had to really fight tooth and nail to become that team to reverse sweep their opponent. And now they're going up against each other. That could potentially look like a game 5 on the making, man. But for now, we're gonna be focusing on Dragon and the Boss Falcon again. Tiger Yep gonna be playing in Dragon one of the best players and obviously the best team in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Tiger, yep, most of that time taking the MVP. Nuts was already tanking everyone against them. T9 is a mid lane who's backing them off. And hey, you as a support, really giving them all the healing that they need. But the Falcons also has a good sense of their position and their role, especially as Judith has been aggressive part of this game, as well as SNS and LCE giving them the healing gleam that they need. Abiel also giving them a good frontliner. So the two teams that has brought in the battle in the beginning of this day is going to fight it off. Who will be taking who? Which flying creature will be the winner in this battle? Will it be the dragon or the falcon?
Yeah, can the mythical beast actually take on the Judith here this time, man? As the Dragons, again, one of the best teams in this competition. Tiger Yep, one hell of a player. He can solo attack almost everybody in this game, and he's starting the day off with the sniper hitting shots out of everyone.
Abiel right there, feeling that so hard, and still
Wow.
on the crossover. Tiger, yep, is unstoppable. The flanks being done right now with the team of Boss Falcon, and they have already crossed in. SNS being shot at, but not really budging an inch. There goes the roll, the getaway being done by Tiger, yep, and here we go. The rest of the teams of the Dragons just
Wow.
putting them down, and not right here is trying to survive as SNS is being gunned down from behind. Who can stop Tiger? Yep, and let's see who will go for that final hit.
Oh my god, just this guy's just beaming everybody up. One last player alive here is going to be a Bale, and he's gonna get taken down by the Dragons. And Tiger Yep scored 3 knockdowns on that altercation. Man is insane. How do you stop the dragon?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if you're a dragon, cross of a dragon and a tiger, I would say it's very difficult to stop you. I mean, you have a dragon who is, or a tiger who is equipped to be a dragon. It's really, really tough to go against. And let's see, still in front line, and Nobsy will be trying his best as well to defend them. But as you can see, Judith right now going in for the cover, making sure that they don't receive any damage. But LCE is the one who receives the damage, and you don't want your healer to go down that easily.
Wow, shots coming through for Tiger Yep, taking down Ice. 1v1 up close, and a Bale gets that down. But Tiger Yep will be able to refrag, and look at
1v2.
this guy. Gets at 2 kills already in this round number 2.
And that is the way you do it. You take down the healer, you clean them up, and you can finish them up that quickly. You did mention that we just looked at the quickest annihilation mode earlier, but I guess this has beat that record.
Yeah. It has to. Like, at some point, with Tiger Yep and Nopsy just doing so much damage and just knocking down every player they see, and actually gunning down the healer before everyone else, is one of the fastest way to end an annihilation match. And that's how they did it. They managed to pull that one off, and Tiger Yep, he is he is a man on a mission. He is on a case to become one of the best players out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I love the approach. He's just going in, sticking his line, going in front of them. He knows where to look at, especially the crossover being done by the team of the Falcons. So even if they still have that like a lot of cover in that central square, there's still a lot of damage that has been dealt, putting more pressure for the Falcons right there. Now, since they need to get away, they need to flank. Tiger, yep, knows that he needs to go in straight because no one will be meeting him from the other side. Goes in for the backstab and hit their healer, which is LCE or Eyes, from behind. 36k in damage, MVP, despite of getting one below T9 and knockdown.
Oh, just such an impressive kills coming in from him, right? I mean, although T9 was able to get that highest skills, he did not provide so much damage. All of those attacks that he just threw was just, confirming kills. A kill steal, perhaps, from Nopsy or I guess Tiger Yep on this first match. But this kind of dominance is kind of where you need to worry about a bit, because
Yeah.
if, again, if Tiger Yip and Noptisi gets it going off the start, you might just end up like the Boss Lion earlier in this first game that we had at this playoffs upper bracket, where they just dominated every angle at the Central Shopping Mall map 2.
Definitely. I mean, it's very tough right now to tell what the Dragons has to offer. Falcons really need to be on their toes, not only on their toes, but also need to check out what they have to check out what other options they have to go against the Dragons, because Falcons are being caught off guard even when they are just crossing. They're not really, like, they're trying to hide out, but they are being gunned down one at a time. But let's see if Domination will be a different story. Alpha and Charlie being captured, but Charlie has been captured first, given more chance for that team to grab a few more points.
Yeah, again, one thing more than likely that is going to be important here
What?
for a team like the Falcons, but the Boss Falcon is just get nowhere close to the Tiger Yap, but Noptisi up close again with the help of Tiger Yap. They get some knockdowns.
And knockdowns indeed. Judith is still alive despite of being knocked down, and that is a good role for their healer to do so. Nopsy right now getting so much of pressure for the rest of the Boss Falcons, and still not a down just yet. Bravo is in contention while everything is going on. The Boss Falcons has crossed over and taken Alpha and Charlie, and Bravo is almost a quarter through for a triple cap.
Yeah, I mean, this is just amazing plays coming in through the squad, right? I mean, looking at the way that they're trying to anchor this matchup, all it takes is for them to get this close range engage over towards this mid map, and they don't even worry about, this 1v1s, because they know Tiger Yep as well as their teammates can actually go in for those 1v1 gunfights. But the Boss Falcon, again, fighting tooth to nail. They got 2 flags captured. If they win this B flag, it's a lockdown.
Let's see if they can lock it down right now. The Boss Falcons already crossing that 500 mark. 6 minutes, 20 seconds to the clock right here. And let's see if they can survive. Tiger, yep, healed up a little bit on his own. And they are now pushing them down one at a time. Now, as you can see, Bravo being recaptured by the team of Dragon. Is this enough for them to be able to take back the lead and the scores from both sides of this map?
I mean, the Boss Falcon just trying to utilize what the experience is trying to do here, right? Just go in for the A and C capture. Let Dragon and Tiger Yep go in for kills while we play for objective. And now you're going to have to think that this Dragon squad needs to find a way to sort out this kind of strategy that we're being utilized by the Boss Falcons, which is just trying to go for this other sides of the flags, and nice shots going through them for them at the moment as they continue up the lead.
SNS and Eyes really cannot be put down that easily, and with very close to 1,000 mark, it might be the Falcons' time to win this game. But the battle is not yet over. Nops right now being gunned down. Healing will not be happening right here at the moment, but Nops is still alive and kicking. Tiger, yep, right now trying to help out, and let's see if they will be able to bring down the Falcons to their knees. Eyes is still alive though, and will be able to help out their teammate.
This is just going to be so much action happening here for the Boss Falcon that they forgot to defend their C site. And that will be given away for the side of the Boss Falcon, right? Or, I mean, the Dragons. So now they just need to worry about defending their home base as well as the B flag, which is going to be about to be contested by any team at this point in time. Tiger Yep to be able to spot down the guys on the fountain side. The Boss Falcon trying to use his distraction to actually try to make their way in towards the B side, but Tiger Yep just too good, able to stop that push as quickly as possible.
Judith has been paid by Tiger Yep. And there you go. Bravo right now is being recaptured at this point. Boss Falcons slowly being caught up by the Dragons when they thought that they had a huge lead already. But after the Charlie battle, that is not looking good. Here comes Tiger Yep. Was able to go and bring down 2 and still manage to secure that Bravo.
Even the body shot there, out of frustration, I beat you 2 down. What more can you do to me? Gonna be said there by Tiger Yep as they Charlie slowly chip away that lead. It's going to be a 150-point gap between these 2 squads. Dragon about to make their way in as a way for them to come back into this battle. Tiger Yep, man, he is just going around the map and just scoring tons of kills.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the deal is they just have to go back and forth on Bravo and that Alpha. And the moment that they have that cleared, then just go for the same rotation. That is the good plan. Basic plan of approach. Not so much of complexity, but with Tiger, yep, right now it looks like it's so much easier.
Yo, he is just finding all of this. I wonder if he's gonna end up with at least 12 kills in this battle. Resurrection going on, and Nops is there to get some attack, and now we got the lead switch about to happen. Just 400 points for these two teams to fight for, and they gotta play the objective very well.
Tied and over. That is what the Dragon is doing right now after the double capture that has been done on that Alpha and Bravo. But the Boss Falcons not yet giving out just yet, and Ice is trying to protect their teammates right here. The battle is happening on a 1v1, and there goes. The skill will not work on him as T9 brings him down. Back to the Bravo battle. We begin. Tiger, yep, is not yet put down, and I don't know, can someone stop this guy?
I mean, if it's not him, it's not easy. 100 points for them to win the game. It is upon their reach. A win through a comeback in this map number 2 is possible with the one of the best players in Undawn, in Tiger Yep.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's this far. And then Tiger, yep, just smashes everyone, and they were able to overtake and win the game. That is what Tiger, yep, T9, Nupsy, and Heyu has to offer. Overall, the Dragons has breathed fire against the Falcons, burning their wings.
Yeah, it is just an amazing gameplay for this team, right? I mean, projected to be the best team in this playoffs. They are not disappointing everyone that is watching right now. Tiger Yep, if he is not the one going in for the elimination, it was Nops. Unfair, because you got two threats on this lobby and on the same team, and they can really bite everyone that faces up against them up close. And if ever it is not going to be them, hey you and this other teammate is there to back them up. Wow, what a strong team. What a complete lineup that they have here.
Definitely. I believe the communication is prime as well. It's so pristine that even if you have a few of the players flanking you, they just turn and shoot. But as you can see, Tiger, yep, with 9 elimination, Nobs, as you mentioned, if he doesn't get the MVP, Nobs TZ will be getting the MVP. 11 or 113k on the damage. But I'm not quite sure. Has these beaten the record that we had earlier? Was it 113 or 120? I don't know. I'm quite confused. As long as they reach 100k, that is good enough, especially in Domination.
And what's impressive here is this Dragon squad had at least 3 players with 7+ kills each. T9 was also hanging in there with 9 kills and 67k damage. So yeah, there's 3 threats that you need to worry about if you're facing the Dragons. So you really have to have a great standout gameplay on this coming games up ahead. And for the Boss Falcons, they're about to face elimination at the upper bracket if they lose this next game up ahead.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, the combination of these two is Nobs and Tiger, goes together. They go in from one side to the other, and then the rest of the teams, T9 and Ice, is going for capturing or recapturing one side. But let's see, we are now on the Western District right now, and this doesn't look like the usual Annihilation game that we often see. They are way off from their position and trying to get advantage of the distance to shoot the rest of the teams of the Boss Falcons down.
Yeah, again, for the Boss Falcons, they cannot just run freely, because anytime a player will be spotted, that's easy information for Tiger Yep and Nops to actually close that distance down and actually, beam it in every lane that they might just see you. So Dragon's gonna hold down the open area while the Boss Falcons try to figure out which angle to take as they make their way in at the rooftops.
Yeah, let's see. I'm not quite sure if they will still be going for the rooftops. because the Boss Falcons is already taken both aside and Dragons just backing off. They are trying to throw their tactics out the window or probably throw the tactics of Boss Falcons off guard. And I don't know what will be the approach of the team of the Boss Falcons. If they receive so much of damage from the early parts of this game, then they will be pressured to go for the rush. But I think they have spotted one of the players right here. Knobs right there, despite of the flank being done up close and personal. And Judith for that rush. Not sure who is in the backup, but he still managed to survive.
A dragon. This is Nobs here, right in front of your screen, trying to win this 1v1 gunfight, but there's just too many players right in front of his face. Ice gets knocked down. Falcon gets the trade, but you know what? Tiger is here to steal the show.
And let's see if they can bring down Ice because Ice is the
Oh,
healer.
no.
But there you go, Dragon. And one of the Dragons
Wow.
has fallen down and no recovery will be happening. 4v2 situation. Boss Falcons swooping in using their talents. Let's see if they can show up and bring this game to end. 1 point goes to the Falcons.
And what a nice cover-up play for the Boss Falcon. Dragons were trying to aim for the healer, but they covered him pretty nicely, and Tiger fell for the bait, and he got knocked down early, and that led the Boss Falcons have an easier time with that elimination.
And the switch up right there is 1 against 3. So Ice backed out. 3 players from Boss Falcons moved in. That's where they were surprised. But Judith right now surprised as well with headshot. And let's see if the drone can stop him. A little bit of foam bomb action stopping Tiger. Yep, but no one is shooting him. Backstab happening from Tiger. And let's see if he can bring this guy down. Abil almost knocked out, but still alive and kicking out.
Wow. Oh, they are just going blazing at this rooftop. Tiger able to confirm onto SNS. 2 knockdowns happening through. It's the Boss Falcons that is winning every gunfight as the Dragons have lost their last 2 players alive.
The last 2 players alive, and there you go. SNS goes down. Only 1 remains in 1v2, and Eyes will be hit hard
no.
halfway through. Let's see if they can see this go.
What?
And there goes
No.
1v1. Bill is now out, and there Tiger, yep, managed to win this battle on a clutch.
A 1v3 he won to maintain Dragon's position, forcing overtime and an opportunity for them to play at the next stage through a 3-0 sweep.
Oh my goodness. Can someone stop Tiger? Yep. No, that is the only thing that they can do. But they're back in the same tactics that we've seen earlier, putting a lot of damage earlier in this battle. I guess they was able to do so. Now all they have to do is wait. And maybe if the Boss Falcons take so much time in moving towards them, then it will be the win for the Dragons. But all they have to do is wait down for the time, get a good visuals, get good information against the Dragons. Otherwise, they will be caught off guard with a surprise.
Yeah, slowing things down here. A very important round for both of these squads, but especially for the Boss Falcon. Again, they're down 0-2. This is going to be the final round of this map. You lose this, you're going to be dropped down at the lower bracket, so you have to plan everything out properly. You were able to take down 1 round up against the Dragons in this map already. Just gotta replicate that, cover your healer nicely, and let Tiger Yep extend out and fell for the bait.
There goes Judith. And Judith goes down, even hit with a foam bomb. Tiger, yep, did so much of damage in that battle. And it is now a 3v4 situation. They haven't spotted LCE just yet. And all they have to do is wait him out. SNS just jump out in there. And Tiger, yep, knows where he will be coming from.
Tiger Yep is just on a spree. He is out there for a hunt. Just 2 players left here for the Boss Falcon, and it's over. And Tiger Yep able to spot them down one last time. With the help of Nob CZ, they get that elimination in another 3-0. Clean sweep for the Dragons. They are the Boss Slayers, man.
The Boss Slayers indeed. I mean, the Dragons can bring and end the game fast that we couldn't even finish our sentence. Couldn't even finish our conversation, and they will just, okay, let's end this. Let's end this completely. But Do agree with you. Couldn't agree more. They are the Boss Slayers, bringing the Boss Lions first in the early parts of this day, and then next the Boss Falcons in a very very quick 3-0.
And that will conclude it, right? That will be their final game, and they will be advancing to they will be the first team to advance to
Yep.
the grand finals that will be held tomorrow. But for the Boss Falcons, it is far from over. The journey doesn't end here. They can rotate back and actually make their way at the championship stage by
Mhm.
making a legendary run at the lower bracket. But it's gonna take more than that, right? You have to make sure that you win it because that will be played today. You lose, you're out.
The thing is, the Boss Falcons will be fighting against the Boss Lions. So the Dragons has made both of the boss teams fight against each other. But before we go there, let's head over to our match result MVP Tiger. Yep, with 7 knockdowns and 77k on the damage, despite of really putting a lot of pressure in this game in the early parts of that annihilation, of that final annihilation. They were at a loss. They lost that annihilation with the tactics that they tried in the last game, but they know that they still have something, a breathing space. If in case they lost annihilation, they can win it over on that domination. So they had to try it again, but this time around it was very successful.
Yeah, again, if it was not Steezy, it's always going to be Tiger Yepia, who's still the MVP here for this game.
Mhm.
7 knockdowns and 77k damage. He's just everywhere. He is one of the best right now, and
Yeah.
people have to start watching this guy stream because he is putting everybody to work and he's making it look so easy. I mean, we are
Right.
watching their POVs, right? Every shot is connecting. How is that possible for him? It is just tons of R's and works that he's been able to output, right? That's why he is
Yeah.
able to create so many of these moments.
And a lot of spices as well. I believe. I mean, that's. I mean, you won't be that hungry for elimination if you are not getting that heated battle. So I'm quite sure, like what the background is by Tiger Yep and the rest of the Dragon. But I love to know more of them because they've shown up so much in this battle, not only from this phase two, but even for the first phase of our competition. They have been beating everyone, and though they lost one of the match against, if I'm not mistaken, GRD, it's nothing to cry about. They only lost one in a means, I believe, in a means of studying their opponent. Thus, they can just let that go, but still ended up on the top of the leaderboard. So we have yet to see who will be challenging the Dragons. Is it Pros Habibi or Hersus who will be fighting up next?
It's going to be a great matchup between ZQT from Hersus and up against Panda for You or Diablo from Prosa BV. I mean, this is going to be insane because all of these layers are going to be top notch there for Prosa BB and Hersus. And the matchup is just all about who's going to seal in their healer when they're playing this Annihilation match in this best of 5 series that we got, Boss Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're still on the Indonesia, Thailand train right now, and couldn't agree more with what you mentioned. Like, who will be taking down the healer? Who had a better plan, better approach to turn it over that quickly, similar to what we've seen the Dragons do. But it's much easier said than done, especially as they have. Like we have witnessed how Pros Habibi and Herses went back and take back their place in this quarterfinals from a reverse sweep from either end. So it's really tough to understand who will be having an advantage or who will be winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just all about finding yourself into a great situation, right? Now,
Mhm.
one thing for sure, Hersus and Pro Shabibi, it took them quite some time to get back to their initial strategy, right? They lost the
Mhm.
first two maps up against their enemies, but they find their way back by winning map 3, 4, and 5 back to back to back. So, again, you cannot be too sure if it is going to be a 3-0 here, because these teams know how to be resilient and they know how to play that long game.
Yeah, let's see who will be playing that long game. And Who will be surviving? ZQD is in here up front and personal, but receive a lot of damage. Throw a little bit of foam bomb, but will not be able to make it work. Sees one slide in on left hand side, try to take a shot, but no one peeks in.
Versus. Okay, this is it. The ZQT, you're putting it on the front. He's got himself quite a great weapon to utilize. Once those informations gets to kicked in and this drone gets eliminated, this is going to be a lot easier for you to go for the push. As the stack goes through now, it's C-Pong first to go down.
Z-Boom goes down, recovered, and backed up by Panda for you. Shield has been brought up, and ZQD has been pushed down. Diablo goes down from the hands of Chalk, and the flank is on. Chalk will be pushing it together with ZQD to take down Z-Boom, and Travs right now, the healer being targeted. This is not a way to go down. You don't want your healer to go out, and there you have it. There you have it. The moment Travs goes down, the rest of the teams are taken out.
Yeah, just find that healer early game. That was the game plan for Hersus. They targeted that last guy, and it was so easy to eliminate the other two players that were remaining for the side approach of BB. What an early start that we have here for Hersus, ZQT, and Sipung. Definitely gonna be a great matchup here.
Yeah, let's see how well will the rest of Pros Habibi respond to what Hersus has to offer. Shots right now into some, but a little bit too quick for ZQD. He knows where to throw that foam, and Z-Boom will be hit and will be taken down. Almost. Shield gun right now pulled out. The rest of the team, Honda for you, goes down.
Yeah, they just look so dehydrated and unprepared for this gunfight. ZQT is just running them over, but now you see some players go down from the side of Versus. Pro Habibi able to get some tags and actually reverse the situation as ZQT needs to be back away.
Let's see if they can pull this through. Sipung and the rest of the teams, they are trying to make their way in against Hersus, but ZQD backs away in the nick of time, trying to survive. Two goes down already for the side of Hersus, and Diablo and the rest of the team. There goes the foam, a slide and roll, a headshot overall, and Travs will be hit, but still alive and kicking though.
Trav is still alive. He is on, and now to take down the best player for Hersus. Easy time for Pro Habibi to win that, but that was close. It was scrappy. It was Pro Habibi Sipung that was the first player to go down, but again, with the revive going on and the recovery done for Pro Habibi, they made it possible for them to take that round and forcing overtime. It is Annihilation Central Shopping Mall.
The way I'm looking at it, since they are targeting Travs in this battle, they're doing the bait and switch. They did the bait and switch in their first part of that game, thus two of their players went down. In the final moment of that battle, same goes, bait and switch has been pulled against ZQT, and he's just trying to take down Travs, but it was just so much for the side of Pros Habibi that they can fire down against ZQT.
Man, looking at the way that this game is panning out, right? Again, pretty close for these two squads. Adjustments were made, and this time, again, aggression coming through for hers as well. Pro Habibi tried to play that mind games, to play passive and back away and withdraw from their initial position. Again, all going down to ZQT and Panda for you, the two best players in terms of finding these eliminations up close. Needs to be sorted out first.
Needs to be sorted out, and as you can see, Panda for you managed to survive the battle and carnage of ZQT, and they are trying their best to gun down this same healer from the other side. But ZQT jump in front, tried to throw in for a foam bomb, but they are being responded to by Panda for you. A good backup indeed, but not quite sure. There goes one down as well for the side of Pros Habibi. It's now a 3v3.
Yeah, they don't even care. They just want to beam these players up close. And another go down here for hers as Pro Habibi teams up time and time again. This stack is just too much. And now hers is going to withdraw as their last two players. Gonna try to survive as much as they can. Chalk is up here trying to play a close angle.
Yeah, Chalk and no beat right now. They've lost their frontliner. They lost their tank, and all they have to do is hide out. 1 minute remaining on the clock right here, and they are trying their best to find the remaining two players of Hersus. And this will be tough though, because this is the final battle for this first elimination, taking or given the chance for Pros Habibi to take the lead in this series.
So far, I mean, numbers game in favor for pros right now. Here's
Oh,
needs to be the
UAV.
one on the aggression. Now they spot the players and where they are exactly. They can plan their attacks right now. 30 seconds needs to go through. And at this point, Pros just needs to hold it down as they have the information where these players are at.
Yep, definitely information has been relayed with that scan, and Nobit caught with that foam bomb, and final nail in the coffin in game number one. It is Pros WB taking the win, and it's just so much that we thought that the team of Hearses will be able to pull it off because of how ZQT and the rest of the team were doing it, but they were caught by surprise. Another bait and switch, but this time turned around and Prosa BB did it.
Yeah, better for you. They were not shying away from those engages, right? Always going in
Mhm.
for this machine gun shield, and always finding these attacks to go in favor of them. Why? Because they were teaming up. It always either ended up with a 2v1 or a 3v2 situation. We got some of these players from this squad of hers just going in there once, thinking that they can win those gunfights. But if you're not Tiger, yep, it is hard, especially when there's a healer on the other side of the team. So yeah, nice adjustments. Although losing round number one, they took away round two and round number three in
Mhm.
their own kind of pacing, starting
Right.
the day and starting this upper bracket semifinals with a win.
Yeah, and there you have it. I mean, they have the advantage against Hearses at this point. Prosa BB can breathe easy as they wait for the next battle to come up. But as you can see, the MVP this time is Diablo, 4 knockdowns and 60k on the damage, followed by Panda for you with 2 knockdowns. But the damage has been dealt with 54,000 and 46,000 for another player for the team. So it might not be the same as the dragons, not that high as the dragons, but as you can see, there's a balance of damage that can be brought in by 3 players, and then the healer has done his job making them survive all those engagements.
Yeah, and that's just the key thing there, right? For Frozen BB, that was the reason why they almost had the best fire, the same firepower up
Mhm.
against Ursus is because they can withstand with their
Yeah.
life counts being restored every time. Now we have to go through the next map, which will be up ahead. Right, map number two will be Domination, still on the same map. Now, this teams love to play A and C side accordingly. So, who's going to outlast who on this competition is going to be interesting. But one thing more than likely what we have here is that ZQT hasn't fully waken up yet. He might
Yeah.
be there showing up for hers as to tie things up here in the series later on.
Now, they really need ZQT at this point, but they also need the healer to always be in his back. And if the healer is a target, that is where CQT and the rest of the team of Hersus will be falling down. So they need to increase that healing power. And similar to what we've seen from Dragon, I mean, they had two of their players going for the healing. If I'm not mistaken, Tiger, yep, is trying his best as well to go in for a heal against on not CZ. So that is a good plan of approach that can be used by both teams of Prosa BB and Herses.
Okay, now we get this things lining up, right? Again, you just need to be sending out one player on your home flag and one player always playing that rotation either at the B or the home flag base. So far, shotdowns coming through for Prosa BB. They get the initial attacks off the B side. So 2 flags in favor for them at the initial start. Just needs to make that consistency
Oh.
go to wards as they try to overwhelm Herses.
Yeah, they put down Nobit and then follow through on ZQD. They're getting the hang of how, like how they can execute a good plan of taking ZQD down. And there you have it, 252 to 240, and slowly it will increase in the scores right there. But Alpha has been captured by Hersus, turning around to their favor. Now they have the lead, but the battle is on in a 1v1.
Okay, and so far, this is what we're talking about, right? The A and Charlie flag strategy. This is what we're seeing coming in from the side of Persis. But finally, most of their players are going to get gunned down, and that will force a team like Prosha BB to at least get their 2 flags back and their home flag intact. Now, Hersus has got that lead for the moment, but with the flag in favor for Hersus, the flag in favor for Prosha BB, they'll be able to retaliate back and actually get that lead chase later on.
Yep, definitely. And all you have to do is have someone who is strong enough, like Panda for you, to face up against CQD because the aggression of CQD is just so much that
Yeah.
if he goes down, it's easy to clear up that Bravo. And this is what's happening right now. It is Panda for you. And if I'm not mistaken, the healer from their side, Travs, who's just securing the Bravo, and then the rest, Diablo and Sipong, is just going in for rotation, trying to find an opening, if not trying to find those who are trying to get that Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this attacks happening at the fountain spots once again, it is going to be a kill onto hers. There's no bit there for the shutdown as well. And they are continuing up the Alpha and Charlie. That's been successful.
Mhm.
And they can initially even go for a B capture here this time, since it's going to be pretty wide open, as there's only one player that will be there for this side of Pro Shabibi at the moment.
ZQD just crossed over, didn't really pass by on Bravo and just helping out onto the Alpha capture. Rosa Bibi though has a slight lead against Hersus at this point, but ZQD is just waiting for that opportunity. He just doesn't want to go guns blazing, especially as two of the teammates is gunned down. Panda for you right now, being gunned down. Death is stuck in a foam bomb, doesn't really phase, and is trying to distract the rest of the teams of Pro Zabibi as backup is coming from behind.
Oh, nice shots. Just going all the way for these two squads, right? I mean, being very scrappy. One team is holding down the B in their home flag. The other one is aiming for two opposite flags, the A and C side. And again, for hers is they cannot sustain their lives out there on its close range. So they lose the B side attack once again. And Pro Shabibi just needing only 600 points. And they are going to be able to take this win.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue this on. So far, Alpha is still safe, but slowly being captured by Hersus at this point, and Bravo still being maintained by Pros Habibi. Now, the only question is, will it still be Alpha that they will be rushing in, or will it be Charlie that they'll be capturing for their side, and then switch it over to distract how Hersus planned their approach? But no movement just yet. As we can see, they are trying their best to find out where the enemies will be coming from. And there, Prosabibi is already moving up onto which side is it? Is it Alpha? I believe this is the Alpha side that they
Yeah.
are rushing.
Again, Pro Shabibi, they only have one flag, and you can see the lead about to be chipped away here by Hersus. There's going to be two players here. The stack goes through, and they can overwhelm the players with numbers. And that's going to be Novit now, about to get shot down, along with ZQD, who's trying to sustain their lives out there.
And Nobit is the healer, and that is what Panda for you has to do to take down their healer and make sure that they will be able to capture that Alpha. But as you can see, Hers is also
Oh.
doing some damage against Travs in the mid, but the heal is just so much. He managed to get away, just dancing it on against two players of Hersus.
Yeah, and again, Hers is able to get the lead change here with these two flags in hand. Can they finish at this tight battle? Pro Shabibi only has got the A capture on their moment, and you can see them just going in for the contest over towards the B side. But Hers has got so many resources, and they're able to win this last wave of gunfights.
Let's see if they can win the gunfights. Indeed, death right now is on death's door. Foam bomb has been pulled out, and Seafoam goes down. And it is the team of First Herses who is really dominating this Bravo. Charlie is not being captured for the either side. A little bit of a cluster being brought in by Nobit, and here comes knocking on their doors.
Wow.
Panda for you, but is this enough for them to take the win? Panda for you goes
No.
down. Only 100 points for the side of Herses, and they will be taking it back.
Yeah, they got two flags. It's over. Pro Shabibi, nice try, but it's Hers that will take this win. No player close over towards B, and they will have a tie-up series. A map number 4 will be expected at this final upper bracket semifinals match we got.
Oh my goodness. I love that how they are playing with mind games at that point. I mean, despite of the lead being done, it's not that so much that the team of Hersus is giving up trying to catch up. They did the number on that Alpha, even those trying to retake this has been cleared out. And Bravo, the moment that Panda for you moves from Bravo to Alpha, then that's where the rest of the teams of Hersus took advantage of the only player who's guarding that Bravo Travs. Despite of the healing, it doesn't work against two players gunning you down. Thus, they have taken the lead to their side.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that, right? I mean, again, the experience strategy here from Thailand just being utilized there by a squad like hers is, and obviously that is the same region, so you actually
Mhm.
see some sort of like similarities and the way that they strategize when they're
Yeah.
playing at the domination game, and it almost feels like that is going to be their best gameplay here so far, apart from these relation maps that where we were able to see them actually shine, right? Where it's always going to be the Western District where they're always able to step things up better than what we saw from the Central Shopping Mall.
Yeah, let's see if this will be the same Pros BB that we've seen from the early parts of the game. Again, they battle against experience, as you mentioned. Experience is coming from the same region as hers, so there's a little bit of a trade-off in terms of strategy. But speaking of strategy, ZQT, his strategy is just go guns blazing, take anyone in sight, and he did so with 94k on the damage and 9 knockdown and 4 down, and that would be with the help of Nobit with almost 50k on the healing. Thus, most of the time, if you see engagement with Nobit on the back end, no one is going down.
Yeah, that's just nice, right? To have a very reliable healer on your squad that can help you really just focus on what entirely is your role inside the game, which is to
Yeah.
shoot those bullets, takes those players down, put them to the ground, and I guess that's what makes it so much easier for ZQT and crew to actually win this map that we have at map number 2. Now we are going back into the Annihilation game mode, which is going to be again a different game mode compared to this domination matchup we got where we last saw Pro Shabi was able to take that win. We need to see some adjustment for hers, especially when we need to see the healing strategy from Nobit to actually work so that ZQT can sustain his life out there and do more damage up against Panda for you, who's been the best player on the other side of the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is where that will be answered. As we can see, Ursus right now rushing in onto the room side and sees one as the foam bomb has been released. No question that death is unafraid. Going in for the rush right now against the healer, and they are being pushed out of this room. But a 1v3 situation will make it difficult for them to go in for the win. 3v3 left in here, and Bros of BB still alive and kicking, but Death is still on the alive.
Yeah, hers is just playing very scrappy on his battle. Like now, Pros of BB, we thought that they're gonna have the upper hand, but now when we see hers playing as a team, it's super difficult to actually find out who's going to win this game, as they are always able to team up. One of their players go down though, it's a 2v3.
2v3 situation. Chalk right now is still alive and kicking. Will be able to go in for the backup and wait for the rest of Pros of BB to rush in. But Chalk is a little bit too distant against Death, and Death has to vault himself, and Panda for You will be taken over on that move. Chalk goes down. Panda for You hits Death on his heels, and it is a 1v3 that you don't want to be. And there goes a point for Pros of BB.
Yeah, just when they had initial control over towards the rooftops, that was just the catalyst for Rosa BB to run them over. And again, looking at Travs, and with his help, letting Diablo just finding those kills again on the top, up close as the front man, just make it again so easier for Rosa BB to really go for those knockdowns and play for those numbers game.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, numbers game really is an advantage for most of the teams, but as we can see, Pros of BB just backed up already, similar to what we've seen Dragon do, but the difference is they are receiving damage. So not quite sure what the plan is. Sifong is being gunned down. No bit though, as well as Death is being targeted from afar. They are now dealing with damage, and let's see if that is enough for them to back off. But the thing is, I don't think so. Prosa BB might still be in trouble, and the team of Hersus, all they have to do is wait for time. So 2 minutes remaining on this clock, and all they have to do is wait it out. A backstab coming from ZQT, and there goes the foam bomb. But the rest of the team will be able to respond, and there goes the hit against Diablo.
Yeah, they have opened up the floodgates here. They have the position in control. ZQT, the siege has been gone, and they have taken down one of the players Diablo eliminated.
And there goes EQD, still managed to survive despite being hit in the foam bomb. Here comes the chase. Travs right now. This is the guy that he has been targeting all day long. And Travs goes down, and the rest of the team, it is tied to 1.
Yeah, as soon as they had that parking lot space in their position, right? It was just easy for them. And what made it like super in the way of Hersus was when they were able to take down Diablo, one of the best close range player that Pro Habibi has on their roster. Now we got a round number 3 here. Overtime being pushed up. Hersus, they always love to play scrappy, and they will do whatever it takes that will give them an opportunity to really close the distance down, and where ZQT will be able to shine.
There goes the push right now, but the shield will be able to cover their approach. And here comes Panda for you, but meet with the shield as well. And as you can see, we have Hersus backing off in the perfect timing. Will be able to hide out. Now, Utilities has been pulled out already, but as you can see, the distance between them, it doesn't matter because the gunfight still continues. But Pro's Habibi putting up a good set of damage against Hersus, but they're not moving out of this room.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. We're at 2 minutes in this game, and they already want to get hot in this gunfight. The bullets just raining down upon her. Just has got a better position in this circle and in this room itself. And wow, explosions just going off, and it's just total barrage of skills and attacks with the guns.
And Hersus has lost one of the players. Unfortunate for them. They're so aggressive at this point. Position for the side of Pro's Habibi was a little bit too strong. Thus, they survive. But I think with it has been balanced already in a 3v3. Nobit will be targeted. And Panda for you, if he realized that that was Nobit, then they can just gun them now, making sure that the team of Hersus doesn't heal up.
Yeah, again, a minute and 20. You already know Hersus. They're gonna love to play it slow. They will let Pro Habibi do most of the damage here. Trying to bait them in while they heal up. One of the best ways for you to gain an even upper hand.
Yep, upper hand indeed. CQD has been stuck in there, but Chalk just moves in on the side. Healing Gleam has been done on Panda for you. And let's see who goes down next. They haven't gone through that door just yet. They don't want to risk it, but Nobit is the one just speaking out and trying to be hit as distraction as CQD moves in and try to cross the enemy line.
And they know where these players are at. The UAV is intact and just needs to formulate something of a plan or where they can enter that rooftops and just get those eliminations. Right, 30 seconds is left. They gotta move in. Pro Habibi and hers is fighting for map number 3. This is an essential round for them to win.
Definitely, with 20 seconds remaining, we have yet to see another knockdown from either side. The only question is how much damage has been dealt from their end. 12 seconds remaining. ZQD still alive, being healed, and there goes the takedown. Z-Boom goes down 3v2, but it's quite balanced in a 3v1. And there goes Travs being chased out, and there goes the battle. Hersus wins this game.
Yo, that is going to be one close of a match there. But one thing more than likely, Hersus came in prepared to win a Annihilation match. They did lose up against the boys of Pro Habibi at the Central Shopping Mall, but this time flooding in and just utilizing their drones as well as the healing game. This healing strategy that they were utilizing were a lot better. That's why they were able to sustain their lives out there at that final round where they were going up against a close range battle up against Pro Habibi.
And looking at both of these teams, it seems like that was the longest Annihilation match that we've seen. I know it doesn't die down on the time. We've seen some of the play, some of the games that really ended up with 0 on the timer. But the way I'm looking at it, Pro Habibi and Hersus, most of the time, they are so fast in their approach that it doesn't end that long. So I guess this only shows that's quite fair between these two teams. The only question is, will Pro Habibi get back on the horse using that domination as their turning point for that game number 5, or will this be Hersus' game? Since the way we're looking at it, they know how to rotate, or they know how to play with the rotation in this map.
Yeah, I mean, the ANC strategy of playbook coming in from experience, who's all
Yeah.
the way down there at the lower bracket. This team
Right.
can definitely utilize that and again become a very confusing team to deal with because you're going to be focusing up on only two flags. Most of the time, the default is going to be A and B, but this Hershey
Mhm.
squad, they focus on the A and the C capture. But on this match result for this map number 3, we have Herzus winning it with ZQT as the MVP with a 76k damage to begin with.
Yeah, and well, again, ZQT is always coming out of our mouth, especially at when the team of Herses is playing in this game, because no question, he is the one of the players that has that tenacity, how bold he is in playing the game. Though he does back off in some of the engagement, but it's very very seldom that we see him back off. Most of the time, he just rushes in, especially in Annihilation. Now let's see how will it work in Western District in terms of domination. So for those of you guys who are just jumping in here on the stream, we are dealing with Annihilation and Domination at this point compared to last week, where it's just only Annihilation on these matches. And we're also looking at the best of fives in a series. So it will be a longer day all throughout. Don't think that it will be over after this match, because we still have a couple of series left. But given that we've already spent the first few minutes of this game, and the battle is now onto that Bravo side.
Yeah, one thing you don't want to start here it is you dropping down. And Pro Shabibi able to feel that presence of ZQT on the rooftops already as he finds one kill on this matchup. Looking at the way it has been handled here so far. First two flags going to be in favor for Hersus.
Yeah, let's see if Hersus will be able to secure the first two flags without any contentions later on. Probably clear it up so that they will be able to maintain their capture on that Bravo. But as you can see, Sifung is being shot at from behind, and this is just death. Knocking them down one at a time, not even going down that easily. Everyone is coming in from Pros. Habibi is being targeted by death.
Yo, this is just amazing, right? The healing is there for them. ZQT is able to put as much as fight as he can because there's always going to be health restored even when he tries to throw his body up against this player's up close. But Harris is, again, losing control of the B side. Now they have to flee away as Death tries to worry about trying to make a play on the long route. Looking to get the C flag in their lane. And this is where the mind-boggling, confusing strategy of the Thailand region begins. The A and C strategy capture.
And halfway through is Bravo. So that was a perfect timing. Probably that's what they were waiting for before they trigger that Charlie. Once it is halfway through, then they can go and distract them using that Charlie. But the thing is, it has been turned around. It is a team of Herses who was able to go and grab that Bravo. And this time they are bringing it over onto that Alpha side, cleaning Alpha side, and then bringing it over to this Charlie side. So double capture already for the catch up to be done against Pros Habibi, and I guess that is a good plan of approach for Hersus.
Yeah, Panda for you now getting shot at, and that will be another kill for ZQT, and it's going to be a very tight, close battle here. But the B flag about to get captured by the side of Hersus. So far, they have to really watch out for every play that might just be rotating in towards rooftops, but with them able to clear things out, that's going to be triple captures, a lockdown that we just witnessed with this play for Hersus. They're looking to try to pull away as fast as they can.
Yeah, they are pulling away as fast as they can. Let's see if that will work. There you go. The turnover of the points and the lead will be taken by Hersus. All they have to do is maintain this. And oh, what a good foam bomb against Panda for you. Panda for you will be hit hard and will be going down. And Bravo is still on the side of Hersus.
Yeah, again, 962, 715. That's a 200-point lead. Makes that 300-point lead for Hersus. The longer that this capture doesn't get any progress, the better for Hersus, right? As they look to try to close this series up against Pro Shabibi and head into tomorrow's match up against the Dragon, where it will be a Thailand versus a Thailand showdown. So far, no one can contain Hersus as they continue the dominance in this map number 4.
Definitely dominance indeed for their side, and there is no movement at all. Finally, a movement for the side of Pros Habibi, and here we go. Death right now, going in for a hit. Panda 4 U goes down, and they maintain that alpha push. Now it is a 1 against 2 in terms of capture, and Hers has managed to complete that the triple cap right now, and the spawns is just above them. But there you have it. Recovery has been done. Death is still alive though.
Yeah, but again,
Not for long.
desperation for Prosha BB right now as they face the death and the might of Ursus, who is looking to play at the upper bracket finals again, just showcasing how much they know the domination battle in this game itself.
I mean, given the fact that the score line is already on a 1,700, they can just let go of the double capture,
Yeah.
maintain that Bravo, and they will still win this game. But again, they want to do so. They are so hungry for a quick game and a quick match to end. So they are going for another triple cap and no, a double cap for the side of Pros Habibi. They are not letting it go, but there you have it, 1,900. And it's getting close. Only 3 ticks to go, and it is over. Herses will grab that 3-1 on the scoreline.
Yo, Thailand, this Thailand region, they have already been locking things down, and there will be 2 Thailand teams at the grand final. So you already know that at the championship slot, there's always a guaranteed Thailand team to be in there.
Yeah.
But in the Indonesian squads, they know how to play it very scrappy. They love to play those central districts, but they got to be better when they're playing at the western. I mean, they're good at central shopping mall, but when they play this western district, it's where things kind of fell apart when they're playing up against these Thailand teams.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm looking at who will be playing next. And if I'm not mistaken, all of these are coming from Indonesia. So
Yeah.
this is an Indonesian battle on the lower bracket of our competition. And going into the match result right now, we have our MVP ZQT with 8 eliminations and almost 80 on the damage, or 80k on the damage.
Yeah, again, I love that this teams really have those solid 2 players that can provide them those damage, right? I mean,
Yeah.
ZQT and that right there for the squad of Herses. And again, going down to the lower bracket, it's gonna be very tough because again, there's another Thailand team in there that's going to be experienced down below, and you're never too sure with that squad. They can turn things around, but again, you would need to find out mental resilience to stay alive out there at the lower bracket, which will be coming right up next.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see what will be up next right now. Again, we have just ended 8 matches for today. We just finished we just witnessed those who are crossing over for tomorrow. But we are going in for match number 9 and number 10 when we return for a break. So don't go away.
I'm craving your body. Is this real? Temperatures rising. I don't wanna feel. I'm in the wrong place to be real. Whoa, and I'm longing to love you just for a night, kissing and hugging and holding you tight. Please let me.
And we are back once again. I'm Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming, and we are heading over to our match number 9. The Battle of Indonesians is like it will be happening in lower bracket. The Boss Falcons and the Boss Lions. So it's not just against the same region; it's coming from the same organization. The only difference is One has a tail, the other one has wings. So which one is going to win?
Well, I think the one that has a wing will win, but who knows? Who knows, right? Because the Boss Falcons was able to go up against YAFK from from the Taiwan scene, and they were able to win at least in advance
Yeah.
to the upper bracket quarterfinals, but they did drop up against the Dragons. But here this time, the Boss Lions, they did lost up against the Dragons, but they managed to finish their battle up against YAFK. So I guess it's going to be an interesting battle here. It's finally time to decide who's going to be the boss team in this battle as they fight for survival in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it did happen before from the group stages. I mean, the Boss Falcons going against the Boss Lions, and when we look at it, it is the Boss Lions who won against rather the Boss Falcons who won against the Boss Lions at this point. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see if there will be any changes right now. But for those of you who aren't here, just jumping in the stream, and I'm seeing a few in there in the comment section. This is what has happened so far. Match 1 to 8 is done for. We already know who will be going in semifinals, and Dragon and Herses are the team, both coming from Thailand. Match number 9, not match number 10, up next right here, who is continuing on the lower bracket run. But for the battle of the bosses, Falcons and Lions is already set up.
Yeah, again, just like what you said, the Falcon here ended the group standings with the number one spot, and the Boss
Mhm.
Lion coming in second. So just starting off from that, you already know that Falcon will be at the upper hand, as they did also advance to at least to the upper bracket quarterfinals. But the Boss Lions, they're for sure going to be tired coming in second, especially in this clan. And with Rizuko in their lineup once again, who has just been amazing in fighting these eliminations for the squad, you can guarantee at least a map 4 or map number 5 with this kind of performance coming in from him.
I don't know. I mean, Lions is tough, but the Falcons has Judith on it. And you know how it is when
Yeah.
Judith is there. No one, like, not so much of people can beat the Judith. So let's see. Speaking of Judith, yes, on our POV, going against Rizoko up front and personal. And there you go, Kanasai being hit that hard.
Yeah, already using the snipers on this long range is going to be the Boss Falcons. But the Lions, again, they are not afraid to actually bring in their own scopes and actually take some players out of the way and hit some shots and go for this damage. But one thing more than likely is the Boss Lions playing more of a passive approach.
Yeah, well, they will be backing down, pulling them in for a trap. Not quite sure if this will work once again. And I'm pretty sure both of the teams have seen this gameplay overall, but the Falcons right now has a better chance of understanding that they are being pulled in by the Boss Alliance. But they still have a minute and 47 seconds to work with to make this a run, and they did flank it out. Not quite sure if they've been spotted already. They were, and they're trying to fire back.
A nice rotation for the Boss Lions here. Spotting down a player coming in on the mid square, but now they're about to get pushed very nicely here by Judith. They cannot beat the Judith right now as they have one of their players knocked down, but the revive goes and works, and they also take down the one of their own, and SNS will be eliminated.
SNS, Mo has been almost taken down. One of the players, I think that was Khan. And here he comes the stuck on the foam bomb, but the heal has been triggered right now. 3v2 situation. And Drake is still trying to deal all those damage against the team of Alliance. Or the Falcon.
The Falcons, man. They are absolutely there, but this is just very close for these two squads in here. Just going at it right now. It has been a favorable spawn now for the Boss Lions as they have one more player out there in the game, but Judith is alive in this moment, and he still managed to get away with it.
Like, I don't know, Judith is something else. Judith is something else, but finally, there goes a Drake, was able to go in for a takedown, and the Falcons won the game, or rather, the Lions won the first match of this series, and let's see if the Falcons will be able to bring it back. Judith, I thought Judith was so tough that you cannot break it, but unfortunate for them, it is also a matter of time before they go down.
Yeah, again, the Boss Lions trying to find a way to actually close this one up. I've already won one round. A 2-0 split is going to be needed for them to at least, try to chain that into a round map 2 victory on the domination match. But so far, the Boss Falcons having that mid-map control. Again, it's going to be very nice, but the Boss Lions always trying to back away and rotate as a team can easily let them go for those floods.
Yeah, let's see if they can let them go, or will they be the ones who will be let go in this fight. 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and there's a run, and Drake is trying to go for the flank and sees one, but the shield has been put up. They need to back away and hide away.
Yeah, again, the Boss Lions just trying to reel in the Falcon, to try to dive in too deep, and that's where they try to maul them over. The Lions just going at it once again, staying at their home base through the Falcons lair. They don't go right. Go into the Lions den.
Let's see if anyone can be pulled into the lines then. You know how Falcons are. They have a good line of view. Foam bomb though will not catch anyone just yet. And there goes the push as well as the jump over one of the players. And there goes the spray. SNS stuck and hit and will be going down.
A nice shot for Drake. Finds one, sprays it onto a Bill, and he's gonna get knocked down. He's running away, running around, dancing up and down, and he's gonna maintain his life out there. But here comes the flood now for the boys from the Boss Lions.
A bill is being hit, ding dong, and they grab the point as we end that first round. That was quite quick. And the Boss Lions, though despite of we were expecting Falcons to be a better team, but I guess they are trying to do the same. They are doing the same thing as we had from the group stages. I mean, the Boss Lions is becoming a little bit strong at this point, pulling them in, ready to bounce, and that's what they're doing at this point. The moment the Falcons are caught off guard.
And again, that's always going to be a nice way to start it off, right? Because this team, the Boss Falcon, they just lost up against the Dragons. They have no momentum coming down to the lower bracket. And with you actually able to take down YAFK, you have won at least 2 or 3 maps in your way,
Yeah.
right? So you need this win just to make sure that the momentum and the mental game of your enemy is going to be remaining low. And with this 1-0 lead, it is possible for them to continue up the rally and use this momentum at this map 1 to go in for a beatdown at this game 2.
Yeah, let's see if they can go for a beatdown right now. I mean, they do have a good control, understanding of Central Shopping Mall. And if they can continue this on, then they will be able to get this round number 2, despite of a different mode of annihilation. Rizuko is our MVP, 7 in knockdown and 61k on a damage. And Judith, despite of being the MVP, not so much of damage or as well as knockdown being done from their side. So not quite sure. Again, your assumption might be the best story to tell, because they just went in fought against the Dragons and lost 3-0. Even if they had a quick break after that, it's the motivation, the momentum that really might have been damaged for this team.
Yeah, and with Rizuko able to claim that MVP at this map number 1, you already know that momentum is gonna rain over towards this matches that will be up ahead. And one thing more than likely that these two teams loves playing in this domination is that they want to go for that home flag plus the B flag capture. They don't go for that A and C. And something needs to change, because if that happens continuously, it's going to be one-sided here.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen so many gameplays, so many better tactics in this domination match, and all you have to do is replicate what they are doing best, and just let go of that waiting game. Most of the time, it's just a waiting game for this team until the timer runs out. But as you can see, it's A and B already being captured, and Bravo is halfway through, more than halfway through for the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, again, nice shots to maintain this B side. The Boss Lions, again, they're going to get flooded on through now by the Boss Falcons, but numbers game wise, the Lions can just go into this and just finally eliminate one last player. That's going to be a bail to finally get the first 2 captures to start the game off.
First 2 captures, definitely. And they are just waiting. Drake right now is in here. And onto the one side is Rizuko. They are not letting it go. AKA, hindi nila ni Rizuko ang laban. But as we can see right now, there's still a good fight that can be brought in by the Falcons because they are slowly moving into Bravo. And if in case they can cross over to the other side, then they can also capture that Charlie. Judith right now being gunned down, but Drake is the one who will be taken out.
Yeah, doesn't need a one dance, man. He just needs to go through this continuously. But flag in the hands of the Boss Falcons. But you can see the other two, the Alpha and the Charlie, is gonna be in the Boss Lions side. So they gotta be able to contest at least their home flag to maintain that deficit from being one-sided.
Yeah, I mean, that is the gameplay. That is mind games that has been brought in by the Lions, even from the earlier Annihilation. So let's see if they can be countered by the Falcons at this point. Falcons right now, LCE doing his best to spot anyone who is going down. The good healing galing from LCE right now, but he might be gunned down and taken out, and that would be very, very beneficial for the side of the Lions. But as we can see right now, there's still one in here alive and kicking as they cleared out that Bravo. 2 captures already, and they're not letting go.
Yeah, they took down the healing drone as well as the restoration field there, and that made it so much easier for them to at least finish off the last 2 players remaining for the Boss Falcons, who's going in for the contest off the B side. But now adjustments being made. The Boss Lion find themselves inside of an island as 2 of the platter flags on the map is gonna be in the hands of Falcon, which is gonna be 2 opposite sides. So you gotta think about getting those home flags in your game and lock it in so that you maintain the lead moving into the second half of this domination.
And here we go, Drake right now face to face being hit by the melee, but will be able to get away. Now let's see if anyone will be waiting up in here. And yes, they did. A little bit of backstab action happening, and foam bomb hits him, and Drake goes down close to 1,000. The Boss Lions, they are still trying to go in for this fight. And Mo right now, there's no need to wait. There's no need to heal at this point. All I have to do is beat down ICE.
Yeah, but there's 2 players here on this fountains area on the map, and you are gonna get eliminated. And now the lead switch is about to ensue as the Boss Falcon maintaining the A and C flag capture in their gameplay. Consistently, and not to mention the B side already in their hands as well. A massive rotation for the Boss Falcons to put themselves at the lead with a total lockdown.
Total knockdown indeed. And let's see if Charlie can or Bravo can be grabbed by the Lions as they go in for approach. Drake right now is doing his best to not being seen and not being gunned down, but LCE is going in, ring around the rosy in this battle, in this fountain. And there you go, up close and personal. The jump shot will not work for Ice.
Yeah, nice shots just going through there for this team. The Lions, they have been gone down time and time again. It has been the Falcons that has managed to regain back their momentum and managing to continuously put in so much pressure on all of the flags that is available on this game. There's only 500 points for the Boss Falcon to accumulate, and they'll be able to take this map number 2.
Yeah, let's see if they can continue on and take that. The 500 points. Here comes Rizuko for the backstab against SNS, and foam bombs hit them. Drake and Rizuko goes down, falling 1-4-2 on the trade. But Lions right now will leave that B behind as they will be respawned from the other side. And the Falcons and ICE is still maintaining their hold, trying to go and chase them down.
Yeah, amazing plays here for the Boss Falcons. This is going to be taking a miracle. If the Boss Lions want to take this win, they need to get all of the flag captured in their side. And with these 2 flags still in the hands of the Boss Falcons, it is going to be harder for them to accumulate all of these points from here on out. Judith and crew now going to get shut down, and it's the Boss Falcons able to take this game away with a very dominant ending. 3 flags captured.
Yeah, Rizuko is in there. Rizuko ang laban. That is what happened in that fight. And the Boss Falcons will be tying it up right now on a 1-1. Now, this is looking like a long day, a long game between these 2 teams because if I'm not mistaken, coming from the same organization, most of the time, you know the tactics of the other teams. Yes, you can win because this is a competition, but understanding how their minds work, especially if you're trading some of the tactics, then it will be really, really tough, and it might go for a mile in that best of five.
Yeah, I gotta agree, right? Then all of the screen time that these teams are trying to do, obviously they have to meet at some point, right? Just to gauge who's going
Yeah.
to be the better team. And so far on the Annihilation, it was the Boss Lions, but in this
Mhm.
Domination, the strategy of just getting this A and C flag capture and just defending it with all your sheer will was the more aggressive approach in this game, and what paved the way for the Boss Falcons to actually win map 2 to tie up the series 1-1. And map number 3 will be coming right again later on, which will be Annihilation, a game mode. So whoever wins it obviously will have that big momentum going on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, great advantage overall in this series of the Lions and the Falcons. And we will be switching over, changing gears to Western District. I mean, the Dragons has brought in different tactics earlier in terms of utilizing that distance of the spawns to their favor, knowing that the middle lane and the open area will be pushed a little bit. So that is one thing that you can do, especially if you have great confidence from your snipers, from your long range battles, and you will be able to take damage a little bit early. But let's head over the match result right
Whoa.
now, which tied up the battle between the two bosses. It is SNS and MVP with 84k on the damage and 9 on the knockdown. But as you can see, in total, this is around this 21 eliminations from the side of the Falcons. And if I'm not mistaken, that is around 16, 17 for the side of Lion. A lot of eliminations or a lot of knockdowns overall on this from this team.
Yeah, there definitely was a lot, right? But again, the game is all about this objective wins. Yes, those skills are going to help you progress all over the
Yeah,
map, but if you cannot actually go in and capture those flags and defend it all on your own, it's going to get tougher for the Boss Lions, right? They did have
right.
so many adjustments going into this battle, but the Boss Falcons just came in aggressive. They want to tie up the series, and they make sure that these attacks actually line up.
Yeah, let's see if they can line it up this time around. We are going for another annihilation, and again, it's still we don't know. We don't know who's going to take which side. What tactics will they be waiting or using at this point? I guess it's the usual, back to the usual rooftop and room side being covered, but who will deal the first damage and who will be in the other side waiting for it to end?
Yeah, just look at these two players from the Boss Falcons just holding on one of the corners on this room
Boom!
side and just beaming down. It's gonna be Drake. And yeah, already spotting this initial information, you already know they're going to be there up top.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Rizuko has dealt a lot of damage already, but they don't want to just wait and see for the final moment. They need a little bit more. No peaks happening just yet for the side of the Boss Falcons. And yeah, I mean, the ones in the middle who is about to move out of that door is crucial because they have a good view of who's moving out. And there you have it, missing by a bit right there, and the bill was able to roll out.
Yeah, I mean, Rizuko, he didn't have a great time at the domination game, but he did score
Mhm.
the MVP on that map number 1. Just needs to get himself going, maybe find a first knockdown before even going in front of the teams. And I love that they're sending out Kanasai to be the front man and just stacking all of
Ooh.
these attacks to go through. But now Isolation going through now on the rooftops.
And there you go. Judith has been brought down and recovered and brought down once again. And a bill right now will be ringing ding dong as you hit a bill on the head. Now, Rizuko right now is not giving up this fight and going in for a battle. 2v1 situation, 2v3 situation, going in a 1v3, and the Lion goes down. The Falcons flew up.
Yeah, they were scavenging all those bodies, and SNS clearly doing a lot of work there along with Judith. But one thing for sure, Lions was the one that dealt the first blood, and although that happened, Boss Falcons they quickly jumped in into the gunfight. It was a 3v4, but when the
Yeah.
revive happened up, it was a 4v4. It was tied up, and then they managed to just score players one by one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is a good way, good turnaround right now. Now we have to see who will be dealing the first set of damage, as Boss Lions right now is just waiting for them to peek in. SNS is in here a little bit too deep behind enemy lines, but this is a good way to go. Shield is up to protect him from the left-hand side ledge, and we know a lot of people utilizing that ledge for a surprise hit, and Mo is already on there.
Yeah, this is just a very good spot for Mo to be in, right? I mean, on the head glitch spot, but actually give away a big opportunity for Judy to set up that barrier that can help them
Whoa.
hit the grounds even further. The grenades connects, and now it's all down to a rooftop battle once again.
Rooftop battle indeed, and let's see Rizoko trying to roll out. SNS taking a lot of damage and will be going down from hands, but Judith goes for the backstab. Kanazai takes down SNS entirely, and it is now a 3v3. Drake right now for the rush, and Judith will be gunned down, but still alive and kicking. No one can beat Judith at this point. Drake is doing the same thing, and Judith is trying to tank all the bullets coming from this Lion team.
Yeah, they are just making it easier for these teams to actually focus on who is the one that they want to attack. It would be the situation. The Boss Lions trying to get some wins here. The Boss Falcons definitely has the upper hand.
And let's see if the upper hand will be turned down. Drake right now trying to hit down a bell. And there goes Judith once again going in for the rush. And Drake falls down. Lions takes out. And it is the Falcons who will grab the lead this time around.
Yeah, I love the top control that they had, right? First, they set up the barrier before they even threw the grenades in
Yeah.
to actually pull in the players into their initial position. And then when that happened, right, there was obviously a play from Rizoko from the Boss Lions who was able to get that first kill on towards the generator side. But then there was another guy that came in to take him out. It was an immediate 4v3 situation, and with the hill coming in from Mo, it made it so much easier for them to tag all of those attacks and keep themselves alive out there and go up 2-1 now on the series up against the Boss Lions.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Falcons right now dealing with like great annihilation, Lions with domination in a different light. Now, let's see if there will be another change in tactics in terms or between these two teams. We are still going to deal with Western District this time around. We're going to jump in Domination, but in a bit we're going to see the result as well as to who has dealt so much of damage as well as made so much of a knockdown that really changed this game. But I love your analysis in there on the game. It's not often that we see that much of a gameplay on a once they are on the face-to-face, especially on that final moment. But as you can see right now, we have the Falcons MVP SNS. He received, this is one thing for sure, he received so much of damage, but he still ended as an MVP in that game.
Yeah, it was just intense battle there. And the Boss Lions thought that they are going to get away with it. Turns out it was not going to be that easy because either SNS was going to be there or one of the players. Yeah, Judith. Judith was kind of stacking almost every damage in there as well. Like, everybody's shooting it. There were two players trying to take him out, but the hill is just too strong. He is like a walking tank just by getting all of those damage in his face.
I'm quite surprised as well. I mean, most of the time it's the healing device that is healing Judith, and they're not switching over their target. They are just trying to gun them down. But with the help of their healer, it makes Judith indestructible in that battle. So I don't know. I mean, at some point they're having some difficulty switching over targets, but that is not the difficulty that we've seen from the top teams or those in the upper bracket. But let's talk about that. Let's head over to Domination. Alpha and Charlie already captured, and we are counting down to that 7:45.
Yeah, hey man, this is going to be, a very crucial map win that needs to be done through by the Boss Line, because one more elimination and you're gone on the playoffs. Waving goodbye, like literally. The Boss Falcons, again, an opportunity for them to close the series in map number 4 and advance to tomorrow's matches at Championship Sunday.
Yeah, let's see if they will be able to cross over. But speaking of crossing over, Alpha is being captured right now with the Falcons, and they are going for the double cap. Now, SNS in a dance, or rather, Judith in a dance, but still
Ooh.
alive and kicking once again. Judith cannot die.
Yeah, it is unstoppable. It's an unstoppable force. You just have to make it happen. It's a canon event. The Boss Falcon, really, definitely making a lot of that work as they have a triple lockdown initiated. But this B side about to get captured by the Boss Lions. But you can see some tensions being made through here as two players from the Falcons go in for some good tests.
And let's see if the contest will work for them. What Mo has to do is distract them before backup comes in. And there you go. Speaking of backup, SNS is being hit hard by the rest of the team of the Lions. And Drake, another guy who doesn't go down that easily, is in front of them. But as you can see, it is Mo who's still surviving despite of so much pressure being brought in. Corrosive being brought in this fight as well. But it doesn't phase. They doesn't phase. And they will still survive.
Yeah, now this is a very tough situation to be in if you are the Boss Lions, right? You've been fighting for this mid map for so long, but you cannot get any grounds. But finally, you
did?
get down two players from the side of Falcons, and that will open things up for the B side, but only for you to have to see and deal with another guy who's just running around in circles, stopping that push.
Well, the push has been done. The capture also done. But Alpha is being captured by the opponents. And let's see who will be able to grab the double cap right now. SNS for a hit against Rizuko. But Rizuko is not giving up. And there goes the hit. But heal will be put in and applied on SNS.
Ooh.
And Rizuko sumuko na.
Yeah, Sukuna. That's the main villain of Jujutsu Kaisen, man. But hey, man, this is just insane. The Boss Lions definitely putting a gunfight in there. I mean, definitely hanging in. This
Yeah.
time, though, they need to get their home flag. That's just been the problem here. They've always been stuck at the B side.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Stuck on the B side, as long as you're capturing at least one Alpha or Charlie, that would work for you. But if you're only left with only one, then 5 minutes is not enough for you to catch up. But as we can see, it is still quite close, though, between these two teams. Now, let's see if they can continue on and maintain that Alpha. Alpha and Bravo is good enough because they have a good opening to take them down. But if it's up to me, Alpha and Charlie is my choice of the double cap.
Yeah, so far, this battle right here for the Lions is essential. Should they get this kill onto Falcons, that will get the capture on B successful. But it's gonna take more than that as their resources is just being invested here heavily by the Falcons.
And they have been smoked out in that capture. And Bravo right now will be going for the side of the Falcons. And with 4 minutes remaining right now, they have a lead that can give them that win. The Falcons, ICE is just giving out the healing and support that they need for the rest of the teams. Alpha right now will be, or Charlie will be protected by two players. Alpha is being rushed and gunned down by the rest of the Falcons. So I guess they have this good plan of approach. Foam bomb taking LCE out and not yet down though. And there goes the race. There goes the rush coming from the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions, again, trying to make a comeback here, but they need another flag to be captured. They take down Ice. Rizako able to combine one. They knock down one player. Now they are pushing it more. Lure in the players and actually eliminate them on the B side. So there, you got the B flag. You got two flags in your lineup, but you need to erase the deficit even more because the Falcons only needs 250 points to win the battle.
Yeah, let's see if Falcons will be able to do that. But as you can see right now, we have a Mo just giving all the support that they need. Not only the healing, but also a little bit of damage onto SNS. Shots fired, and they need to back down. Lions right now, they are in a struggle, but they are trying to make it work. Very close, though, to the 1,900 is the Falcons, and it might be very, very tight. And once they go in for that ending, for the ending of this game.
Yeah, you don't want to lose this if you're the Boss Lions because you are fighting for your life. Now the stack goes to the Falcons, and the Lions goes down.
Falcons with only a few more seconds remaining, and this might be it. The battle is over.
Oh,
And only 1-2 count. And the Falcons will push through, ending this game on a 3-1, pushing Lions to the cliff.
it was close though. 2,000 to
Very.
190, 1,923 point ending. So although it may have ended like that, right there, at least there's still going to be secured the boss Lions on the championship Sunday tomorrow. So the boss squad that will be playing at the championship Sunday tomorrow.
Yeah.
So definitely look forward to that. But again, another team is eliminated here. From 8 teams today, we have cut it down to 5.
Yeah, only 5 teams remain. The only question is which one from Alliance Spade and Pros Habibi will be moving forward and which one will be going home. Again, the mission is, the goal is to cut 8 teams in half, wait for the next matches to happen to see who will be the top 4. We already have Dragon, we have Hersus, and now the Boss Falcons. So Pros Habibi or Alliance Spade, that is what we're going to witness in a bit.
Yeah, but let's look at our match results here first and see what just happened here. You know, like Rizoko, he had a time of his life. He scored 10 knockdowns and 6 down for his team. But DBX SNS, he scored way better than that. 14
Mhm.
knockdowns plus 5 down, so at least 19 for him and
Wow.
131k damage. That has to be the highest that we got today.
Definitely. I mean, that is the record so far in terms of damage. And well, again, the thing is, we're talking about domination, but SNS reaching this height in terms of damage is something else. But 14 knockdowns, that is another thing, another record, I believe, that has been set already. But the boss's battle is over. I mean, usually it's player against the boss, but this is both the boss, so the boss wins.
Yeah.
The boss
Yeah.
wins, the boss loses. That is the story of that series. But we are now jumping in to, if I'm not mistaken, ang huling last game for today.
Yeah, holding last game, it will be the last game. Hersus and Alliance Spade. Another Thailand. No, it's not Hersus and Alliance Spades. It is Experience versus Alliance Spades. It's still going to be another series of the Thailand team versus an Indonesian region. So far, if you take a look at the numbers in today's playoff matches, it has all been the Thailand teams that has managed to secure a lot of the wins in this head-to-head series. So we need to see Alliance Spade actually step up here because Experience, they're gonna be out here on the hunt.
Let me clarify that. So experience, I believe experience is already out. So I guess
Oh,
we're looking at Pros Habibi. Pros Habibi that will be going against Alliance Spade. So match number 10, if I'm not mistaken. So experience, experience did lose against Alliance Spade on a 3-2. So that was a
oh
long
yeah.
stretch of a series. But again, that is what we have right now. Not only that, we also have a little bit for you guys. We have some alloy reinforcement coating for you. So the numbers are 6862. Once again, it's All Star 6862. You can also watch out the comment section, the pin comment right there, so that you can grab that code. But hopefully, you already got the first 2 that we have, because we are off to our final match for today. But the battle's not yet over, because it might end, or the final match might end today. For tomorrow, that will be the grand final. So even more excitement is being built up. The only thing that we're looking for is the team who will be moving forward together with the Boss Falcon.
Yeah, and the thing is here, Alliance Spades obviously gonna be having like that much of a much of a nightmare. It's a nightmare matchup against Experience. They had to play that map number 5, but here
Mhm.
this time they're gonna have to go up against Pros Habibi, which is going to be very tough, knowing that this team, have been playing very well in this close range engage. The only
Yeah.
reason why they lost was that they were kind of very, very eerie when it comes to playing those domination battles.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are going to go for a quick break. When we return, match number 10 will continue. So don't go away. ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And this is Undawn All Stars. I am still your casters together with Callie. I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia together with Callie Gaming. We are the voices that you are going to hear and that you have been hearing all throughout this day. This is the phase 2 of our tournament where we're going to find out which team will be moving up and which team will be going home for the final match of today.
Because it's interesting, right? Because most of the teams on the upper bracket, I mean, the two teams on the upper bracket is Thailand teams.
Yeah.
Now, you want to at least stack more of Indonesian teams there, so at least we get an Indonesia and a Thailand battle at the grand finals. But that we'll only find out if whoever wins this game, right? Alliance Spades, Pros Habibi, they're going to be playing another best of 5 here, and both of which have played a map 5 all throughout the day, so they're ready for this moment.
Okay, sure. I mean, if you played map 5s or 5 maps overall, you might have been tired already compared to what we've seen earlier. I mean, the Dragons might not be tired because they all, most of the time finish it up in the quickest manner. But let's see who has the stamina to go in for the fight. We have Pros Habibi as well as Alliance Spade. There's no waiting. There's not so much of an intro. Let's get it on for the Battle of Annihilation.
All right, we're starting it here in a central shopping mall. Mid-map control has always been essential, but as much as you want for that to happen, you need to take those initial damage and try to reel them in.
Let's see if they can reel them in. But no, Jose right now receiving a lot of damage coming from Panda for You. And Panda for You is not just offering his love, but also all the bullets that he has in his gun. But on the other side, we have Bald also going in for those shots, but missing most of the time.
Yeah, again, a lot of aggression that we're seeing on this round number 1. A lot of shots being fired all throughout the map. And every angle has to be a player somewhere. And again, for Alliance Spades, you have to play really, really scrappy here because the team you're going up against with is no foreign into playing this long game.
Yeah, the thing is, it's taking quite long right now. Not so much of flank being done. It's just a peak after a peak that is being happening at this point. And no surprise, they don't want to be caught off guard. They're trying to find out the strategy, the best strategy that they can do. But speaking of strategy, Jose is trying to go in on the left-hand side. But the moment he peeks out, he will be gunned down. So it's very, very difficult. Zipong will be hit at the moment, but I think Jose was also hit. Thus, it's just a tie.
Yeah, it's a tie Baluna, and again for these teams, right? I mean, Jose's not the guy you want to be playing up close because he can drop that grenade launcher in your face and explode your team, and the explosion damage gonna be definitely significant in trying to dismantle every player. But now Pro Habibi starting in this round number 1 with a more aggressive approach, now coming into the final stretch of this round number 1 as they drop in all of the nades and the utilities. It is definitely lighting up.
And let's see if they will be lighting up and lighting down. Parlix was able to go in for the rescue, but a takedown from both sides has been done. Lion Spade and losing in 2v3 situation. Pros Habibi still alive and kicking and battling it through. And the question is, will they maintain this on? And they did take down another one for 3v1 in the situation. Whoa. And there goes a takedown. Pros Habibi gets the point.
Yo, that was like a long standoff. I mean, not a long standoff, but a long set of gunfight for these two squads right here. But one thing, more than likely, it was the health drone that was deployed that made it possible for Panda for You to get those gunfights and sustain those damages up against the last player coming in from Alliance Spades.
Yeah, I mean, quite surprised as well it took that long. As you mentioned, Jose mostly brings out the grenade launcher, and that needs a lot of rushing. So let's see if this time around the rush will be done. I guess it's more of a courtship stage at that first round, finding out how to deal with all of those engagements. Panda for You has been stuck and will almost go down, but managed to get away and go in for the backstab. 4v3 make that 4v2, and this is favoring Pros Habibi.
Yeah, again, this is what you obviously want, right? I mean, just be scrappy with it. If you're Alliance Spades, you cannot hang in there just slugging around up against Pros Habibi.
Farlix the healer has been taken down, and the same goes as another. It is one remaining for the side of Alliance Spades, and Panda for you did them a number. They get that first point in this series, and Prosa BB really showing that there's the pros.
Yeah, there's like a massive difference between these two teams, right? I mean, the
Mhm.
gunfights obviously is there, but the strategy is definitely different here. With
Yeah.
Pros maybe trying to aim for the other team's healer first, and then going in for those kills at the latter half. But Panda for you has been pretty consistent for Prosa Baby, which has transcended to become one of the best things to happen at the round number one as they managed to secure a 2-0 win. Kind of very close, but
Mhm.
they always had that late stretch in their flavor.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, well, we'll have to see if Alliance Spade will be putting or pulling the same approach that we've seen from Pros Habibi and Herses, because so far, I mean, the reverse sweep is quite a long battle, and it's so risky if that is where you want to go. All you want to do is really tie up all the tactics that you have, especially if you don't have so much to lose at this point since you are in lower bracket. Just bring everything. Make sure that you're enjoying the game as well, but bring everything that you have so that you will like the enemies will feel the fire in this fight. But as you can see, we have Panda for you as our MVP, tied up on the knockdowns with Ji Pung, as well as the damage so much for that Ji Pung. And Travs, though, dealing with 34,000 on the heel.
Yeah, I mean that's just a lot of points that these teams are just starting to line up, right? But obviously, gunfight wise, Pro Shabibi has the upper hand in this battle. Domination is going right up next. Central Shopping Mall
Mhm.
is still going to be the map, and for the longest time, these teams have been struggling on it. But Alliance Spades actually have adapted to the ANC strategy. I think that has been able to give them an opportunity to take down experience earlier at the
Right.
lower bracket. But now Prosa Baby obviously felt that when they're going up against Herses. So they might just try to pull the same thing again in this lower bracket to put themselves at an advantage.
The only question is who will be able to adapt, who will be able to emulate those tactics that they learn from the opponent, especially if you are on the losing end. And again, both teams can utilize the same or probably bring out another. I'm looking forward to the latter to see who will have another approach, who have a different approach in terms of winning a game of domination. Because so much, if the tactics would be always an A and C capture and then reel them into either side and recapture Bravo, at some point you will be red and you will be taken down, cut off, like even before you cross over to the other side. So let's see as we begin our domination game in match number 10.
Yeah, Pro Shabibi, they have won the first map, but this time going to be playing more of an objective approach. Trying to play for kills is great, but you cannot rely on it too much. You have to advance and get some map control. Holding down your home flag and the B flag consistently is going to be the main default, but you're going to have to prepare for all of these angles is being taken away by almost every other player out there in the map.
And there we have it. The takedowns being done. Panda for you cleaning up on that Bravo side. And we'll have to see who will be going for the capture first. All tied so far in terms of point. Bull trying to get away from this battle, from those shots. But the dance is on. He gets in the corner and still fires back with a shield in front.
Yeah, Ace Void, he's always been that objective player for Alliance Spades. We saw him do that up against, experience, and he's been able to really hold himself out there, especially when they're playing the Western District. And obviously, he's going to be playing a big role here and just trying to maintain all the flags in their hands. But so far for Pro Zabibi, they've kept it very scrappy, but they still don't have those two flags lined up for them at the moment.
It seems like they're all tied down right now, but finally, a movement for the side favoring Alliance Spade in this battle, or rather, it is Pro Habibi in this battle in terms of that capture. And as we can see, the points is moving up further into the side of Pro Habibi as they are increasing their points and their leads. All they have to do is maintain this Alpha and Bravo capture.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? I mean, the way that these players are just trying to set things up is going to be important, right? I mean, two flags have already been captured by Pro Habibi, and Alliance Spades trying to make right back into it by just giving them their own dose of medicine and just sacking their resources onto wars at mid-map, but that's not going to work. If you want to try to throw out Pro Habibi, you have to move them all the way towards the A side. You have to get that A side capture, get those 2 flags, and then you worry about the B side later.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess this is what Pros Habibi has to offer. Going back to my point earlier, it has been done so many times. So all you have to do is cut the approach of those crossing over, trying to recapture the end of this map, and then stop them as they go in. So they are losing lives. Not only that, they're also losing a chance of Bravo being captured when they go in. But as you can see, it's a just trade-off after trade-off on elimination. But Kali already mentioned, this doesn't matter. Trade-offs of elimination doesn't matter. It's more of the objective that you can do and the capture that you can do on either ABC.
And you take a look at the lead now here for Pros Habibi. They have already made it to a 400-point lead just by holding off 2 flags. And we're not seeing any traction for Alliance Spades. Yes, they're trying to throw their bodies inside of that mid square garden, but they all get gunned down because there's 3 players in there for Pros Habibi.
Alpha right now being chased down, and I'm talking about Jablo being chased down by Void, but back to battle onto that Bravo. Zay's not pulling out all those grenade launchers. I'm missing that great grenade launcher battle coming from Jose. Panda for you goes down, but the lead is still favoring Pros Habibi, and no one on the side of Alliance Spade is like batting an eye on capturing the other side. All they want to focus right now is try to capture and maintain this Bravo. But there you go. Finally, Alpha will be captured for the side of Alliance Spade, and this might turn over favoring them.
They got a lot to work on here if you're Alliance Spades, because Pros Habibi definitely still has got a 500-point lead. I mean, a 400-point lead up against you. Now, one thing more than likely, you would need to at least get the capture on the Charlie for a brief few moments just to stop that push from happening, because that's definitely such a significant lead that this Pros Habibi has on the team.
Yep, definitely. I mean, we talked about 1,500 plus a 400 to 500 lead will be very difficult to catch over unless you stop the time, and we are not seeing it happening just yet, though it is possible. We've seen so many teams does that, but Alliance Spade right now is trying to protect their area onto that Alpha side. So Alpha and Charlie to their favor. Let's see if they'll be able to catch it up as Bravo has been let go.
Yeah, 2 flags for Pros Habibi once again. This is just making it so hard for Alliance Spades to come back, because they only need 300 more points to win the battle. And Jose, Void, I mean, this is going to be, a tough fight for you, because you're putting yourself into a big disadvantage, because now if this win goes to Pros Habibi, that is going to be a 2-0 lead on the overall series. But Alliance Spades are not going to be, foreign into those long games, as we said, but having no more lives out there in the lower bracket, it's gonna be a big emotional battle.
Yeah, definitely. That will be really tough right now. 2 minutes and 35 seconds to work with, but the scores is still pouring in for either side, though there's an increase in pace for the side of Alliance Spade. It is still Pros Habibi who's getting closer to that final page. It is 1,950 on this course, and I guess it's a matter of time right now. There's no catching up. Pros Habibi grabbed their first 2 points.
Yeah, that is just amazing stuff for them, right? Even though they got dropped down below by Hearses, they did not even slow down. They worked with what they usually do, worked with their pacing, just play with their rhythm, and that's how they're able to overwhelm the players of Alliance Spades, truly getting ready for this, and mainly part of the reason why, they've been able to advance to the upper bracket quarterfinals earlier.
Well, there you have it. I mean, it's really tough right now, especially for Alliance Spade at this point, because they've already lost 2 matches. First off, in that Annihilation, then Domination. They tried their best to catch up, even with double capture, but there's a missing factor that they didn't do. The stoppage of the scores for the side of Pros Habibi, even for a moment, as you mentioned, Callie, will be beneficial for them, and it will also increase the speed of points going to their side. But it is what it is right now. We are going to switch it over to Western District, but before we go there, let's check out the match
What?
results. 12 elimination plus Let me read this correctly. 109,000 on the damage, followed by 107,000 in damage by Panda for you with 10 knockdowns in this fight.
Yeah, there were like, solid guns kills that were being provided here by Sipong but Panda. But also on the other side of the team, there was also a guy with 100k damage.
Yeah.
So it was definitely chaotic when we were watching that domination battle, and just goes to show you that Alliance Spades can really go hang in there in terms of those gun skills. But
Mhm.
at the moment, it is just the strategy coming in from Pro Sabibi that's just a lot better when they're playing at the Annihilation, when they're going in for the healing player, the healer, before
Yeah.
going in for those kills at the other teams, and just switching it up. A and B or the A and C capture. They're pretty open to doing all sorts just to make sure they're the ones that has the advantage in terms of the captures and the flags.
The thing is, the only question is, does Alliance Spade still has the stamina to go over? Because imagine they have been in here from match number 4, continued on to match number 4, and then up until when they fought against Experience, and then another one this time against Pro Habibi, and that was not an easy fight because that was a 5 match against Hersus at that point, and they still managed to lose. So not only had been energy has been spent, but also the motivation. So hopefully that's not the case for Alliance Spade right now. They can get back on the horse, but Pro Habibi has the momentum though. So let's see if they can make it work.
And Pro Sabibi now only needing one more win to advance to the lower bracket finals, going up against the winner of Hersus earlier, up against the team that they met, which was, one of the teams down there below. But so far here, in this game, Alliance Spades, again, they have lost the first 2 maps. It is a struggle for them. Now they need something great, and they start the day off by just shooting these players on the room side, and then they do have one player knocked down on their end though.
Yeah, I mean, tough call for Alliance Spade right now. If I am trying to do the same thing in here, what I'll do is Pro Habibi will be backing off to their spawn, but I think Hussein had the same ideas. Now, let's see. They are doing it. They are doing it. They got a knockdown. They are going back to the spawns right now, forcing them to move in, and then this advantage that they have, though they still have around 2 minutes to work with, but this plan, this approach, we've seen this from other teams, and this most likely will work.
Yeah, and the thing with this kind of setup, Brett, heading into the parking lot, is that you also have a high ground, which will make it difficult for a team like Alliance Spades to actually close it up against it, because they're going to be out in the open.
Yeah, the only difference right now is they're not guarding in onto that mid lane, but here comes the battle. We have still alive and kicking, trying to deal damage against Jablo. But speaking of Jablo, they are just burning fire in that battle 4v2 as quickly as that, and they are bringing the battle against the team of Pros Habibi. Lion Spade right now, Bull is still alive and kicking. Traps goes down, and Funda for you is the only one remaining, and they grab the first point.
It doesn't even feel like, Alliance Spade was the team that, had the upper hand in there. But again, Pro Habibi, nice bounce back in there for them. They're going to be able to take that round win. But I think it is going to be Alliance Spades that won that last round, because Barlix is on that team, right? So it's going to be 1-0 for Alliance Spades. And Pro Habibi needs to find a way to get their acts together here, because they initially had a numbers advantage. They backed away but played it too passive, which made it easier for Alliance Spades to turtle the needle through.
Yeah, I mean, compared to what we've seen from side of Dragon, the Dragons focus in the middle, trying to gun down who are on the rooftop, as well as focus on one side because the backstab is possible. But no, Pro Habibi was focusing on the left side of their spawns, and that's where they were caught off guard. But as you can see, Pro Habibi right now receiving a lot of the damage, and the ball is just waiting and peeking through that fence. And I guess this will be pressure being built in for side of Pro Habibi because they are closing in.
I couldn't agree more. Pro Habibi looking to play a more aggressive approach here, although they're the ones trying to play on the parking lot once again. Alliance Spades needs to get that same setup that they did when they were playing up against them on round number 1 to continue the rally and end this map 3 in just 2 rounds itself.
Yeah, well, not so much of rotation happening because that might be expected already. A little bit of utilities being thrown against Alliance Spade, but Travis goes down, the healer goes down, and this is not looking good for Pros Habibi, who say right now being gone through. And as you can see, there goes Sipong being rushed as well. The shield gun doing its job, and there goes a possible takedown, but managed to get away though. Only one remains.
Yeah, one remain. The hunt is alive, and Hussein again with the shot, and we're forcing a map number 4. Domination at Western District is going to be expected.
Now, again, this is looking like Lion Spade, a different side of Lion Spade. They managed to outsmart Pros Habibi despite of all the initial damage being done by Pros Habibi's side. But again, it's looking like we are going to stretch it over to match number 5. Especially with how Lion Spade is playing this. They are playing it smart, they're playing it aggressive at the same time, and you don't want to deal with that combination.
Yeah, this team, they are not foreign to this long game. Alliance Spades have been playing map number 5 and map number 4s for so
Yeah.
long today. So you give them you give them one round for sure. They're gonna utilize one momentum to chain it over to a map 4 or a map 5 finish, which is gonna be tougher if you're a team like Pro Sabibi, who obviously had to fight their way back here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is really, really a tough call. Now, we have yet to see them show us what they can do in this domination because so far earlier, it's more of Lion Spade who's like Pro Zabibi rather, who's taking over those tactics. Now, Lion Spade might be able to play this a little bit better because of the conditions that we did mention earlier. They can still go in either side, go in for the either side capture, but focus on that Bravo Charlie. Western District gives that opening for that alpha, so it's easy to be spotted once you're going for that alpha, especially if you're the ones guarding Bravo. But that is a crucial thing. Bravo needs to be taken to your side for that to work.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, right? But for now, let's take a look at our match result here. Sipo once again popping up with 12 knockdowns for Froza BB. And yeah, that is going to be 109k damage here for him. But SR being the MVP on the other side. And yeah, just a few knockdowns there for them. But SR managed 108 damage to finish things up.
It
What?
it
Wait,
seems familiar. It looks like
yeah,
it was
it
going
was a
from
map. Yeah, the map 2
domination.
match result. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, regardless of which, I believe that they are still or we are still looking at Alliance Spade in here. We don't have much of an idea who will be as possible as a MVP, but I guess it is a more likely that it is Hussein who's still dealt the
Yeah.
most of the damage because he's always in front line. He's also always the one trying to gun down the enemy, but it might be different this time around. But at least a different side of Alliance Spade has been shown in this battle, especially as they were almost in their falling grace from the competition.
Yeah, signs of revitalized matchup here, right? Doing
Mhm.
more of the aggression on this map where we already know that Pro BB, when they get those knockdowns, they will try to play it passive and they back away
Yeah.
from the parking lots. Twice they did that, twice they failed to secure their round because that's where they are actually wanted by the team of Alliance Spades to drop
Yeah.
into so that they can filter out the lanes and just worry about what's in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a perfect time. If it's something new for Pro Habibi, there's a perfect time to try and utilize that. But let's talk about that later on. So far, domination is already progressing. Alpha and Bravo being captured by both teams. Bravo, though, is going for the side of Red. Alliance Spade right now, or rather, Pros Habibi, if I'm not mistaken, are the ones who are taking over, and it is looking that they have the lead. Though it looks tight for the moment, but it is Alliance Spade who have the lead right now, and it's coming up strong.
Yeah, Void is looking up at the right time. I mean, a key objective player for Alliance Spades, and it's just watching out the C flank, potentially where Pro Sabibi could actually go in for a rotation and just try to capture that, right? But Alliance Spades able to win the early engage.
Oh,
That will give them this B side capture, and Void takes down Sipong, and
what?
everybody go down in the hands of the Alliance Spades.
Void is really fired up right now. Now let's see what they can do. Alpha is being recaptured. God not going to the favor of Alliance Spade, but they can go and try and deal with it. Diablo and Jose right now is in the mix, but they are trying to gun them down. Hopefully they are not distracted because the way I'm looking at it, Bravo is likely being caught as well. They've fallen for the trap. And Alpha will be captured or will be cleaned up, but Bravo, unfortunately for the side of Pros, Habibi was not taken completely.
Yeah, Alliance Spades again winning more gunfights here this time. We need to see some bounce back for Pro Habibi as they are the ones at the lead heading into map number 3. Then they lost that series. They lost that map, and look at the gunfights just being a lot better for Alliance Spades as they continue to increase that lead. Already a 400 point that we're looking at here.
400 indeed, but let's see on how well they can maintain this. Panda for you right now, I guess they are. We saw earlier that, if I'm mistaken, like 2 or 3 shields has been brought in there in the mid lane so that they will be protected. But Bravo and Charlie will be captured by Pro Habibi. A little bit of slowdown of scores will be happening for side of Alliance Spade. Now Charlie is slowly being captured by Alliance Spade, but no opening just yet for side of Pro Habibi. Finally, Void will be targeted, but managed to get away.
Yeah, Void will always play it very annoyingly. Like, he's gonna play that object like his life depends on it. So you can really rely on him if you are Alliance Spades. Just focus on your gunfights up front,
Oh.
especially on the rooftops where Pro Habibi is just trying to push it through.
Triple cap is possible right now, as we can see Diablo trying to defend though that Charlie, but he is going against 2 players of Alliance Spade. Alpha and Bravo already down. Voids being gunned down by Pro Habibi and still revived. Now, as we can see, 1v3 situation, but they will need to move up. I believe Alliance Spade is already waiting for Pro Habibi to step out of this room area. It's very difficult to push through unless you have a full squad or probably more numbers to your side.
Yeah, Barrier is waiting for usage here for the side of Pro Habibi. Alliance Spades trying to stop this capture on towards the C side, trying to win this gunfight onto Sipong with that machine gun ready and the nades being thrown out. It is working. Just a few more lives for Sipong, and he is gonna get shot down. No! It was a reverse card. Void gets eliminated, and now Pro Habibi trying to push over towards B.
Alpha and Bravo right now still inside of Alliance Spade, but there is a good chance that Pro Habibi will be able to take over. But Alliance Spade, Jose, together with rest, will be pulling out some corrosives and taking them down as they approach. And Alliance Spade needs not to let go of this Bravo, only needs 1 or 2 guys to roam around and watch over Alpha. But I don't think Alpha will be contested that easily. As you can see, Jose is making sure that no one takes in a flank.
Yeah, Alliance Spades just letting the clock tick. They don't even have to let that be in their hands anymore because they are just waiting for that 2,000 point mark to clock in. Last heap of contest coming in for Pro Habibi, but for sure is no bearing as Alliance Spade managed to secure map number 4. And for the 3rd time today, play a map number 5. This team opting for a comeback as they win map number 4 at Western District.
Now, well, again, couldn't agree more with that point. They really want to play their 5 matches. Not quite sure what is deal with Alliance Spade, but I guess that's where they find their momentum. They're studying their opponent on the first 2 matches, but it might not work this time because, as you can see, Western District is where they go in for the catch up at this moment. From earlier, it was from Central Shopping Mall, which requires pretty much different tactics. So if that is the play, if that's the game, the information that you're getting from the first part doesn't really entirely work for the second part. And the only thing that will make it a difference is this last match, wherein if you read what happened from the first match, you can turn it around to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, again, with the way that the rate that this players from Alliance Spades is trying to play, right? Who say if he brings back the war machine or the the grenade launcher in this
Yeah.
battle, man, it's gonna be trouble for teams like Pros Habibi who heavily relies on those close range with their machine guns in their hands. So I think that's a great way to counter all those attacks. If we say he's able to pop off here again, score another 100k damage on his Annihilation, he is gonna give this team places. But looking at our match results on his game number 4, highest skill is gonna be favored Hussein with 7 knockdowns, SR with 6, but with the most damage here as well with 88k.
Yeah, Elite 88k followed by 72 by Jose. And excuse me, that is something that you rarely see on Domination. But this time around, when we didn't see so much of those elimination, it's more of a deterrent to make sure that the capture will not be done by your opponents. More of the tactics that they put in, and not so much of damage required for that. You can play with mind games, go in for full rotation, go into 1v1s on those captures, and win it for you to get that point. But it's now over for any domination between these two teams. We're just off for Annihilation.
Yeah, we're waiting for the final game, final map of the day, and it has to go through an intense Indonesian showdown between two amazing teams, right? Alliance Spades always played this map number 5, and Pro Sabibi is no foreign to that earlier.
Mhm.
They won against Experience, winning a reverse sweep, but almost looking like they're about to experience what they did to Experience, no pun intended, in this map number 5 as we get it through. Pro Sabibi and Alliance Spades ready to go.
Ang huling last game for this day, and there you go, Void. A little bit of damage, or a lot of damage being received, and needs to back off. Rosa BB being thrown, those grenades, explosion being felt all over the place. Now let's see who will be going in for the initial knockdown. It's more of taunt after taunt between these two teams. 2 minutes and 17 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, Panda. For you, I mean, one of the best players for the side of Pro Sabibi needs to get himself activated and involved in these gunfights as soon as that flood happens. Now, Void on a Spades, obviously a great objective player. He does all the dirty work while he lets his teammates SR and his brother, who stay to tons of the kills at the front.
Yeah, well, we are seeing less and less teams of Pros of BB right now, and they are split up. But Alliance Spade is not backing off that quickly. Panda for you has been spotted on the other side. SR is in there, but they are being baited, and when they are being gunned down as well. Panda for you, though, is trying to use that shield as a little bit of cover for them as they heal up. But with 2 shields already up, this might be a good plan of approach for Pros of BB.
Yeah, they still got the high ground. SR dashing his way through. And we got Hussein just utilizing the rockets in his hands to go in and light up some shots and finally knock down one player with signature grenade launcher.
Grenade launcher indeed, dealing with a lot of damage, blinded for a moment, but there goes the switch over and recovery instantaneously. But let's see if they will be able to bring him down. Seafoam with only a few HP, and he goes down. Here comes a 1v1, the trade-off being chased by Vol will not work for you, and Diablo, who pulls out that minigun, is now trying to spray and pray.
Yeah, this is nice jobs here fighting those scrappy, but Alliance Spade loses their life, and Diablo, for the hands of Pro Sabibi, will be able to get that win and forcing them a match point and game point at this central shopping mall. Annihilation.
Not looking good for the teams of Jose and Alliance Spade. Now let's see if they can pay them back for this battle. Though the flank has worked well for Pros Habibi at that point. I mean, the split was 2-2. Those 2 on the front end and another 2 on the back end, not really showing themselves. So let's see if that will be the same tactic. But if Alliance Spade falls for this trap and they are reeled in onto the spawn area, it will not be looking good for them.
Yeah, that most definitely. And Pro Sabibi, they really love to play for this info game. And Void, I'm actually able to find some players here now up against Pro Sabibi. And his drone is there to actually help him actually sustain their life out there. On the fountain spawns is where Pros Habibi is tucked away. Deep behind their home base, they're letting Alliance Spades do most of the engage.
Let's see if they can survive this damage. Only a few more
Oh!
remaining for Panda for you, but still managed to get away. This is pure skills for you coming from Pros Habibi. But the only thing is, tactics might not work to their favor. There's plenty of time for Alliance Spade to rush them in, and all they have to do is defend themselves. If in case they grab this win, this is done and over. But they know where they're coming from. They know the split that's being done by Alliance Spade. This is the smarts of Pros Habibi for you.
Yeah, most likely Panda for you, they are gonna be in a very tight corner, right? Because the players are going to be in one of these alleyways in only one lane, and there's also going to be a guy on the main entrance.
Oh!
They actually take down Void, shot down by Panda. It's a 4v3.
4v3 situation and a huge chance for Pros Habibi to take the two down. Who is in the corner? A little bit of probably utilities or foam bomb action might be put into play, but there you go. The shield has been brought up, and there goes a foam bomb stuck in his heels, and there goes S down. Another one goes down from Alliance Spade 4v2.
Yeah, lives is just going down. Alliance Spade, they fall, and Pros Habibi takes the final match, advancing to the Championship Sunday, which will be held tomorrow.
This is quite surprising. I mean, most of the time that we've seen batch like 5 matches is they're the ones losing the first two and then going for the comeback. But I guess it's still a comeback for the side of Pros Habibi after losing 2 matches and then towards the end still managed to win. But based on that performance, especially from Pros Habibi, they know the gameplay. They know the map entirely because that's where most of the points that Pros Habibi has taken in this series.
And the thing with that, right, they know how to play it aggressive, starting on that round number one, where they
Mhm.
really had to push all the way towards that mid map, and then they had to back away and just go in for that skirmish. But when they knew that they were at the upper hand
Yeah.
and just tried to play it through, right, they backed away, moving into their initial spot at their home base, at their spawns, and they just let Alliance Page actually come to their spot when they took down Void, who's gonna be trying to play on the main entrance. That was the roll call. 4v3 right off the bat. No one able to heal him up. And when
Yeah.
you lose a dirty player like him, who's always doing the dirty job for you, it's going to get harder with those engaged moving forward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it could have been working differently if, in case, the healer is on together with Void, who's trying to go for the flank. But it is what it is right now. Our MVP is Panda for you with 54k on the damage and 4 knockdowns, followed by Diablo with 3 and 45 in the damage. Almost close in here with Sipo, but the healing is not yet over, especially with Dravs and their bringing in the healing galing for the side of Lions Spain. Unfortunately for them, they didn't put up so much of a fight, or they did put up so much of a fight, but didn't win those fights in this battle against Pros Habibi. Well, they did though. We thought that they will be coming back on a 3 or back-to-back battle, but it didn't work. Pros Habibi just caught them by surprise and reeled them from the trap.
Yeah, that's obviously, such a pain here for Alliance Space because they had to fight tooth and nail in every battle they see, right? They lost up against
Mhm.
Herses on match 4. They won up against Experience on game 5, but then they lost another map 5 up against Pro Shabibi. And then that will wrap things up, right? From 8 teams, we've cut it down to 4. And on the grand finals, we will crown the champions, which will be held tomorrow. We got the Dragons and the Herzes, the Thailand team showdown up top. Then you also got that Indonesian region battle between the Boss Falcons and Pro Shabibi at match number 11 in the lower bracket.
Yeah, so we're going to start it off with match number 11. So the teams with lower bracket will be starting it off and then followed by the ones from Dragon and Hersus. And then it just moves over as scheduled until the grand finals, the team versus team, the mano y mano of the Undawn All Stars. And it's getting really, really exciting because even I'm being surprised right now as to who's taking the lead, who's taking the win at this point, because tactics overall are being utilized like everywhere by all teams, different teams. They're emulating some of the tactics from the other teams to their own, putting in their own style, which really is working for them.
Yeah, and the thing that's only different here is that, Tiger, yep. I mean, that team Dragon, they can just overwhelm you with their gunfights. But for these other teams, it's great that they're able to find those adaptations. It is the only way for you to survive in this grueling battles that we have all the day. We started in 1 p.m. It's almost about to be an 8-hour broadcast in these teams. They have been fighting for their life all throughout the day. And no, this 40s that we just eliminated, it's
Yeah.
always a nice try. You did put up a great fight. Just on to the next one.
Yeah, definitely, man. GGWP for the teams who have been taken out even from the group stages. But this is the end of our phase number 2. By tomorrow, we are going to step into phase number 3. We are going to step into the fire. We're going to step into the darkness, and let's see who is going to come up victorious. Once again, I am Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. Together with me is Cali Gaming. We are the casters for today, and we're going to bid you goodbye and good night. See you.